At a small-town high school, a crowd of students gathered at the front gate, buzzing with the kind of gossip that always drew attention. In the center stood a boy and a girl. From the whispers around them, it was clear that the girl was the school's beauty queen, and the boy opposite her was her boyfriend, or rather, soon to be her ex. Fuang Dik's eyes were dark and unreadable as he stared at the girl who had asked him to meet. Saying nothing, his thoughts hidden deep inside. After a moment of silence, Tan Li put on a troubled expression and spoke. I have thought it through. I do not think what we have is realistic. She went on about how high school love never lasted, how family backgrounds had to match, and other excuses that all meant the same thing. She wanted to break up. In her heart, Tan Li was certain that Fuang Dik would cling to her, beg her not to leave. No matter how much he tried, she was determined not to change her mind. Yet across from her, Fuang Dik remained silent, unmoved. Her bright, self-assured demeanor quickly won the approval of the onlookers, who began praising her while mocking Fuang Dik. But just then, his calm voice cut through the noise. Fine. The single word left Tan Li frozen, staring at him in disbelief. Without sparing her another glance, Fuang Dik turned away. That is all, right, then I will be going. Furious, Tan Li shouted after him. Hey, you! He stopped and looked back, his tone devoid of warmth. What now? Humiliated, Tan Li raised her voice. I do not care what you are thinking or what tricks you try. I will never get back together with you. Got it? To Fuang Dik. Her words sounded like the punchline of a bad joke. He let out a cold laugh. Don't flatter yourself, beauty queen. I am busy. With that, he walked off, not even bothering to look her way again. Tan Li stood there, stunned and seething, unable to form a reply. The crowd that had gathered to enjoy the drama looked disappointed to see him leave so decisively. But Fuang Dik did not care. He kept walking, eyes fixed on the horizon where dark clouds gathered. No one around him had any idea of the crisis about to unfold. Money, grades, social standards, all of it would soon turn to ash. They did not know that he was no longer the same as before. That he had returned after reliving a catastrophe from the future. To him, Tan Li was nothing more than a distant acquaintance, hardly worth his attention. He had far greater concerns now. What did it matter if she was the school beauty? What did people's opinions matter? Everything was about to be overturned. A threat loomed that endangered all of humanity on Lam Tin. And it had begun the night before. When Fuang Dik first opened his eyes, shards of something strange had fallen before him. Chaotic visions flooded in, a blood-red moon, tsunamis swallowing entire streets. The sky above the human world consumed by a suffocating darkness. Then came hordes of crazed beasts, tearing everything apart. To Fuang Dik, these sights were unbearable. Worse still, a line of text appeared before his eyes, like a prophecy etched into reality. The order of society will collapse. The era of cultivation will arrive. Power will be the only standard. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Staring into the void, he whispered in confusion, "Who are you?" At that instant, sparks of light burst before him, startling him back. Then words appeared, as if on a screen. This system originates from the Supreme Universe. Using the highest-tier arcane algorithms, it can generate cultivation methods based on the spiritual beings the host comes into contact with. Fuang Dik furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and instinctively reached out, but his hand passed straight through the words. Before he could recover, a set of razor-sharp teeth lunged at him, forcing him to stumble backward in shock. The creature did not move again. But what it left in his memory was chilling, a mouth filled with countless corpses. That had once been the fate of an ordinary person like Fuang Dik. And it had been the fate of billions on Lam Tin. Biting down on his lip until it nearly bled, Fuang Dik slowly whispered, "That used to be me." At that moment, fragments of his past life came rushing back. He had been nothing more than an ordinary person, forced to scrape by during the catastrophe. Back then, all he wanted was to survive, to escape disaster. But he had witnessed his country's collapse, countless lives reduced to ruin. And in the end, he could not outrun the pursuit of mutated beasts. He had died in despair, burning with unwillingness, with a hunger for vengeance, and a desperate desire to stand at the peak. Perhaps that was why the system had chosen him, sending him back to the present 1 year before spiritual energy officially revived. Only now did Fuang Dik fully understand. At present, most people had not yet sensed the return of spiritual energy. During this window of time, he intended to seize every anomaly it created. Just then, a dazzling light burst before his eyes. When it faded, the system displayed, "The system is conducting a new judgment." His eyes flickered gold. The system declared, "The host has been bound to this system. A new path has been initiated. Everything in this world can be used as material for the system's editor. Strive to gather, to wield great powers and cultivation arts, and to become a strong cultivator who will save the world." Reality came rushing back. On the bustling streets, reporters' voices blared. Humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis, one never before seen in history. Phuong Dick frowned at the news. The government was not downplaying or denying the recent anomalies but was instead urging citizens to take preventive measures. It was a veiled warning from the Ha Nation. Carefully worded, meant to be taken seriously. In the past, reports about bizarre supernatural phenomena were never allowed to circulate so openly. This quiet, deliberate strategy had always been the Ha Nation's way of maintaining calm and confidence among its people. This is more troublesome, but far more effective than handing out free spirit-dispelling charms at the corner store, Phuong Dick thought. He remembered the system's words, "Everything could be used. Doesn't that mean I should go wherever anomalies appear?" With that thought, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through the news. One alert stood out. Chingcheng University had issued a notice advising students to stay safe and protect themselves from the sun. Many others who saw it dismissed it as nothing but a joke or marketing ploy. Phuong Dick ignored their scoffing. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, a prickling unease rising within him. Why is the weather acting so strangely? Chingcheng University is only 15 minutes away by car, he muttered. Convinced something was wrong. Most people brushed off oddities like this, treating them as gimmicks. But Phuong Dick knew better. His first opportunity had arrived. Not long after, at the university's north gate, the sweltering heat felt like walking into an oven. Students huddled under umbrellas, trying to shield themselves from the oppressive sun. Phuong Dick arrived drenched in sweat, his chest heaving. Taking in the scene, he could not help but murmur, "Definitely abnormal." Then his eyes caught something beneath the ground, tiny golden bubbles rising up, shimmering unnaturally. Without hesitation, he crouched and reached out to touch them. The instant his fingertip brushed the phenomenon, a violent anomaly erupted. Blinding light flared, making him flinch. The long silent system stirred to life, announcing, "Detected violent fluctuations of the Yang attribute. Unlocking Yang attribute data sample." Instantly, a sphere of golden light enveloped Phuong Dick's body. The faint spiritual energy around him poured into his frame, triggering bizarre changes. In the blink of an eye, the north gate of Chingcheng University blazed with radiant brilliance, leaving nearby students dumbstruck, as though a superhero had appeared before their eyes. But for Phuong Dick, it was no glorious moment. He was writhing in unbearable pain. He pressed his lips together, muttering under his breath, "Is it over yet? Why does it feel like I am about to die?" A moment later, the system's voice rang out. Compilation of Yang attribute technique successful. Phuong Dick has obtained his first cultivation method, Golden Yang Fusion Art. At Chingcheng University's main gate, the scene was entirely different from the strange disturbances at the north entrance. Here, the campus was buzzing with excitement as upperclassmen enthusiastically welcomed the incoming freshmen. Sophomores and juniors rushed forward to help carry luggage, eager to make a good impression. Tan Li, with her striking looks, was immediately surrounded by senior boys, swarming around her like bees to honey. Yet she maintained the aloof air of a goddess, brushing them off with a cool reply, "Thanks, but no need." Fresh from breaking up with Phuong Dick, she caught sight of a couple nearby being openly affectionate and scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "Brain-dead lovebirds," she muttered coldly. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the distance, startling the freshmen gathered at the gate. Tan Li flinched like the rest. Almost simultaneously, the school's loudspeakers crackled to life with a warning, "High temperatures detected near the north garden. Please avoid the north gate and do not approach." Frowning, Tan Li whispered to herself, "There has been so many strange things happening lately. No, I need to go see for myself." Meanwhile, at the north gate, the anomaly triggered by Phuong Dick had already begun to fade. His body was still bathed in golden light, but his eyes and aura had transformed. His breath surged with blazing vigor, his very presence radiating the ferocity of the sun. With the golden yang fusion art newly bestowed by the system, he was already refining his body. Remarkably, he did not even need to study the cultivation method. Mastery had been granted to him instantly. Staring blankly at his own hands and then at the words floating before his eyes, Fuang Dik let out a helpless sigh. And what on earth is this now? But he quickly decided not to dwell on it. Clearly it is useful. I will figure out how to wield it properly later. As he breathed rhythmically, the blazing midday skies suddenly dimmed, clouds swallowing the sun. The shift was dramatic, eerie. But after only a short while, the sun re-emerged, as though nothing had happened. Students rushing toward the area chattered nervously about the strange phenomenon. Before long, someone else arrived on the scene. It was the university's headmaster. Seeing the crowd of students gawking, he barked sharply, "Go report and immediately. Anyone who fails to register will have points deducted." His words scattered the students in reluctant waves. Standing beside him was a cloaked figure whose face remained hidden. That figure spoke in a clear, commanding voice. It was a woman. "Establish a barrier immediately and seal off the entire north gate." At the same time, the system chimed in Fuang Dik's mind. Host has purified in a class-contaminated zone at Qingcheng University's north gate. He froze, his thoughts racing. Contaminated zone, and it is marked by the Ha Nation. Does that mean there are others besides me? He had no time to think further. The loudspeakers blared again, issuing an evacuation notice for the north gate. The headmaster's entourage was already moving in his direction. Fuang Dik's pulse spiked. Not good. I made too much noise, and now they're coming. Without hesitation, he decided to withdraw before being discovered. Moments later, the cloaked stranger arrived where Fuang Dik had just been. Kneeling, she brushed her hand across the ground, then lifted it to her nose to take in the scent. After a long pause, she murmured slowly, "This was caused by a person." Could someone who has already come into contact with spiritual energy have appeared? While she examined the area, the headmaster behind her continued shooing away the last of the curious students lingering nearby. Inside that place was also Tan Li. She had heard the words spoken by that mysterious man just moments ago, and a flash of panic lit her eyes. That terrifying phenomenon. Could it really have been caused by a person? At that very moment, Tan Li noticed a figure running in the distance. For a brief second, she thought it looked a lot like Fuang Dik. But almost immediately, she shook her head in denial. Don't be ridiculous. With results like his, there is no way he could appear in Tan Tan. Not long after, back at Fuang Dik's house, the suffocating heat outside had left him unwilling to do anything. He lay sprawled on his bed, groaning in frustration. What the hell is going on? This heat just keeps pouring out from my body non-stop. Cold showers, blasting the AC, none of it helps. At this rate, I won't get any sleep tonight. But just then, he suddenly bolted upright, alarmed. Wait a minute. After stirring up such a huge mess today, is it possible someone might have noticed? I would better check. Acting on impulse, he grabbed his phone and pulled up the latest news. To his surprise, all he found were announcements connected to something called the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. His brow furrowed as he scrolled through. It rang a faint bell. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, there had been some sort of online association like this, one that occasionally published so-called cultivation rules. Most people dismissed it as nonsense back then. But now, thinking back to the mysterious man he had met at Tan Tan University, a realization struck him. Maybe that man had been a member of this very association. Driven by the thought, Fuang Dik quickly tapped into the association's announcements. What appeared was a detailed chart outlining the realms of cultivation, starting from the first realm Ghost Mansion, then moving up to the second realm Spirit Creation, followed by Diamond, Divine Moon, Rising Sun. And at the pinnacle, the Extreme Realm, where one could seize control of heaven and earth. Fuang Dik frowned as he finished reading. The content felt cryptic, yet the structure was oddly familiar, even bearing faint watermarks. This sort of announcement should be issued directly by the Shah government, he muttered. In his previous life, he had never once heard of such an association. Just an ordinary man at the time, when natural disasters overturned his entire life. He had even less reason to care about something like the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Could this actually be a coded message from the government, meant for people who've come into contact with spiritual energy ahead of time? The thought made him sigh heavily. Fine. Then I will just follow the instructions and practice the golden yang hybrid technique. With that, he sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes in concentration. In an instant, the spiritual energy inside his body began to circulate. His body rose into the air as if suspended, glowing as though he were seated within the radiant light of 10,000 Buddhas. The first step was to refine his body into qi, use his body as a vessel to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, control it, and temper it until it forged the image of a divine spirit. As he advanced further into the process, Phuong Dic's focus only deepened. Before long, his body underwent yet another change. He had ascended into the ghost mansion realm. At that moment, the system's notification popped up once again. You may now use the editing points you have earned to forcibly implant the data you possess into any object. Phuong Dic glanced at his current balance, only 50 points. He nearly forgot that he even had this feature. But what exactly did the system mean? The data he had edited so far was the golden yang hybrid technique with a yang attribute. Right, and forcibly implant it into any object. Just what did any object entail? Puzzled, he thought it over for a long while before finally stretching out his hand toward the tea table beside him. Immediately, the glass on the table began to float, and the system popped up again. Do you want to consume editing points to infuse this object with the yang attribute? Phuong Dic did not answer. Instead, he curved his lips into a satisfied smile. His guess was right, this forced infusion meant imbuing an object with mystical energy, turning it into something that wielded extraordinary power. If he chose yes, the cup would transform into a yang-infused cup. But then, what if it were a gun, a saber, or some other weapon? Wouldn't it become his very own extraordinary armament, judging from the system's wording? Phuong Dic realized he would not be limited to just one attribute. He could collect different sets of data, each tied to unique weapons designed with superhuman power. That could prove invaluable for the future. His eyes drifted to the sword lying before him. He wondered if he should test it on that first. If it worked, he could always buy a real one later. Now that he had been given a second chance at life, he needed to make thorough preparations to deal with those mutated monsters that would inevitably appear. Right at that moment, outside Phuong Dic's house, a creature was peering in through the window of his brightly lit room. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, brimming with ferocity. It was a mutated beast. The moon had climbed high into the sky, while Phuong Dic's room had long since gone dark. Nestled under his blanket, he was about to drift into sleep when the sudden rustling of something stirred him awake. Irritated, he sat up, muttering, "What the hell, where did that rat come from?" He swung his legs off the bed and, with a thought, sent his spiritual energy sweeping through the house. Nothing. No trace inside, not even in the water pipes. Could it just be someone's pet out looking for a mate? He wondered, pausing to listen carefully. After all, with his recent breakthrough to the ghost mansion realm, his hearing had become razor sharp. Picking up sounds from the neighbors' homes was nothing unusual. But he soon realized the noise was coming from outside. Phuong Dic opened his door, and sure enough, a shadow darted past the hallway. The mutated creature from earlier had climbed all the way up to his apartment and was now preparing to strike. For an instant, panic jolted through him. That rabbit. It is a mutated beast, twisted by corruption. Memories from his past life remained hazy, but the sight of the creature still made his skin crawl and the hairs on his neck stand on end. Meanwhile, far away, a young woman stood atop a high-rise building, gazing at the moonlight as she murmured to herself, "So the rabbit that swallowed the dark night spirit fruit still has not been caught. Its speed is incredible." Her radio crackled with someone's voice. She listened in silence for a moment before replying, "Report back the moment there is any news." The words had barely left her lips before she leapt forward. Not a jump, she was flying. Within seconds, she locked onto the beast's aura. Determination flashed in her eyes as she scraped her boots along the building's side to slow herself, sprinting across the ledges while reporting through the radio, "I have tracked the Dark Knight aura again. Target has entered a residential zone 20 kilometers ahead. Confirming coordinates. I am pursuing at full force. Otherwise, the residents in this area." Her words trailed off as she kicked off the wall, flipping midair, her voice sharp through the comms. "Everyone, stay alert. It just swallowed the Dark Knight spirit fruit. It is likely evolving and could grow stronger at any moment. Don't let your guard down." Her figure flickered from rooftop to rooftop like a streak of moonlit lightning. A weary office worker, a wage slave grinding late into the night, happened to glance up and saw her. He rubbed his eyes, baffled. Am I hallucinating from overwork? This is the 65th floor. But no, he had not imagined it. Someone really was flying past like a bird. The only problem was that humanity's current understanding simply was not ready to accept such a sight. Back at Fuang Dic's apartment, the mutated rabbit lunged at him in a frenzy. At first, he was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Sliding to the side, he dodged with ease. His body, transformed by the breakthrough, now moved with speed and clarity he would never had before. The beast's movements seemed sluggish. His muscles responding faster, sharper, as if they had been honed for combat. A mutated monster. This early, he thought. Compared to his memories, the creature had not even fully evolved yet. Still, the Dark Knight attribute coursing through it was driving its power and ferocity into overdrive. I have to stop it. Kill it here and now. If I do not, this whole building will be its feeding ground. The moment he made up his mind, he seized the rabbit with one hand. It snarled and thrashed, but he did not hesitate. Using brute force, he hurled it out the shattered window. Its weak point is the tail, he reminded himself, stepping back for momentum. Glass shattered around him as he leapt out after it, spiritual energy flooding into his clenched fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove his punch straight into the beast's abdomen. His blow ripped through its body, carving a gaping hole. But even then, the rabbit clung to life, desperately trying to absorb the yang energy radiating from him. A cold smirk crossed his face. The sun's power is absolute, overwhelming. You dared to swallow it, you have signed your own death warrant. Sure enough, within seconds, the beast's body ruptured in a violent explosion. The sound boomed through the neighborhood, startling people awake. Some thought it was thunder and rushed to their windows, only to see nothing unusual. Down below, all that remained of the mutated rabbit was a pool of blood. Fuang Dic narrowed his eyes and let out a frosty laugh. It was like a starving ghost just now, trying to devour my power. Just then, something rolled to a stop at Fuang Dic's feet, the severed eye of the mutated rabbit. He stared at it for a moment, then crushed it beneath his heel without hesitation. Muttering under his breath, he said, "That was clearly Dark Knight energy, yet even when facing Yang, the element that directly restrains it, it still went berserk. It really was starving." The mutation of beasts had already begun. Had he still been an ordinary person, not yet awakened, this entire apartment complex would have become the monster's feast tonight. To survive what was coming, Fuang Dic realized he would need to collect many more cultivation methods. Not long after, the girl from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association landed in the wooded area near Fuang Dic's home. She descended in a dramatic pose. But her eyes widened in shock the instant she saw the scene. "It is dead," she whispered. Dropping to one knee, she inspected the remains, then reported through her radio, "Target is confirmed deceased. The body is destroyed. I will first retrieve any remnants of the Dark Knight attribute." But as soon as her hand brushed the ground, she recoiled, eyes narrowing in surprise. "Too hot. This is pure yang energy, extremely refined, identical to what I sensed at the north gate of Chingcheng University. This can't be a coincidence." She immediately patched through to headquarters, speaking with grave seriousness, "The rabbit is dead. I was not the one who killed it." A newly emerged cultivator struck first. "And their attribute is high tier." A voice from headquarters pressed her, "Are you saying the one who purified the polluted zone at the north gate of Chingcheng University is the same person who slew the mutated rabbit?" She confirmed without hesitation. "Yes." Another voice followed, firm and decisive, "I have checked. There is no record of this individual in our files. With such innate talent, this pioneer must be approached immediately. The association must establish contact." The girl nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. "I think so too." As she spoke, she gathered the lingering Dark Knight attribute, sealing it away. Headquarters then issued a direct order: "Suspend your current missions. Priority 1 is locating this individual, entering them into our records, and persuading them to join the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association." She gave a lazy, almost playful response as she unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into her mouth. "Got it." But inwardly, her thoughts strayed. "What I really want right now is a cup of milk tea." Still, she could not help but wonder who this mysterious figure truly was. Headquarters was right, someone of such caliber was too valuable. No matter what, they had to forge a connection with him. At dawn the next day, after a long night, Fuang Dik finally rolled out of bed. Stretching his arms and loosening his muscles, he muttered to himself. The plan for the day starts in the morning. The brilliant sunlight shining on me. Waking up early really is better for cultivation. Without wasting time, he slipped into his clothes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began his training, breathing in rhythm with the first light of dawn as he activated the golden sun breathing method. Since advancing into the ghost mansion realm, every time he ran the breathing method, he could sense the energy flowing within, weaving around his spiritual core like threads of light. This morning, however, that energy was swelling rapidly, on the verge of breaking through. Closing his eyes, Fuang Dik centered his focus, preparing to push through the barrier. Cultivation, he reminded himself, was like chopping wood, tedious, repetitive, and reliant only on persistence. He seized hold of the torrent of energy spinning violently within him and struck down with all his will. With a booming crash, the energy detonated deep in his body, shaking him to the core. A rush of strength flooded through him as he successfully broke through to the second star of the ghost mansion realm. His physique felt sturdier, his power greater. Yet he knew his rapid advancement was not without reason. He still carried leftover energy from his last breakthrough. From here on, he would need to advance more steadily. For now, though, the phenomenon caused by his cultivation was far too eye-catching. It would be safer to find a quiet place. Elsewhere, inside the association's office, a man sat on a chair, scrolling through news on his phone. He let out a weary sigh when he detected fluctuations of solar energy. Him again, huh? Meanwhile, Fuang Dik had already gone to the mountains behind his home to continue training. The system suddenly chimed. Do you wish to consume editing points to fuse the Yang attribute into this item? Without hesitation, he accepted. He had tried before to craft weapons from models, but though the editing succeeded, they could not withstand the full force of the Yang attribute. Clearly, not every tool could become a true weapon. This time, however, he felt a seamless resonance between the sword and the energy within his body, a perfect harmony. As expected, the system confirmed the fusion's success. Fuang Dik gave the blade a few practice swings, marveling at its weight and balance. Now this is a real weapon. Let us see how strong you are. But the moment he swung with intent, flames erupted, surging into a blaze far greater than he anticipated. Alarmed, he quickly raised the sword again, drawing the fire back into the blade. In an instant, the flames vanished. He exhaled in relief thankfully. He had not burned down the forest. Still, the disturbance was too large. The thick plume of smoke would surely draw attention. Best to leave quickly. And indeed, his fears were correct. The ruckus had already caught the attention of a young woman from the Spiritual Energy Association, who sprinted toward the area. She ran with a scowl, grumbling in frustration. She had only stepped out for a discounted bubble tea, and now she was being pulled into another mess. Water backlash. It has gotta be water backlash, she muttered. Then, her eyes widened as she spotted the hot spring ahead transformed into something bizarre. Shocked, she cried out, "What in the world happened to this Buddha statue? Where am I supposed to file a warranty claim for this? Who is going to fix it?" Just imagining the backlash she would face later from the cleanup department made her want to cry. Ever since that guy showed up, nothing had gone smoothly. As she wallowed in despair, something on the ground caught her attention. Examining the traces carefully, her eyes went wide. No way. Yesterday this aura was only first star ghost mansion. Now it is already at second star. Even more astonishing. She sensed another presence mixed into the area, a weapon radiating powerful energy. A spirit weapon. Spirit weapons were forged by fusing elemental attributes into ordinary arms, unlocking strength far beyond the norm. But they were incredibly rare. Even within the association, only 2 such weapons existed. Besides, lightning spirit energy was not fully developed yet, and technology limitations made them impossible to mass produce. How could this person possibly have won? The more she thought about it, the less sense it made. Finally, she shook her head, forcing the idea away. I must be imagining things. No way that is real. Sighing, she turned her attention back to the smoking ruins. Forget it, I should just clean up this mess before anything else. She began with cooling the spring. Meanwhile, Fuang Dik had already left the back mountain, walking while lost in thought. His weapon now carried the Yang attribute. But the system had not clarified whether it could only house Yang energy or if other attributes could be added. After all, the system had once hinted that he could compile all sorts of cultivation methods. If he gained a new attribute later, could he merge it into his weapon on top of the Yang energy? Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from someone he would met online. Fuang Dik had forgotten to set privacy restrictions, so the person managed to contact him directly. After chatting for a while, Fuang Dik realized something odd. This person was part of the formal core, yet was still only at the ghost mansion realm. Then the friend shared another piece of news. A newly formed contamination zone had appeared, and asked if Fuang Dik wanted to form a team to explore it. The more people, the safer, and the resources would be split evenly. Fuang Dik considered briefly, then asked for the details. The friend quickly sent him the files. Opening them, Fuang Dik saw information about the Dark River Lava Dragon Zone. It was originally an underground river formed by fissures in the earth, but after the Great Mutation, its waters had turned into magma. The scorching temperatures made the area harshly inhospitable, and crucially it carried the same Yang attribute as his own cultivation. This was promising. Without hesitation, he agreed to join the expedition. Hours later, in the Xinmu district, a group of people gathered at an entrance. One of them looked toward the only girl present, gratitude in his voice. Xiao Ya, thanks to the map and data you prepared, we found this place right away. It is unbelievably detailed. The girl, Zhang Xiaoya, simply smiled. It is nothing. If anything, I should be thanking you all for coming with me. Once we are inside, we will need to watch each other's backs. She was a staff member of the cultural department under the Spiritual Energy Association. Inwardly, however, she sighed. She had hoped to spot a promising cultivator worth recommending to the association, but none of the participants so far looked exceptional. Most did not even realize that the Association of Spiritual Energy Cultivators was, in truth, a government agency under Huaxia. Becoming an official member required nearly impossible standards. In fact, outsiders could not even find the way in. Xiaoya had only managed it after surviving one grueling test after another, not to mention the favors her family had incurred to support her. If this expedition did not yield results, she would probably be forced into another round of overtime. At that moment, Fuang Dik appeared in the distance. Calmly, he introduced himself, I am Fang. Nice to meet you all. Xiaoya froze in surprise. He was so young, yet his cultivation was already at the second star of the Ghost Mansion realm. Strange. His aura was undeniably strong, yet it lacked the oppressive edge that most powerful cultivators carried. With everyone assembled, they pushed open the gate and entered. I will take the lead, Fuang Dik offered, shining a light ahead. Xiaoya nodded. All right, go ahead. Fuang Dik led the 5-person team deeper inside while those behind chatted among themselves. As he walked, he reflected. Though he was the last to arrive, everyone accepted him as part of the group without hesitation. Whether it was due to his easygoing demeanor or their genuine desire for dependable allies in these chaotic times, the camaraderie felt real. But then, Fuang Dik suddenly stopped in his tracks. Right before them lay a river of searing magma. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Hey, it is dangerous ahead, do not just charge in, Xiaoya shouted, alarmed. But Fuang Dik ignored her warnings, leaping straight into the molten river. Her panicked cries rang out, but in the next instant boom, a thunderous explosion ripped through the lava, sending molten waves splashing outward. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind, heaven and earth anomaly detected. Beginning analysis of internal flames. Activating maximum computational capacity. Initiating compilation. After a long while, the system's voice returned with another notification. Internal flame. Its core heat carries an explosive nature, with terrifying destructive potential. The Crimson Flame Saber technique requires a blade to unleash its true power. Every strike roars like a raging inferno, the blade wreathed in blazing fire, releasing bursts of crackling flame. When battle intent surges, condensed saber energy erupts, releasing colossal destructive force. Inside the molten river, Fuang Dik gripped his sword tightly. At that moment, the weapon completely synchronized with him. With a small expenditure of strength, he infused the sword with the internal flame attribute. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's team below finally caught sight of Fuang Dic's figure. Relieved. They relaxed. His sword, now sheathed in magma's glow, was proof he was safe. One teammate let out a long breath. Looks like Fang's fine. Probably just a minor accident during cultivation. Now that the spiritual energy here has stabilized, it is time for us to start cultivating. Another chimed in happily. I can feel the energy shift. I am able to absorb it so smoothly now. Xiaoya spoke next, offering, I only came to collect data. You all can cultivate at ease, I will keep watch. With that, they divided tasks, some sitting down to cultivate within the cavern. Hours later, Xiaoya noticed new arrivals. A group of strangers appeared, the leader wearing an eye patch. He looked down from above with a cold snort. Where the hell did this pack of nobodies crawl out from? Get lost, this is our turf. A chill ran through Xiaoya. 3 of them all Ghost Mansion Realm, first star. The difference in power was glaring. Even if her group fought together, they could not possibly win. She had no choice but to step forward, her voice steady but hurried. Sorry, but we were here first. My friends have already begun absorbing the energy. If you do not mind, we could all share the spiritual energy. Her words had barely left her lips when the leader barked, Shut it. You little brat, at the first star of the Ghost Mansion Realm dares talk about sharing. All of you, get the hell out or else. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes, weighing her options. With resources tied to survival, the current rule was survival of the fittest. Weak cultivators had no right to rare energy sources. But Huasha would not let this law of the jungle last forever. As a member of the association, she had a responsibility to act. Yet before she could do anything, Fuang Dic suddenly stepped forward, placing himself between her and the aggressors. He glared at the eye-patched man, his voice icy. You are built like a bull, yet the only thing you know how to do is bully a girl. As he spoke, he drew his sword. Instantly, scorching heat burst forth, rolling like molten magma. The eye-patch man's eyes went wide in shock. He staggered back, shouting, Fall back. With a single swing, the cavern shuddered violently. Xiaoya's teammates snapped out of meditation, startled awake by the tremors. Fuang Dic stood firm, sword in hand, his thoughts flashing back to his past life. Too many cultivators had worshipped the creed of the strong devour the weak, and that blind pursuit of strength had birthed disasters beyond repair. Empty words and soft persuasion would never tame men like these. The leader met Fuang Dic's fierce gaze, his hands trembling around the hilt of his own blade. The sword in Fuang Dic's grasp pulsed with molten energy as he leveled it at the intruders. His voice thundered with command. Get out. The word had barely echoed when another explosion erupted behind him, the blast amplifying his presence. The leader's composure shattered. What the hell? Where did this monster come from? Panic swept over the group. Their arrogance collapsed into fear, and they bolted, tails between their legs. Xiaoya's team emerged from their meditation just in time to witness the scene, breaking into excited praise. Boss, that was insane. That sword strike was too damn cool. Fuang Dic flushed slightly, scratching the back of his head. It was not anything. They just pushed too far. He looked around at the group. You have all cultivated enough by now, right? Should we head out? Xiaoya gave a faint nod. The contaminated zone here seems to be drained of spiritual energy. Let us go. As they prepared to leave, Xiaoya lingered behind, her gaze fixed on Fuang Dic. She thought quietly to herself, if that sword had actually fallen, all that would remain here would be a few charred corpses. She was certain of it now. This had to be a peerless prodigy. A transcendent cultivator blessed not only with a high-tier attribute but also with a top-class innate talent. There was no question. She needed to report this immediately to the organization. Back at the headquarters, the clerk on night duty nearly dropped her pen when she received Xiao Ya's urgent call. Her voice shot up in surprise. Wait, you mean another cultivator with a high-level attribute has appeared? Xiao Ya froze, frowning. Another, what do you mean by that? Realizing she had slipped up, the clerk laughed awkwardly. Oh, nothing at all. I have already logged the report. Please update me right away if anything develops further. Without waiting for more questions, she quickly cut the call. She turned to the senior official seated nearby, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Sir, could it be we have struck gold? High attribute cultivators appearing one after another like this. The older man only snorted coldly. Struck gold, don't be naive. Every single cultivator with a high-level attribute is either born into nobility or destined for the highest seats of power. People like that do not just walk into our hands, they are courted, protected, and placed at the very heart of the hierarchy. He sighed heavily, rubbing his temples with a weary hand. Honestly, it makes me wonder if I should just resign. It is nothing but trouble. The next morning, as dawn light painted the streets, Fang Ji shuffled out of his house, yawning so wide his eyes watered. Despite his half-hearted disguise as a cosplayer, his aura was impossible to hide. Heads turned, and whispers followed him wherever he walked. Fang Ji ignored the chatter, scrolling lazily through his phone. The internet was flooded with last night's anomaly. He exhaled with a helpless sigh. All because of that damned inflammation. Careless of me releasing that much heat. Nearly 2000 degrees Celsius. It would be stranger if it did not cause a disturbance. Whoever leaked my details. It better not have been old Li or Zhang Xiaoya. His lips curved into a faint smile. I have already absorbed so much yang-aligned spiritual energy. Just one more session of the golden sun breathing technique, and I might actually break through. The thought alone set his blood stirring. Shoving his phone away, he broke into a brisk pace toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, in that very forest, Xiaoya was hard at work, sweat dripping down her face as she covered a small stream with packed earth. She set down a rune-engraved tablet, finally catching her breath only for the sky in the distance to flare with an unnatural brilliance. Her heart leapt. That aura. It is overwhelming. Someone's cultivating inside the mountain. Impossible. Could they be breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Palace realm? Her eyes widened. But for a Ghost Palace cultivator to stir such a storm, this is beyond monstrous. Without another thought, she sprinted toward the source. Her mind raced as her boots pounded the earth. Could it be him again? It can't be. This time I will catch him for sure. On the other side, Fang Ji sat in focused meditation. His body was wreathed in layers of spiritual energy, as though dozens of phantom arms had sprung from him, pulling the aura of heaven and earth into his core. His eyes stayed shut, his expression calm as the air around him pulsed with violent fluctuations. High above, the skies answered. Clouds churned, lightning sparked, and visions began to form. Xiaoya felt it in her bones as she ran. Her chest tightened with awe. He is mobilizing the divine mansion. To command spiritual energy with such stability has he secretly cultivated for hundreds of years in seclusion. When I tried to break through to 3-star Ghost Palace, the pressure of the divine mansion crushed me back. I coughed blood and could not rise from bed for a week. And yet he. Her words caught in her throat. What kind of freak is this man? His control over aura is flawless, each strand honed like steel through endless tempering. This is not a genius, this is someone who stands among gods. His steps are steady, his mind unshakable, his courage refined. Whoever he is no mere prodigy, he is a master, hidden away until now. The heavens split again. Lightning roared. Her face paled. The divine mansion is shifting, it is to the east. Within the mountain, Fang Ji finally opened his eyes. Bolts of thunder crashed down, raking his body with searing pain, but he clenched his jaw. Bearing it all. In that crucible of torment, he pushed through, breaking past the barrier and ascending into the 3-star Ghost Palace realm. Seconds later, footsteps thundered into the clearing. Xiaoya burst through the trees, but the space was empty. The only sign of disturbance was the fading echo of spiritual energy. She gasped, clutching her knees, her voice hoarse with frustration. Again, not even 30 seconds late, and he is gone. He must have sensed I was tracking him. Her lips pressed into a grim line. At this rate, I will never recruit him. He is too elusive, too sharp. But just then she stiffened. Something in the air made her heart race. She could feel it. Someone, was still here. She lifted her gaze to the empty air above and shouted, "Wait, senior, you are still here, are not you?" High in the branches of an ancient tree, Fang Ji crouched silently, watching her from above. So it really is her. The one who has been tailing me these past few days. Below, the young woman cupped her hands to her mouth and called again. I am the captain of the Wind Squad, a unit under the Spirit Cultivation Association of Ha Nation. I am also a cultivator myself. On behalf of the association, I wish to extend an invitation to cooperate. Fang Ji remained still, listening in silence as she laid out her purpose. No sound came back to her, and soon her voice faltered. Did I offend him? Does he think I am being presumptuous? Or worse, that I am pestering him? She bit her lip, carefully choosing her words. Just as she hesitated, Fang Ji's low voice cut through the air. Why? The sudden question rattled her, leaving her tongue tied. She fumbled for a response, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Someone like him won't be fooled by empty flattery anyway. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Because Ha Nation seeks to gather and unify cultivators, to help them act in a more organized way. At the same time, this will also give independent cultivators an added layer of protection. Fang Ji said nothing, his silence heavy. Only when she had finished did he ask coldly, and what if I refuse? I do not trust you fully yet. Her heart sank. After mulling over his words, she straightened and replied, My name is Tan Nguyen. Before the recovery of spiritual energy, I was an athlete. She pulled out an ID card and held it up. Perhaps you have heard of me. This is my documentation. Please believe me. The name jogged Fang Ji's memory. Tan Nguyen had been the runner-up in national long-distance races. So it is true. Those with exceptional physiques before the resurgence really do have a head start as cultivators. No wonder she is so fast. But in his past life, he remembered, despite all Ha Nation's efforts, they had never achieved their goal. Humanity as a whole had been wiped out. Now, reborn and armed with the system, Fang Ji knew he would eventually step into the core of this struggle, but not yet. The time was not ripe. At last he spoke again, slowly. Yes, I do remember you. Her face brightened with relief, only to freeze when he continued. But let me think about it. In a blur, he vanished from the tree and reappeared right behind her. His voice carried an edge of command. For now, you must keep my whereabouts secret from the association. He reasoned that from her behavior, the Spirit Association would not dare provoke someone like him. Better yet, he could use her to his advantage. Tan Nguyen, however, met his gaze seriously. I can comply with you. But the anomaly you caused when breaking through my superiors already detected it. I will still need to file a report. Half-truths, half-lies. How about that? Fine, do it. His reply was casual, and before she could say more, he disappeared completely, leaving her alone. She spun around, scanning the clearing, but he was nowhere to be seen. Frustrated, she pulled out her communicator and grumbled, I lost him again. How many times is this now? He is clearly avoiding me on purpose. And I am stuck cleaning up the traces he leaves behind. My luck really is rotten. After she finished her report, the association relayed new intelligence. An unusual disturbance had appeared nearby. Her expression hardened, brows knitting. They are showing up again. Her mind conjured images she could never forget. The mutant breeds. Twisted, savage beings, spawned in polluted zones after the spiritual resurgence. Some mutated into monstrous beasts and abominations that devoured humans whole. Others disguised themselves as natural phenomena, wreaking havoc and carving out territories, creating new contamination zones in the process. If left unchecked, they would carry destruction into the heart of humanity, eroding the world piece by piece. The following night, rain fell in cold, ceaseless sheets. Thunder rumbled across the skies, streaks of lightning splitting the dark. Despite government warnings of a severe storm, one figure walked calmly through the rain, unmoved by the chaos around him. It was Fang Ji. He had a task tonight. The air was thick with the aura of thunder, majestic, violent. The heart of the lightning storm lay far ahead, but Fang Ji did not hesitate. Step by step, he pressed forward until he reached the edge of a shadowed forest. Beyond, a great mountain loomed, its peak lashed by bolts of heaven's fury. He said nothing, body blurring as he shot toward it, sprinting with reckless speed. At that instant, the system window flared before his eyes. Polluted zone detected, advancing on Yuhong Peak. Fang Ji's gaze sharpened as he read the text. Yuhong Peak, 1,545 meters tall, spanning roughly 25,000 hectares, one of the city's treasured scenic landmarks. But now, the system declared it contaminated. The danger level, unknown. Without hesitation, Fang Ji began his ascent. The moment Fang Ji arrived, he immediately sensed it. Lightning crashed down relentlessly, the air saturated with raw, violent electricity. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Cultivation Association, urgent reports were being delivered. According to our readings, the spiritual energy density around Yuhong Peak is spiking rapidly. The danger level is rising. The man seated at the head of the council chamber finally spoke after a heavy silence. Yuhong Peak must be sealed off at once. We will designate it as a new polluted zone. I had originally dispatched Tan Win elsewhere, but the situation demands her immediate recall. His sharp gaze turned toward her. Tan Win, report. She stood and gave her assessment. Yuhong Peak is already inaccessible. Lightning element energy is surging toward an explosive threshold. For now, we rate the area as pollution level A. Her words darkened the room. At the current rate, she continued, within an hour the peak could escalate to pollution level S. We must initiate emergency protocols immediately. However, based on the entire roster of cultivators, there is no one in my region capable of approaching the zone safely. Even the 3-star elites of Ghost Palace, our projections show a 100% mortality rate. The chamber fell silent. Faces grew grim. Finally, one official said in a low voice, "Then we begin the lockdown at the mountain's base. Post patrols around the clock. No one ascends." The leader nodded solemnly. "Seal Yuhong Peak completely. With the energy outbreak this violent, no one is to approach until the density drops. Then we will send a survey team." But even as they debated, Yuhong Peak itself erupted with another abnormality. Bolts of lightning fell without pause, each one more vicious than the last. The source was none other than Fang Ji. He endured only because of the golden sun breathing technique. His body barely shielded from annihilation, but even that was not enough. To refine the purest form of lightning element essence, he had to step directly into the storm's heart, the summit of Yuhong Peak. This was the reality of the new era. The resurgence of spiritual energy did not guarantee humanity's rise. In truth, it threatened to shove them down the food chain. Even rabbits and rats, once harmless, could now mutate into human predators. And in the future, even worse horrors would emerge, monsters that could slaughter cultivators with ease. Fang Ji understood, unless he grew stronger, he would share humanity's fate. So far, he had mastered only the golden sun breathing technique and the crimson flame blade art, one enhancing yang attributes and endurance, the other amplifying destructive firepower. He had embedded both attributes into his sword, bolstering its defense and offense. But raw power alone was not enough. Only by becoming stronger himself could he subdue the beasts that lurked in this new world. Now, the overwhelming lightning around Yuhong Peak was the perfect forge, an opportunity to temper himself once more. In times of cosmic upheaval, power could only be seized, not awaited. Those who hesitated would perish. Resolved, Fang Ji hurled himself into the storm. He gripped his blade with both hands and swung, but the resistance was overwhelming, like hacking against the will of heaven itself. He bit down hard, muscles straining as thunderous force pressed against him. Then, all at once, thousands of bolts converged, striking his body in unison. Blood sprayed from his lips, but he refused to fall. With a guttural roar, he drove his sword into the ground. This lightning, this ultimate expression of wrath, was divine punishment itself, outraged that a mortal dared intrude upon its forbidden domain. It sought to crush him, to break him to his knees. But Fang Ji's mind remained sharp amid the agony. No, if I want it to yield, I can't fight blindly. I need to make it submit, to turn this fury into my own strength. The system's earlier guidance echoed in his mind. Direct contact with primal spiritual energy is required. At that realization, something inside him clicked. At that thought, Fang Ji seemed to realize the problem. He immediately activated the golden sun breathing method, channeling his thunderlight at full force. In an instant, another bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. Fang Ji raised his sword to meet it, the clash of flame and lightning exploding in midair. His lips pressed tight as he struggled to endure. He had to reach the summit ahead, only then could he risk everything to survive. Each step forward was agony. The thunderlight kept barring his path, relentless. The storm's spiritual chi was savage and suffocating. Just breathing left his muscles twitching and numb. It wanted him dead, but he refused to die so easily. Steeling his mind, Fang Ji pushed forward. The sky roared as countless bolts rained down upon Mount Yuhong's peak. The system's voice cut in, detected extremely strong lightning attribute. Beginning analysis. At the foot of the mountain, ordinary people watched the storm in awe. They thought it was just nature's fury, marveling at how they had never seen lightning so massive in their lives. But atop the peak, Fang Ji had already seized the storm's essence, successfully absorbing the thunder spirit qi, gaining the power of the hundredfold tempered divine thunder. The thunder attribute, a high-tier element of overwhelming offensive might. Unlike the yang attribute, thunder could refine the body itself, transforming flesh into lightning. In attack or defense, it was absolute. Legend spoke of cultivators in the ancient age who commanded boundless spiritual qi and sky-piercing techniques. They guided lightning into their bodies, endured it for ages, until their forms were like mountains, unyielding, eternal, undying. Emerging from the storm's glow, Fang Ji muttered, "Thunder is both my spear and my shield." He felt its power was more than just destruction, it was purification. Rebirth. The current honed his tendons and bones, strengthening him, yet without inflicting pain. The system spoke again. Pure judgment thunder detected, capable of punishing all evil. Effect, 300 critical damage. Consume editing points to fuse. Fang Ji froze mid-step. Did that mean he had to merge it into his sword? With thunder, the blade would become far sturdier, but it would also disrupt the purity of his yang attribute. Worse, too many attributes risked shattering the weapon entirely. His frown deepened as he weighed his options. Then, after a long silence, he seemed to reach a decision. Slowly, he raised his right hand, intent on channeling the thunder spirit into himself instead. The system responded flatly. Confirm, fuse lightning attribute into this vessel. Fang Ji smirked faintly. Of course the answer was yes. In an instant, thunderlight engulfed his right arm. The next day, atop Mount Yuhong, two figures arrived. One of them was Tu Tanwen. Her voice was hushed. "Major Han, the situation is not as we expected." The man beside her was Han Li, an army major. After studying the scene for a while, he finally said, "Someone has been here." "A cultivator." Tanwen's eyes widened in shock. "What? A cultivator, still alive?" Han Li gave no reply. She crouched down to inspect the ground herself. After a long while, she spoke again. "I can't sense his attribute or when he left, and last night's storm erased any traces." Only then did Han Li answer, "Most likely around 8 p.m. yesterday. He left unharmed." Tanwen frowned, narrowing her eyes at him. "Why do you say that?" Han Li explained slowly, "The anomaly began around 6 p.m. We sealed off the mountain's base at 7:00. He must have climbed before then. The thunderstorm atop Mount Yuhong reached its peak at exactly 7:00 p.m. By dawn, the pollution level there would spike to Class S, but after 8:00, the violent surge of spiritual qi had already begun to subside. On top of that, Han Li could sense that whoever had been there likely possessed a lightning-based ability as well. That was why he concluded the person was not just alive, the anomaly itself might have shifted because of him. Otherwise, it was far too much of a coincidence. Han Li suddenly fell silent, his expression hardening before he finally spoke again. "People like this are the most dangerous. We do not know which side they stand on. And if they decide to turn against society, the devastation they could cause would rival any anomaly. We need to locate him immediately." Meanwhile, back at Fang Ji's home, he was resting when he suddenly sneezed. Someone must be talking about him behind his back. He had no idea that forces atop Mount Yuhong were already mobilizing, determined to track him down at any cost. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li had even given him a temporary codename, the Tyrant. On another fog-shrouded mountain, rain drizzled as voices echoed through the mist. "Let us hope the association can recruit the Tyrant soon. We will suppress the news and move the investigation forward." Han Li's team stood upon a massive stone outcrop. Opposite him, another man spoke with authority. "Naturally. But we also have a high-level cultivator trying to establish contact. Miss Biao Tuo, report to Major Han." Caught off guard at being addressed, Tanwen stiffened, then quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Standing before Han Li, she tried to keep her composure. "Here's the situation. It was the same cultivator who purified the anomaly at the Class A contamination zone." Her mind, however, was in chaos. Crap, please do not let this slip out." She pressed on, forcing confidence into her tone. "I have been attempting to reach out to him, but he is extremely elusive. I once found the corpse of a mutated hare he had killed. If my guess is right, he wields the Yang Flame attribute. I will continue trying to make contact, to uncover how he managed to purify the north gate of Chingcheng University. Ancestors above, I have done all I can. Half-truths make the lie easier to swallow. If I say nothing, I will only dig myself into a deeper hole. Han Li listened, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Yang Flame, you say? After a long pause, he tugged his cap lower and answered, understood. You have worked hard, Xiao Tuo. We need young talents like you, those who step forward and carry the torch, like the Yangtze's waters flowing endlessly. Tan Wen immediately straightened, snapped to attention, and saluted sharply. Major Han, you give me too much credit. This is my duty, and I will continue giving my all. Without further comment, Han Li turned toward the association official. We will also release some decoy information, mask it as natural disasters. That'll do for now. The man chuckled awkwardly, averting his gaze. Well, as for posting chi fluctuations online, I am not entirely in favor. Too easy for the wrong people to exploit. Standing behind them, Tan Wen finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness that is over. That same night, in Fang Ji's home, the light on the top floor still burned. Inside his room, he was using his ability to dry and clean his shirt with the golden sun breathing method. Within minutes, it was crisp and fresh, as if it had just come from a high-end dry cleaner. He slipped it on and stepped outside. Even now, infused with the lightning attribute, he could feel the difference vividly. Sparks danced across his palm, surging in bright arcs. His right arm had undergone a transformation. It was now the toughest part of his body, its strength multiplied several times over. Feels like I am right on the edge of a breakthrough. But what surprises me most is how tame this thunder is. The lightning attribute is supposed to be brutal and violent, yet after merging with me, it is as docile as a kitten, fully under my control. He remembered his first time unlocking the Yang attribute with the golden sun breathing method, the searing agony of it, a memory too raw to revisit. Still, now that it is fused into me, it should not weaken, right? The system chimed in, reminder. This lightning attribute deals 300% critical damage against abnormal parasites. Fang Ji's pulse quickened. I can't wait to test this out. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his phone blared loudly on the table. He strode over and picked it up, scanning the screen. What now? After everything that had just happened, he had already set both the news and the forums to priority alerts, ready to monitor them closely. On the phone screen, a line of text popped up, a shocking piece of news. Fang Ji thought to himself, so it really is the age of chaos. To maximize the safety of the citizens, the lower nation's central council will always issue danger alerts as early as possible. However, hidden within these alerts are opportunities, and for a pioneer like me, that temptation is irresistible. Even if it costs me my life, I have to go there at least once to test my luck. All of a sudden Fang Ji noticed something. His eyes widened, and he gasped. The newsfeed continued to update on his phone. An explosion has occurred at a chemical plant. No casualties have been reported at this time. The blast has caused contamination across parts of the city. The cause is currently under investigation. The report added that the explosion happened right at a shift change, which was why there were no casualties, and urged citizens not to panic but to remain cautious about their own safety. Fang Ji frowned. An explosion causing contamination. For such a large-scale event, it was hard not to suspect that something shady was going on behind the scenes. Beneath the article were countless comments from terrified citizens. Oh my God, my house is right next to that place. Honestly, the feeling I had at that moment was strange. I do not even know how to put it into words. Add one more to that, there was a dark, sinister aura in the air, was not there. Yes, exactly, that oppressive, malevolent feeling, you described it perfectly. Come on, give me a break. You two must have lost your minds. It was just a plant explosion, and now you are turning it into some supernatural nonsense. Yeah, I have seen chemical plants blow up before too. At worst it just stinks a bit, nothing more. Stop trying to scare people. But still, the pictures do look eerie. Gives me chills just looking at them. Is this a movie scene or what? Reading through the thread, Fang Ji felt uneasy. Why does this sinister, malevolent aura feel so familiar? As the thought flashed in his mind, he suddenly remembered something from before. That is it. That same horrific, corrupted energy I encountered in my past life. There was no doubt about it, this was the very same strange, twisted aura that appeared when that monster had shown itself. Don't move, the memory hit him like a wave, a grotesque, mutant rat with a massive body and razor-sharp claws. Its eyes glowed a blood red. Locked directly onto him. Then its gaze widened as if it had just spotted prey, its stomach rumbling as it lunged forward to devour him. Back in the present, Fang Ji still could not shake off the terror of that nightmare. He whispered to himself, could it be them? Those abominations had a habit of surfacing in the darkest, most ominous hours. What started out as ordinary plants or animals would mutate, gaining intelligence and terrifying strength. Their instincts sharpened into predatory cunning. Their speed and lethality increasing to monstrous levels. This was nothing like that mutated rabbit from before. This was 100 times more dangerous. If he did not act, these creatures would survive and evolve further. His hand clenched into a fist, and crackling bolts of blue lightning burst from his skin, illuminating his determined expression. With a cold voice, he declared, it is time to put that 300% critical boost of mine to the test in real combat. The scene shifted outside, where rain continued to drizzle over the city. Toxic fumes spread through every alley and corner. The streets were empty, every citizen had been evacuated and forced to remain indoors. Suddenly, as the traffic light flicked to green, a streak of white shadows flashed across the intersection, too fast to make out their faces. A group of cloaked figures rushed forward, their voices low but urgent. The main sabotage unit is in pursuit of aberrant file number 7. Jai has temporarily lost the target. Current intel confirms Jai's ability allows it to merge with shadows and conceal its form. The squad leader spoke again, his tone heavy. When you get close, you will notice faint hissing noises. It has a taste for human flesh. Please update the dossier immediately. Overhead, lightning split the sky again and again, the thunderclaps rolling like the world was ending. With weather like this, there is no doubt it is about to begin its hunt. His eyes hardened with resolve as he declared, we absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Elsewhere, people moved frantically, adjusting machines and transmitting data. The supplemental intel for dossier number 7 Jai had already been sent out. Orders came through, action required. Encircle and eliminate. Priority has been raised to level B, estimated resolution within 12 hours. Through their comms, the black-cloaked figures pressed on with their mission. Sabotage unit, continue the pursuit. Above all else, prioritize survival. The man with sea green hair, leading the squad, landed on a high wall and replied firmly, understood. Still, his face betrayed unease. 12 hours is not fast, but it is the best Central can do. The lower nation was vast, and anomalous resurgences were erupting everywhere. Even the Central Council's strength had limits. Suddenly, a new announcement cut through the comms. Hold on, the sector you are approaching already has personnel from our Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association stationed there. The operative they have mentioned is none other than Ching Wen. Squad Captain to Ching Wen is currently tasked with monitoring pioneer cultivators. We can send her a request for temporary support. Hearing this, the squad surged toward her location. Thank you. Please get her here quickly. I have heard about her combat record myself. Before he could finish, a voice rang out ahead, cutting him off and making him snap his head up. Since when did I become so famous? Right in front of them, Ching Wen was already standing there with 2 companions at her side. She tilted her head and asked dryly, so it is you guys, calling me out for overtime, huh? The sabotage squad leader answered seriously. To Ching Wen, this time we are dealing with Jai, a man-eating aberration. This is not about overtime. But she cut him off with a sharp tone. That is your way of asking for help, seriously. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel. Looks like your squad's strength is plenty extraordinary. No need for overtime support. In that case, my unit will sit this one out. Her teammates exchanged glances. Boss, you have got guts. But what if they really do get eaten? Then that is their problem, she said flatly. It is not like our missions are not dangerous too. Before she could take more than a few steps, the sabotage squad leader hurried to stop her. Wait please. I apologize. I lost my temper earlier. We need your help to track it. You know as well as we do how terrifying Jai is. Without your squad's search and locator abilities, it won't just be our lives on the line. The entire city's population could be wiped out. Moved by the squad leader's desperate plea, Ching Wen and her team agreed to join the operation. From her vantage point above, she raised a hand, releasing a streak of emerald light that shot forward like a beacon. "There it is over there," she shouted. The beam acted as a locator, cutting straight through the darkness and revealing the aberration's hiding spot. At that moment, Jai No. 7 was skulking through the sewer tunnels, lurking in the damp shadows as it searched for prey. According to the dossier, it thrived in wet, lightless places and feasted on human flesh. With its position locked, the sabotage squad leader barked, "Move in," but things did not go as planned. Jai was more cunning than they would anticipated. It immediately detected the squad dropping into the tunnels and burst out before their net could close. "The target's onto us," one of them yelled as they scrambled to adjust. A figure dropped like lightning, stomping hard enough to crack the ground and plant himself squarely in Jai's path. The beast recoiled, startled, retreating a step. "Form up," came the order. From every direction, west, south, north, the saboteurs converged, sealing every escape route in seconds. "Full encirclement," they cried in unison. With its back to the wall, Jai found itself cornered. The squad leader dove from above, fists clenched, his kick tearing through the air before his bare hands slashed across in a brutal arc. In one clean motion, he split Jai in half. But victory was short-lived. Its body regenerated almost instantly, knitting back together as though untouched, and the beast leapt backward, snarling. Then, two jagged tears split open across its back. Something writhed beneath the skin. A moment later, Jai threw its head back and roared as a pair of massive, sinister wings erupted outward, filling the tunnel with a malevolent aura. From above, Ching Wen's eyes widened. "Soundwave incoming, dodge now," she shouted. Right on cue, a concussive wave blasted from the creature's gaping maw. Thanks to her warning, the squad scattered to the sides just in time to avoid annihilation. "You all right?" Ching Wen called down. The squad leader, though mostly safe, now bore a deep gash across his arm, blood seeping into his sleeve. He exhaled hard. Jai really is a monster. If I had not dodged, I would be nothing but pulp. The sheer destructive force, amplified by its darkness-aligned attributes, was terrifying. He muttered grimly, "If this thing gets loose in the city, it will be a massacre." Even as he spoke, Jai's body convulsed. Its throat swelled grotesquely before spewing a torrent of black-green liquid. The substance hissed as it ate into the ground, corroding everything it touched, until a yawning pit opened beneath it. "It is trying to burrow out." Ching Wen lunged forward, but her teammates grabbed her arm. "Captain 2, wait, that liquid's infused with corrosive dark attributes. Anything it touches will be destroyed. We do not have the advanced counter attributes to neutralize it," they warned. "Even if it can erode the ground, it can't make a tunnel instantly. Hold the formation. Our job is intel and adapting strategy." The squad closed in again, shouting, "Stay sharp," but then a chill ripped through their spines. Jai had fully transformed, its body cloaked in oppressive darkness. Its eyes glowed blood red, brimming with killing intent. In a blur, it surged forward, wings whipping the air as it bowled through the formation, scattering them like leaves. "Don't let it escape, pursue," the squad leader roared. But Jai's speed, bolstered by its wings, was inhuman, far beyond what flesh and blood could chase. From above, Ching Wen and her squad tracked the trail of black-green residue the monster left behind. Her brows knit together. Wait, the abnormal spiritual energy density just spiked. She barked an order, "You two hold position outside. I will follow them in." Her teammates replied in unison, "Understood." The trail led them to an abandoned factory. Ching Wen muttered, "So this is inside the plant," as she raised her wristwatch to measure the energy density. The sabotage squad leader blinked in surprise. "That is one of the Research Council's new support devices," she nodded. "Exactly." The watch displayed the upper threshold of spiritual anomalies a squad could handle, 50. Jai had registered at 48. Suddenly, the reading surged to 80 and kept climbing. Ching Wen's face went pale. "Hold on, the threshold's past 80 and still rising. There is more than one anomaly here." Even as she spoke, a pair of emerald eyes flashed behind them. With a thunderous slam, the factory doors sealed shut, making the squad jolt in alarm. They spun around, shouting, "Not good. Another anomaly's here." Jai lured us into a trap. Retreat now. Ching Wen thrust her palm at the doors. Head for the exit. If it blocks us, it will leave a trace. Together, we can force them open. But as they neared, her body suddenly locked up under the gaze of those emerald eyes. She crumpled to the ground, her thoughts reeling. My eyes. No, my senses. My body. They're being invaded by the toxins. Struggling upright, she called out, "Everyone, are you okay?" Silence. The factory felt empty, as if she were the only one left. They are still here, but I can't sense them, she told herself, forcing air into her lungs. Pain racked her frame. Memories surged. Jai lured us inside, but this factory is the territory of something else. Most likely a giant serpent. Unlike Jai's shadow attributes, this thing is poison incarnate. Her vision blurred, body collapsing again. This toxin dulls perception, drains spiritual reserves. If I fight with energy, I will only hasten my own death. Her aura flickered. Her defense is gone. Won't be long before I am just an empty husk, she whispered. Just as despair sank in, a sudden shaft of light cut through the factory ceiling. With her last strength, she forced her eyes open. Through the haze, she glimpsed the roof torn apart and a figure descending. Human in shape but with great wings unfurled. She could not see who, but the sight alone eased her heart before darkness claimed her. Her savior was none other than Fang Ji. He landed with quiet precision, his eyes cold and focused. Though the anomaly was cloaked in shadow, he recognized it instantly, a massive serpent. A shadow-aspected anomaly, he muttered. The beast lunged with jaws wide, but Fang Ji sidestepped easily, his body flowing like lightning. Just then, Jai appeared from the gloom, claws flashing. Fang Ji caught its maw with one hand, voice low. So there are two. One to bait, one to reap. No wonder the spiritual density's off the charts. Its fangs sank into his arm, drawing blood, but his lips curled in a sharp grin. Biting's your favorite trick, huh? Lightning erupted across his body, his eyes blazing. With one devastating surge, he fried Jai to cinders. Without pause, he drew his flame-forged blade and slashed deep into the serpent's flesh, wringing a guttural scream from it. Your turn. How do you feel about fire? He taunted. Wounded but furious, the serpent lunged again, maw gaping. Fang Ji vaulted upward, evading with ease, then dove behind it, his sword cleaving downward in a brutal stroke. The blade carved straight from skull to tail, splitting the creature in two. Green blood and toxic fumes erupted, choking the air. But to his sharp eye, the halves writhed back together, knitting whole once more. As expected, you have still got tricks, Fang Ji thought, already prepared. As its body fused, a torrent of lightning he had planted inside detonated outward. The serpent convulsed, shrieking in agony. Fang Ji smirked. Good thing I sensed its aura was darker than Jai's. I seeded it with inner flame as a conduit pumped thunder straight through its core. The serpent's body blackened, shriveling, collapsing into a charred husk. Jai was eerie but weak, capable of little more than picking off stragglers. But this serpent, his words cut short as pain lanced his shoulder. He hissed, pulling free a shard of scale lodged deep. He remembered the serpent's earlier cry, a streak of poisoned chi that had grazed him. A hidden strike. Subtle, lethal. Fortunately, the golden yang hybrid method surged through his veins, dissolving the venom. Combined with his lightning's purifying force, the toxins burned away, leaving only the ache of survival. A beast that size had to be at least a 3-star Ghost Abyss-level predator, hunting by ambush, Fang Ji thought grimly. Paired with Jai, this was a perfect trap for pioneers. Countless must have died here. He exhaled, his tone sharp as steel. Cruel as they were, in the end, they are nothing but ash. His gaze hardened. Inner flame is pure, but threefold lightning is absolute. A thought flickered across his mind, equal parts satisfaction and hunger. With combat prowess like this, am I already among the top pioneers? The flames slowly died down as Fang Ji stepped closer to the serpent's charred remains, reaching out to inspect it. Suddenly, a sound made him freeze. Someone still alive. Through the haze of black smoke, Talia coughed violently and staggered to her feet. Around her, several members of the demolition squad lay unconscious on the ground. It is her, that. To something, right, Fang Ji muttered as he approached. No need to keep playing dead. You are not that convincing. Embarrassed, Talia quickly covered her face, her cheeks flushed pink. Oh my god, it is you. I was not pretending, I swear. The stench of burning woke me up. Fang Ji gave a short nod. You have got decent strength. Your comrades collapsed after draining their spiritual power, but you still held onto a protective shield. Without that willpower, you would not have woken up. Talia rose shakily and stepped closer, her voice low. Thanks for the compliment. Inwardly, though, she could not stop thinking, he saw through my protective aura. But how did he defeat both the truck daw and the serpent alone? Her face heated, and she shut her eyes tight in a mix of shame and awe. You do not need to keep your eyes shut like that, Fang Ji remarked, his tone steady. Just make sure you keep my identity a secret. That is all I ask. Talia blinked and opened her eyes, only to see him turning away. It is late. You and your team are safe now. I will be on my way. He is more approachable than last time, she thought to herself. Suddenly remembering something, she called out, Hey, wait, but Fang Ji had already leapt through the hole in the roof, landing lightly outside. He muttered, no need. Too many people here, it complicates things. I will leave the cleanup to her. As he moved off, his thoughts darkened. Good thing she did not see me absorbing that dark attribute. That chilling, revolting feeling must have been the backlash of dispelling the serpent's shadow aura, mixed with my body's natural resistance. Back inside the factory, Talia sighed in disappointment. Still did not get a good look at his face. He is definitely wary of the association. She then walked over to the demolition squad's captain and slapped him hard across the cheek. Wake up, it is over. After a few sharp smacks that left red marks, the man jolted awake. Huh. His eyes widened when he caught sight of the serpent's shriveled corpse. What the hell happened here? This pure yang energy, where did it come from? A cultivator saved us, Talia replied calmly. Most likely the target of my mission. He carries an advanced yang attribute. The captain stammered. Then She cut him off firmly. I have not confirmed his identity yet. He knew I was tailing him, but this time he chose to protect us. The squad members buzzed with excitement. He took down both the truck daw and that serpent all by himself. What a monster of a cultivator. The captain, recovering some composure, withdrew his lingering dark energy. Where's the truck daw's body? We need to secure the site and hand over whatever remains to the association. As he stepped closer to the serpent's corpse, his foot landed on a chunk of flesh. A violent surge of lightning burst out, jolting him backward in terror. What the hell? Such savage power. Captain Tu said he had a yang attribute, but this lightning is insane. Talia crouched to examine the remains and answered firmly, this is the truck daw's body. The purity of its attribute is extraordinary, definitely high level. The captain hesitated, then offered a guess. Could it be 2 high-level cultivators? One killed the serpent, another killed the truck daw, and then both left. But Talia shook her head. No, it was just one. That man possesses 2 advanced attributes, yang flame and thunder. A dual attribute cultivator, something unheard of. She paused, her eyes narrowing with intrigue. What kind of freak is he, really? After standing inside the abandoned factory for a while, help finally arrived. Tan Wen thought to herself, thank goodness I stationed my teammates outside. If I had been stuck in here too long, they would have immediately reported it to the association. The association evaluated the situation and dispatched an investigation unit to the scene, at first just to collect the corpses for us. Her 2 teammates could hardly believe she was still alive. They clung to her legs, crying uncontrollably. Boo-hoo, boss, thank God you are not dead. I really thought we lost our captain. If you had died, what would we have done? But the priority quickly shifted to scanning for residual spiritual energy and reconstructing the battle around the corpse of the giant serpent. Investigators from the association moved carefully, passing scanners over its body to check its condition before compiling the results into a formal report. One man, looking stunned, turned to his colleague. Based on the residual traces at the scene, the way the strikes landed, the killing method, it is almost certain the same individual slew both of these aberrations. I would say 99%. Upon hearing this confirmation, even the demolition squad's captain had to accept the truth. It really was an immortal practitioner with dual high-level attributes, he muttered. Before, I thought we were mistaken. But now it makes sense, just one of those aberrations would have been enough to wipe out our entire squad. Another teammate joined in, shaking his head. Exactly. This master only struck once and took them both out in a blink. How can there be such a massive gap between practitioners at the same ghost pavilion tier? While they were still buzzing with speculation, Tan Win pulled out her communicator and reported to headquarters. The target I have been tracking has just appeared. Data has been updated. Requesting clearance to report directly to superiors. She laid it out clearly. Both the Tyrant and the Northern University Gate incident were tied to the same individual she would been monitoring. On the other end, the association's handler responded calmly, understood. Shao Tu, suspend your mission for now. He continued, this individual not only saved you but also eliminated the aberrations, securing the area. That proves he holds no hostility toward the association, nor does he appear to be our enemy. My stance differs from Old Crane's. Your safety is the priority. For the sake of maintaining goodwill in the eyes of this tyrant, avoid direct contact with him for now. Tan Win agreed without hesitation. Understood. But I do have one suspicion about what happened back behind the mountain when the tyrant was preparing to advance. Surprised, the man asked, what suspicion? She explained, back then, I sensed an incredibly powerful aura in the area where he was active. I suspected he might have a spirit armament. Though it seemed far-fetched at the time. But if we have confirmed he truly wields dual high-level attributes. The association staffer gasped, visibly unsettled. He possesses a spirit armament, impossible. No matter how gifted someone is, they should not be able to acquire one without resources or outside support. Besides, the investigation team found no signs of a third energy source at the scene that would indicate a spirit armament. Tan Win answered firmly, when I interacted with him, the energy I sensed from the spirit armament carried the yang attribute. At that, realization struck the handler. So that is it. If the armament's attribute originated from his own yang-based essence, and if he is truly a sovereign in the spirit creation realm, then in theory, he could forge it himself. Her eyes widened as the thought sank in. Spirit creation realm. In today's world, cultivators who've reached that tier are rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Fewer than 10 exist. But if this person really possesses a third attribute of spiritual energy, it could completely upend the current balance of power and shake the entire immortal practitioner community. The association officer wiped sweat from his brow, deeply unsettled. Because according to research, spiritual energies of different attributes repel one another inside the body, it is nearly impossible for them to coexist. To this day, not a single immortal practitioner in the world has been known to wield three at once. If he truly has a spirit armament, then perhaps the fact we have not detected a third attribute yet is not necessarily a bad thing. While the association's investigators were still discussing the aftermath, Fang Ji had already returned home to wash up, hoping that powerful immortal practitioners like the one from earlier would never turn against humanity. After scrubbing away the grime, he dried his hair with a towel and pushed open the bathroom door. Less than a year remained before the official resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet heaven and earth were already in upheaval. Strange phenomena were surfacing across the land. And aberrations had begun moving with alarming intensity. With a flick of his own energy, Fang Ji finished drying his hair, his gaze deep and contemplative. Many, like himself, had willingly set foot on the path of cultivation. By opening the connection between their bodies and the spiritual world, they could sense shifts in heaven and earth, sharp and instinctive, like those who had detected the underground current before. Even if they cultivated alone and had yet to be formally recognized by Sha Kingdom, most had already reached the first star stage of the Ghost Pavilion realm. For now, Sha Kingdom showed goodwill toward wild practitioners like him. That much confirmed the current balance. Both official immortal practitioners and independents were in a cautious but relatively stable phase. Aberrations remained within the government's control, and no major conflicts had broken out between practitioners. Reflecting on this, Fang Ji put on a fresh shirt and muttered to himself. Still, despite establishing the Spiritual Cultivation Association, the government had yet to disclose its existence to the public. Everywhere, people whispered about the unrest and unpredictable mutations unfolding around them. Clearly, the government was walking a fine line, protecting humanity while issuing quiet warnings of looming danger. Fang Ji sighed. But that is exactly the problem, is not it? He could sense that the government lacked confidence to usher in a full-blown era of cultivation. The population was simply too vast. If they revealed everything, the first consequence would be the collapse of order, chaos within, large-scale riots, and devastating casualties. Looking at the current landscape, the recognized immortal practitioners still were not strong enough to stabilize both internal disorder and external threats at the same time. Any attempt would only hasten collapse. In that light, the government's cautious, gradual approach was not wrong. After all, human hearts were far more dangerous than demons or spirits. Yet what troubled him most was that aberrations were evolving faster than anyone had predicted. The system's interface appeared before him, displaying the umbral attribute, an offshoot of darkness, the natural nemesis of immortal practitioners. It was not accessible yet. The creature he fought earlier had been a textbook example of mutation by umbral infection. When he touched the blackened bones, he realized they belonged to this very offshoot, a force crafted specifically to counter practitioners. These aberrations were far more intelligent than ordinary spirit beasts. They did not just feed on humans. To them, the bodies of immortal practitioners were a precious delicacy. Worse, they could cooperate, laying traps to kill practitioners. Even if they were weaker than true darkness aberrations, those single monstrosities capable of erasing entire nations or continents. The threat was undeniable. Had he not tracked today's battle to the end, that small squad and even the man who had once tried to recruit him would have perished. To think such horror stemmed from merely a sub-attribute. Darkness itself was too great a threat. But if it was only temporarily inaccessible, did not that mean once he met the system's conditions, he could absorb it? The darkness attribute carried terrifying suppression against humanity. If he could harness it, it would be invaluable. Perhaps even the key to shifting the balance altogether. The thought hardened Fang Ji's resolve. He needed to push his strength even further to confront them. At present, he commanded the golden yang fusion art of the yang attribute, the divine thunder refinement of the lightning attribute, and the crimson flame blade of inner fire. A yang sub-branch was not merely high-grade, it was perfectly compatible with him. Coupled with his 3-star Ghost Pavilion realm strength, there were few practitioners who could match him. And yet, as he clenched his fists, he muttered, "Even so, it is still not enough." Just then, Fang Ji's phone rang. On the screen, the caller ID displayed one word: Ant. His eyes widened in surprise as he muttered, "Ant. Why so suddenly?" From the other end of the line, a woman's warm voice came through with a gentle laugh. "Little G, how have you been? Your cousin will be coming to your city for a short time to study. I do not feel comfortable letting her stay alone in a hotel. Could she stay at your place for a few days?" "Cousin?" Fang Ji asked, a bit thrown off. His memory of her was vague, just a bookish girl obsessed with studying. He had almost forgotten what she even looked like. But since his aunt had asked so sincerely, he did not refuse. "All right then, Aunt, let her come over. I have got an empty room anyway. When is she arriving?" "No need to trouble you," his aunt replied cheerfully. "I will send her your address and let her come on her own." At the same time, in another room, a petite girl sat before a computer screen, quietly listening in on the entire conversation. "I will tell her to bring you some local specialties too." "Thank you, Aunt. I won't be polite then." She should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you." "It is no trouble at all. Aunt, I have still got a few things to take care of, so I will hang up now." While the conversation was still ongoing, the girl at the computer discreetly typed a message into a hidden chat group: "Spiritual Energy Recovery Rogue Immortal Squad 7. Code 111. I will be there by tomorrow afternoon." A user named Glamorous Beauty 81 replied, "Should we meet face to face first, or head straight there?" Phoenix Crane responded, "Neither. I need to stay with my cousin for cover." Another member, tricked by Manhwa in online dating, chimed in, "Oh, cousin, huh?" Phoenix Crane cut it short, "We will sort it out later. I am logging off." Finally, the phone call wrapped up with Ant's gentle farewell. "All right then, take care of your own business. And remember, come visit me sometime." On the girl's computer screen, a news ticker scrolled: "Leaked report, popular tourist town renamed, Death-Seizing Town, after 3 more unexplained deaths." The girl muttered under her breath, "Yonghuo Town." Just then, the door creaked open. A woman stepped in, asking, "Have you finished packing yet?" Yes, the girl replied softly, but honestly, I still do not want to trouble my cousin. The hotel's fine enough, Mom. No, her mother said firmly. Staying with your cousin will be much safer than being alone outside. I'd trust him. Before she could finish, the girl quickly ushered her mother back out the door. Once you are at his house, do not cause him extra trouble. Help out however you can, alright? Don't worry, Mom, I know. As soon as her mother left, the girl slammed the door shut. Behind her glasses, her eyes gleamed as a grand plan began to unfold in her mind. Passing these trials one by one was nothing compared to the strange phenomena her cousin had warned her about. The next morning, the streets bustled with life. People hurried back and forth in the busy district where Fang Ji lived. In front of his building, a small figure approached, dragging a suitcase with a little bear keychain dangling from the zipper. Her phone buzzed with a notification. You have arrived. She looked up at the building, taking it all in, and whispered, so. This is the place, huh? Fang Ji stepped outside and happened to run into his cousin, who had just arrived at his front door. She called out cautiously, Cousin, is that you? It has been so long that you probably do not even recognize me. I am Lin Yi. He blinked, taken aback, and asked in surprise, You are? Yi, her beauty left him speechless for a moment. But his poor memory made the reunion awkward. The two of them walked into the house together, not unlike relatives who had long since grown distant. Trying to break the silence, Fang Ji asked a little awkwardly, So, you came here for the summer camp? Yi smiled lightly. Yes. He gave a polite nod. Alright then, if you need anything, just let me know. She answered with equal politeness, Thank you, cousin. With nothing else to talk about. Fang Ji handed her a spare house key. This is for you, my room's over there. Yours is right across from it. Yi accepted it with a graceful bow of thanks. I will be troubling you for the next few days. Then, watching him retreat to his room, she quietly thought that her cousin seemed easy to get along with someone who would not meddle in her affairs. Yet the moment Fang Ji closed his door, his eyes had flickered. He could not shake the feeling that something about Yi was not ordinary. Just a moment ago, when she was sitting on the sofa, he had sensed the faintest trace of an unfamiliar spiritual aura. Was it just his imagination? Or was she concealing it poorly? Could she also be a cultivator, and if so, her excuse about the summer camp was that just a cover? Inside the living room, after he left, Yi casually took out her phone and sent a message to her group chat under the handle One and Only Flowing River. My cousin seems pretty nice. Doesn't interfere with what I do. Someone with the username Seductive Widow, 81 replied, Don't rush. We need to stay discreet. Things are chaotic around here. Lots of polluted zones cropping up, and cultivators are clashing over them. Another user, Online Love Gone Wrong. $5 lost, chimed in, Yeah, I heard about the underground river incident. Two teams went head to head. Seductive Widow, 81 scoffed, and what about that rumor? Splitting the sun in half, forcing the enemy to retreat. Real or fake? Yi typed back as One and Only Flowing River. If it was true, then it had to be an incredibly pure yang attribute, something only a top-tier cultivator could pull off. But if that kind of expert really exists, I would have heard of them already. After a pause, she added, which is why we need to be extremely cautious this time. The spiritual resurgence has not even begun in earnest yet. Everything is still shrouded in darkness. Who knows how many monstrous cultivators are hiding within this country? We can't afford to draw attention. The chat went silent for a moment, then the replies came in quick succession. Seductive Widow, 81, agreed. Online Love Gone Wrong, $5 lost. Totally agreed. Yi concluded, Alright, then I will wait for your signal. Closing her phone, Yi thought to herself, no need to rush into cultivation yet. If my cousin notices anything strange, explaining it would be troublesome. 3 days passed. Sharing a house with Yi turned out to be more of a headache for Fang Ji than he would anticipated. Every attempt to sit in meditation and regulate his breathing risked interruption. The moment he ran the golden sun breathing technique, his body lit up like a lantern. Damn it, he thought, frustrated. At this rate she will definitely notice. Why did not I realize how flashy this technique was before? But that was not even the worst part. Yi took it upon herself to handle all the housework. She cooked elaborate meals every evening. Cousin. Dinner's ready. Tonight it is tomato braised beef, cucumber salad, and pork rib soup with corn. Fang Ji sat down but immediately reached for the dishes. You really did not have to do all this. I will wash up after. She shook her head firmly. No need. I am staying here, so of course I should do my share. Fang Ji could not help but sigh inwardly. Too considerate. It is flawless. She went about chores with the intensity of someone obsessed with order. Like she was driven by compulsion. They ate quietly. Fang Ji's thoughts drifted while Yi ate as if nothing were out of the ordinary. He had his own plan in mind. By letting her keep busy without interference, he hoped she would eventually drop her guard, giving him the chance to probe her secrets. Yi seemed oblivious, focusing on her food like an ordinary girl. Suddenly, her phone rang loudly. Fang Ji glanced over. Someone looking for you. Yi's eyes widened when she saw the caller ID, but she did not answer him. Polite as always, Fang Ji stood up. I will let you take your call. I will be in my room. Without another word, he left. Yi watched his back retreating, then quietly answered the phone in her own room. A grave voice came through the line. The great shift of heaven and earth will happen again tomorrow. Yi's tone grew tense. When? 3 of the clock sharp in the afternoon. Understood. I will be there. The call ended. Yi confirmed the time and location of the rendezvous at the entrance to Yang Firetown. She promised herself she would not fail to appear, never realizing that her cousin next door had begun to harbor suspicions of his own. Fang Ji hid outside the window, overhearing every word of his cousin's phone call. Yang Firetown, isn't that the famous town on the outskirts barely an hour's drive from here? He thought. While he mulled it over, faint blue streams of spiritual energy drifted into Yi's room like mist drawn into a vortex. His eyes narrowed. So it is true. My cousin really is a cultivator awakened by the resurgence of spiritual energy. He observed her quietly, thankful that her current cultivation was not strong enough to detect his presence. But she is only in high school. And she has already reached 2-star netherworld realm. She even looks close to breaking through to the next star. Is that why her personality seems so odd? Too much talent for her age. As dusk settled over the horizon, Fang Ji reached his own conclusion. So the summer camp was just a cover. What she is really here for is the great shift of heaven and earth. It had to be. She must have gotten insider news, then made up an excuse to stay with him. His fingers clenched against the outer wall, trembling with excitement. Every great shift was an opportunity, a chance to seize cultivation methods that could skyrocket one's strength. His lips curved into a smile. I wonder what attribute will surface this time at Yang Firetown. Pushing off the wall, Fang Ji launched himself into the night, disappearing like a shadow streaking across the skyline. Doesn't matter. If I have heard it, then it is mine. The moment he vanished, Yi opened her eyes. Something felt off. She glanced toward the window, an unease prickling her skin. Was that an illusion? It felt like someone was watching me. The next day, heavy clouds hung low, sunlight flickering faintly as it touched Yang Firetown. At the gates, someone called out, Yi. It was a short-haired, energetic girl in a green tracksuit, her online friend known as Online Love Gone Wrong, $5 lost. She teased with a grin, haven't you been staying at your cousin's place these past few days? Well, is he handsome? Yi thought back, then answered honestly. He is pretty nice. As for looks, just average. Definitely not the heartthrob type you usually fawn over. Her friend sighed, disappointed. At that, a red-haired woman laughed, a striking, sharp-eyed beauty. This was seductive widow, 81, her presence exuding allure. Yi, who had always seen herself as just another ordinary face in the crowd, felt the contrast keenly. Before the teasing could continue, a mature-looking man named Wen Zhu cut in firmly. That is enough. Time to focus. Yi glanced at the team, asking, right, that person is not coming again. Wen Zhu shook his head. Still just the 6 of us. She won't be here. Seductive widow, 81 gave a knowing shrug. She has always been shrouded in mystery. We are used to it. Let us move. From a cafe patio across the street, Fang Ji observed them silently. Not bad. My cousin's team is stronger than I expected. With a single sweep of his eyes, he measured their levels. The weakest was solidly 2-star netherworld realm, while Wen Zhu himself had reached 3-star. They even mentioned a 7th member who rarely showed up, clearly another powerhouse. Fang Ji did not follow right away. Instead, he sat in thought. gaze drifting toward the distant mountain looming over the town. Then it appeared. A colossal vine descended from the sky, stretching down as if it were the beanstalk from a fairy tale, so vast it seemed to pierce the heavens. These vines manifested randomly around Yongfire Town, their timing unpredictable. Unlike other known anomalies, this was not weather-related. Nor did it resemble the collapse or reshaping of terrain. It was an alien phenomenon, a foreign object emerging from the void, drifting without sound, without destruction, no thunder, no blinding light, just silent motion. Yi's group pressed deep into the forest behind the town. From afar, Seductive Widow, 81 spotted the vine and froze. My God, it is really here. Her voice trembled with awe. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. But online love gone wrong. $5 lost suddenly balked. Wait, let us not go any farther. Okay. Yi looked at her with concern. What is wrong? Her friend's body shook, terror bleeding from every pore. Seeing it up close, something feels horribly wrong. My whole body's ice cold. Haven't you read the rumors on the internal forums? The girl hugged herself as she spoke. I know someone who was on one of those teams. Last time the vines appeared, they tried to approach it. They were all cultivators way stronger than me. High realm, no doubt about it. But afterward, she swallowed, goosebumps racing across her skin. They disappeared, vanished without a trace. Clutching her head, she whispered, her fear infecting the entire group. I think the same thing will happen to us. We will die and not even leave whole bodies behind. Online love gone wrong. $5 lost felt as though the massive vines were reaching out to strangle her. Her whole body shook uncontrollably. At first, I thought I could accept the gamble, either reap great gains as a cultivator, or leave behind nothing but a corpse. But now that I have seen this thing with my own eyes, my instincts are screaming at me. This is not some ordinary anomaly. It is a high-level shift of heaven and earth, something brand new, something far beyond anything we have ever known. Tears welled in her eyes. I do not want to die here. I want to leave. Seductive Widow, 81 frowned but stayed silent. It was Yi who spoke up instead. You are right. Honestly, we all feel it. Her gaze turned to the sky-piercing vine. Inside this wood attribute anomaly, there is a wild, ancient aura. It is hard to describe, but it feels like being pulled into the river of time itself. All things decay, life drains away. That is why we are so unsettled, why it feels like it is devouring our very vitality. She reached over and clasped her trembling friend's hand, offering reassurance. But this is the path we have chosen, the road of those who pioneer the way to immortality. High above, on a cliff face, Fang Ji had already followed them to the site. He assessed the scene with a sharp eye. Such heavy death energy. Out of all the anomalies I have seen, aside from that dark attribute one, this vine gives the most oppressive feeling. His gaze flicked toward Yi's team. And yet, they dared to cultivate here. Bold, I will give them that. His eyes lingered on the towering vine. Its surface was smeared with blood, littered with bodies and bones. A plant, the embodiment of life itself, should have radiated vitality. Instead, it looked like a lifeless statue masquerading as the living something that had long since lost its spiritual essence. Below, Yi's voice rang out, steady but urgent. We do not have time to hesitate anymore. If it is dangerous, then we will just sense energy from here. She assigned each person a spot, then cautioned, stay within each other's line of sight. Don't stray too far. The others nodded. After scanning the surroundings one last time, Yi finally eased her tension. This way. It should be safer. She perched on a tree branch and began cultivating. A circle of azure spiritual energy rising to guard her body. On the cliff, Fang Ji folded his arms, quietly impressed. Not bad. She is cautious, choosing a location neither too close nor too far, striking a balance between safety and gain. That is the mindset of a top student. No recklessness, no cowardice, just precise calculation. But then the flow of energy shifted violently. A thunderous boom erupted as a column of blue spiritual light surged into the heavens. Fang Ji's eyes widened. A breakthrough, already reaching the threshold of 3-star, this cousin of mine. She really is a prodigy. In midair, a cyan axe manifested, its form glowing as if born from her will. Online love gone wrong stared in awe. She is Seductive Widow, 81. A 3-star netherworld cultivator herself, smiled with genuine excitement. Incredible. She is ascending. Yet their joy was cut short. The surge of energy drew the vine's attention. Its immense body stirred, like a predator roused from slumber. Wen Zhu, sharp as ever, was the first to notice. His voice rang out like a whip. Something's wrong, the vine is moving toward us. What? Seductive widow's face paled. From this far away, it can still sense us. Before anyone could react, two members of the team were ensnared, their screams echoing through the forest. Help me, save me. Their cries quickly devolved into chaos as survival instincts took over. Every man for himself. No one had time to rescue anyone else. Run, run. Online love gone wrong bolted, terror seizing her lungs. If we stay, we will die here for sure. The vine lashed out again, wrapping around Yi's protective aura. Everyone scattered in panic. The disturbance from her breakthrough was far too great. If the vine caught hold of them, that ancient desolate energy would drain them dry in seconds. Yi, deep in her breakthrough, did not even realize her barrier was cracking, spiderweb fractures spreading across its surface. No, we can't leave her. Seductive widow grabbed her panicked friend. But online love gone wrong, already on edge, snapped at her in fury. What the hell do you expect me to do? Use my energy to protect her? She is the one who chose to cultivate here. She is the one who carelessly triggered a breakthrough, and now she wants to get stronger by gambling with my life. The alluring woman tried to steady her trembling companion. Calm down, she urged. Wen Zhu's voice, cold and dark, cut in. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and fortune by the heavens. If we do not leave now, we will all die with her. You are still too young, do not be reckless. We are nothing more than strangers who happened to meet. His words earned him a stinging slap across the face. The alluring woman glared, unwilling to be as cold-blooded as the others. Then get lost. I won't abandon a comrade. With that, she turned back alone to rescue Lin Yi. From the cliff above, Fang Ji had seen it all. His cousin probably still did not realize the danger she was in. The vines coiled around her mercilessly, and though he was not certain whether his current strength was enough to save her, time was running out. Drawing his sword, he ignited his blazing yang qi. He had given his word to protect her, and a promise was a promise. Below, the alluring woman struck at the vines, trying to hack them apart. But they were too tough, too cunning. They lashed around her legs and, in the blink of an eye, bound her up like a cocoon. At that same moment, the vines finally shattered Lin Yi's protective aura. As she hovered on the brink of disaster, Fang Ji descended, golden sword blazing with searing flame in hand. The alluring woman, trapped, could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi teetered on the edge of death. Lin Yi herself heard the anguished cries, while Love Online, who had already fled, glanced back for one last look at her friend. Suddenly, a pillar of light as bright as the noonday sun pierced the heavens, crashing down like divine judgment. With an ear-splitting explosion, Fang Ji's strike cleaved the vines apart. White smoke curled in the air as severed tendrils fell in heaps. And a single foot landed lightly upon the gleaming golden blade. On the scorched ground, the remaining vines twitched as if they possessed a will of their own and then retreated in fear, slithering away at speed. Wen Zhu stared in shock. Even Love Online froze, realizing the vines had stopped attacking. Still, there were too many of them. They could not all escape in time. Any vines foolish enough to writhe near Fang Ji were blown apart in bursts of golden fire. It was as though a second sun had descended to earth. Shielding his eyes, Wen Zhu thought in awe, is he also a cultivator? The heat and brilliance were unbearable. Even the alluring woman could not look directly at him. It was indeed the ultimate yang attribute, only a force that pure, that overwhelming, could suppress such desolate vines. Her voice trembled. To think someone could wield yang energy to this degree. Wen Zhu, however, felt nothing but unwillingness gnawing at him. Why? He considered himself exceptionally gifted, already having reached 3-star Ghost Mansion in a shockingly short time, an achievement rare even among cultivators across the nation. He had always believed his talent to be unmatched. Even Lin Yi, with her so-called genius, was barely on par with him. And yet this stranger had appeared, utterly eclipsing them both. Fang Ji now stood tall on a mound of earth, sword in hand, pressing back the surrounding vines. Wen Zhu could only lift his head, his heart in turmoil. If there were beings like this among cultivators, then what did that make people like him? Were they nothing more than faint stars destined to serve as a backdrop for a brilliant moon, against such power? He felt crushed, not merely himself, but the entirety of cultivators like him. Fang Ji, ethereal and unbound, seemed like an immortal descended to earth. Wen Zhu stared, dazed, wondering what kind of existence he truly was. But Fang Ji paid no mind to their awe or their doubts. Just then, the system's voice echoed within him. Extreme wood attribute detected. Compiling. Compilation successful. A new cultivation method appeared before him: endless growth. A technique capable of instantly absorbing the life force of the surroundings to restore his body and heal injuries. He assessed it silently, impressed. This wood technique was terrifyingly powerful. As long as life force was present, it was essentially an inexhaustible engine of recovery, a perpetual wellspring of vitality. But it did not stop there. The system chimed again, reporting that it was extracting attributes. To Fang Ji's surprise, this place did not just contain the wood attribute but carried something else. Alongside it, the system confirmed, desolate attribute extracted. This attribute could stir up barren energy, corroding and consuming all surrounding life force. Thanks to the system, Fang Ji easily absorbed both high-level attributes. Gradually, he regained his composure, opening his eyes with a quiet sigh of wonder. No wonder these vines can only grow in such dangerous terrain. The wood energy coiling around him slowly dispersed into the air. He thought to himself, if they grew anywhere else, the life within dozens of miles would be completely drained. His gaze fell on the withering vines retreating into the distance. He murmured, to strip away life so ruthlessly. This desolate attribute is truly tyrannical, stealing the vitality of others without mercy. As he pondered, a frail but gentle voice rose from behind him. Thank you for saving our lives. The alluring woman staggered forward, clutching her wounded arm. Gratitude shining in her weary eyes. If not for you, we would have been dead. How can we ever repay you? Fang Ji simply turned away, waving dismissively. No need. Take care of yourselves. Until we meet again. Inwardly, he smirked. Thanks to their information, he had managed to gain both endless growth and the desolate attribute. In truth, he was the one who had profited the most from all this. As he passed Love Online and Wen Zhu, his eyes lingered on them briefly. He noted the discord between the group members and made a mental decision. From now on, he would have to pay closer attention to his cousin's whereabouts. With that, he leapt into the air, vanishing from their sight. When people face mortal danger, their true nature surfaces most clearly. And this team, bound together as loosely as scattered sand, was hardly dependable in a crisis. Love Online shifted uneasily. He left so quickly. What do we do now? Wen Zhu sneered. What? Regretting not saving her earlier, then. In a calmer, analytical tone, he added, the danger is gone. Lin Yi has advanced to 3-star Ghost Mansion. The smartest choice for us now is to stay with this team, no matter what. While they argued, Lin Yi completed her breakthrough. Slowly, she opened her radiant blue eyes, and the alluring woman rushed forward in relief. Yi, you are awake. From behind, Wen Zhu leaned toward Love Online and whispered. Now we will see. If she is rational enough, she won't let us turn on each other. Instead of dwelling on this mess, we would better keep our eyes on that mysterious man. Lin Yi looked around at the wreckage. A squad that had once numbered 6 was now down to 4. Confused, she asked, What happened? Her eyes drifted to a nearby tree trunk still carrying traces of yang energy. Even from this distance, she could feel the oppressive heat pressing against her chest. Her heart stirred. Such overwhelming yang qi. When the alluring woman hesitated to explain, Wen Zhu stepped in. Let me tell you what happened. He recounted everything: the calamity, the vines, and finally the descent of the mysterious cultivator who struck like a blazing sun. His voice carried a mix of envy and awe. Do you see that? He pointed toward the vines still coiling faintly high in the sky. Even now, they do not dare come near us. That is his doing. Lin Yi returned to her apartment later that evening, Wen Zhu's words echoing in her mind. The vines, so savage before, had become docile the moment he appeared. His presence alone had been enough to suppress their ferocity. Unlocking her door, she was startled to find Fang Ji sitting calmly inside. Oh, you are back, he said casually, studying her pale face. You do not look well. Everything okay? Lin Yi was not ready to confide about her breakthrough, so she replied lightly, just tired from study group. Fang Ji chuckled. Pushing yourself, huh, get some rest. Let us just order dinner tonight. Too weary to cook, she nodded. Yeah. Closing the door to her room, she slumped against it, drained. The breakthrough had consumed every ounce of her energy. Each attempt to drive her divine mansion with spiritual power demanded absolute focus. It was more exhausting than staying awake for an entire month straight. She collapsed onto her bed, thinking wryly, good thing I am no longer an ordinary human. Otherwise, this kind of strain would kill me. Risking her life, maybe. But cultivation was the destined path of every practitioner. While she lay lost in thought, Fang Ji quietly left the apartment. The great upheaval of heaven and earth had already begun. For Lin Yi, returning to the life of an ordinary girl was no longer an option. Wei picked up her phone and froze for a moment when she saw the sender of the latest message. Jia Lan, her eyes widened in disbelief. Jia Lan had actually spoken. The message read, if you have any information on that powerhouse, please report it to me. Wei blinked in shock. This was the very first time Jia Lan had ever said anything in the group chat. And beneath her message was the exact same line, repeated once more for emphasis, if you have any information on that powerhouse, please report it to me. Someone with the username Endless Breeze quickly typed back, Jia Lan, I have a question. Do you think the one who saved us could be the same figure who once made a name for himself at Black River? Melting Dragon, if it really was that legend, why would he bother rescuing us? At the same time, the Cultivator forum was buzzing. The mysterious powerhouse with no name had set the entire network ablaze. This was the headline everyone was chasing. Breaking news, the high-level Yang attribute powerhouse has returned. With a single strike of his blade, it was like a rainbow piercing the sun itself. The heavens and earth were swallowed by that blinding arc of white light. I saw it myself in the polluted zone at Black River. Melting Dragon right there in the cavern. The white blaze flared and flames erupted. We were forced to retreat or be consumed. I dare say there is not a single cultivator of equal rank in all of Ha Nation who could take that blow head on. So listen, if you ever see him appear where the heavens and earth are in upheaval, steer clear. For your own safety, keep your distance. And yet, while everyone online was in awe, debating the identity of this mysterious figure, the man they were all so feverishly discussing was casually wheeling his bicycle out, preparing for a late-night ride. Fang Ji swung a leg over the seat. Lost in thought. Good. With that incident, Lin Wei will probably lower her guard around me. If I head out now, she won't suspect I am following her. He pedaled beneath the glow of the streetlights, his mind churning. I need to use the time while she is resting to find something capable of containing the desolation attribute. His thoughts wandered as he rode. The desolation attribute, in theory, was closer in nature to plants and living flora, but it was still inherently twisted and corrosive. If he tried binding it directly to his body, it could easily trigger harmful reactions and might even clash with the lightning attribute already within him. He came to a conclusion. The best option was to find something similar to those eerie vines from before. Those vines descended from the sky because they sensed the thick resurgence of spiritual energy and chose to evolve on their own, birthing the desolation attribute in the process. Fang Ji's pedaling quickened. A destination was already forming in his mind. I know where I need to go. Under the pale moonlight and dim street lamps, he pushed straight ahead, passing a road sign that pointed toward Shenlin Park. Before long, he had stopped his bike at the foot of a massive tree at the park's edge. He strolled leisurely into the grounds, muttering to himself. I need to choose a plant that can resonate with my aura, something that responds with goodwill, something that feels naturally attuned to be the vessel that inherits the desolation attribute. Reaching the park's center, Fang Ji closed his eyes. He released a steady stream of wood attribute spiritual energy, letting it spread across every corner of the park in search of a worthy candidate. His aura flowed outward, and the grass and trees trembled as if answering his call. So, this is how plants respond to aura. Leaves shivered, branches swayed, each plant struggling to showcase itself, but Fang Ji was not satisfied. Strong, yes, but not enough. He pressed the aura further outward, searching for something more. Suddenly, a sharp response tugged at his senses, strong enough to surprise him. Curious, he walked toward the source. There, hidden among the thick grass, a wildflower swayed vigorously. Its petals quivered, almost as if crying out, begging him to notice it. He squinted. Could it really be? Well, there was no harm in testing it. Fang Ji extended a hand toward the bloom. The instant his finger neared, the petals clamped around it and began greedily drinking in his wood attribute aura, humming with joy as it absorbed his energy. The flower was small and could only drink so much. Within moments it had its fill, its petals stretching open wide, swaying in satisfaction as if to show goodwill. The sight made Fang Ji chuckle. So full of spirit. It was just a wildflower, yet when touched by spiritual energy, it acted like a hungry puppy devouring what it could and then nuzzling affectionately against his finger. The little flower seemed to recognize that the youth before it might very well be its savior, the one granting it a chance at a new life in this harsher world. It had no qualms about showing loyalty, even yearning to follow him. And Fang Ji was pleased. Very pleased. He spoke softly, as though asking its consent. Among all the plants in this park, you alone responded the strongest to my aura. You are perfectly suited to be the vessel for the desolation attribute. Little flower, I choose you. Are you ready? The bloom trembled and bobbed its head as if in agreement. The next instant, power surged across the meadow. A wave of deathly energy erupted from Fang Ji, funneling straight into the delicate wildflower. He carefully uprooted it, cradling it in his palm. The system's voice rang out in his mind. Would you like to forcibly graft the desolation attribute onto this entity? Without hesitation, Fang Ji answered, yes. Out of nowhere, a surge of power came crashing down from the sky. Fang Ji was stunned, and the tiny wildflower in his hand burst open, releasing its petals in full bloom. Towering leaves unfurled, the flower's core slowly emerging as it radiated a strange emerald glow. Fang Ji's breath caught in his throat. The sheer ferocity of the desolation attribute was overwhelming. It felt like the hand of a demon had descended upon the world. In barely 3 seconds, the wildflower had nearly drained an entire ring of the city forest dry. It was outrageous, terrifyingly domineering, and still spreading like wildfire. As the bloom swelled and then began to shrink back down, Fang Ji quickly grabbed it, yanking it from the earth. That is enough. Any longer and I will have the Spirit Energy Association swarming me. Clutching the flower, he turned to leave only to spot a surveillance camera mounted on the trunk of a nearby tree. Of course, this is still the center of the city. The Spirit Energy Association was bound to keep an eye on a place like this. With the recovery of spiritual energy, flora here carried inherent dangers. As Fang Ji made his way deeper into the park, he realized there were far more cameras scattered around than he would noticed before. The grounds were eerily deserted. Not a single visitor in sight. He glanced down at the flower in his hand, still absorbing. How are you surviving this easily? But unlike its reckless, unrestrained devouring moments earlier, now the absorption was gentler, restrained, almost controlled. It was bizarre. Even after being uprooted, the flower's spiritual essence had not weakened. It was no longer just a wildflower, it was evolving. Could it be that once branded with an attribute, even a lowly plant begins to evolve, as though unlocking some hidden chain of progression? Just then, a harsh voice crackled through the camera. Alert: abnormal energy levels exceeding threshold. Alert exceeding threshold. Fang Ji's heart sank. Not good. The monitoring systems triggered. Time to move. He broke into a sprint, vanishing into the night. The scene shifted to the Spirit Energy Association's Botanical Research Division. Sirens blared in unison. Abnormal energy values exceeding threshold. Alert exceeding threshold. Readings spiking rapidly. What is happening? One researcher shouted. The division chief stepped forward and barked an order. Everyone, wristbands on, move into the park immediately, lock it down. No civilians are to enter. The digital meter blinked wildly. 30. The researchers gasped. 30, impossible. Even the North Gate at Xinjiang University only hovered between 8 and 10. And Black River Melting Dragon topped at 25. 30 is unprecedented. They all knew the rule. Once abnormal energy density exceeded 10, the military intervened. This park had barely registered below 10 not long ago, and now it was off the charts. The research squad pressed deeper into the park, equipment in hand. One of them frowned. Strange. Look at the readings: humidity, surface moisture, temperature all normal. Solar radiation, no anomalies either. And yet, the vegetation here. It looks like the life's been drained out of them in a matter of seconds. What attribute could do this? Someone muttered. Another pointed ahead. I think the source is deeper in. That should be the epicenter. Don't get any closer, a sharp voice cut in. Absolutely do not touch anything. This is desolation attribute. The team froze. Desolation attribute, sir, are you saying? The senior researcher's expression hardened. Do you all remember the floating vines in the sky? Realization hit them like a hammer. Several cried out in shock. You mean, the demonic vine classified as an A-rank mutation? Exactly, the man said grimly. It was given an A-class threat designation precisely because of its unparalleled danger. Those who went before us, many were shredded to pieces by it. The root cause, it carried the desolation attribute. A force that drains the life force of everything around it and claims it all for itself. The air turned cold as the weight of his words sank in. Some swallowed hard, their throats tight with fear. Professor, if you had not stopped me earlier, would not I already be dead the moment I stepped forward? He nodded gravely. Yes, once a plant awakens the desolation attribute, its surroundings become a death zone. Anyone who enters will have their very life essence devoured. His tone dropped lower. I have read reports of another such plant in Ha Nation, a forbidden ancient tree within the Commerce District. Rotting yet alive. It poisoned the entire forest, turning it into a restricted zone. Any living creature that approached was pierced through and killed. With the upheaval of heaven and earth, we can no longer underestimate plant mutations. He concluded, voice firm, from what we know, desolation is the most dangerous attribute flora can awaken. Until now, only the ancient tree and the floating vines were confirmed cases. And now there is a third. A heavy silence followed. Then, without warning, a tall figure approached, placing a hand on the professor's shoulder. The man spun around in surprise. Major Han. Han Li stood there, calm yet commanding. I have been briefed on the situation. All researchers present, suit up. We are entering the contamination zone. At the sound of the order, the researchers wasted no time suiting up in full protective gear before advancing step by cautious step into the danger zone. Inside, however, the source of the desolation was not immediately visible. Strange, one muttered. Weren't the aerial vines supposed to be the only mobile source, and yet the desolation readings are dropping. We have only been in here 5 minutes and the density's already fallen to 25. Han Li narrowed his eyes. Let us probe deeper. Tan Wen gave a short nod. Proceed. Both of them pressed their palms against the ground, channeling their strength into the earth. Twin streams of energy snaked outward, burrowing into the heart of the contaminated zone. A moment later, both of them stiffened in surprise. Wait, the source, someone dug it out, Han Li said grimly. The researchers around them gasped. Dug it out? Impossible. Who could remove the core of a desolation zone? Han Li's tone turned cold as he reasoned aloud. If someone truly managed to extract the source from within a restricted zone, then their identity demands serious scrutiny. Tan Wen's brows furrowed. Captain Han, I know what you are thinking. But there is no lingering trace of a great cultivator here, no spiritual residue at all. Han Li flicked open a control panel, scanning the incoming feed. Based on our cross-referenced data and large-scale pattern analysis, we have found a record. This individual's movements coincide with 2 previous mutation incidents. He handed the dossier to Tan Wen. She read the file, her eyes narrowing at the name. Fang Ji. Han Li gave a short nod. Exactly. Forward his full dossier to me. This man is highly likely the same individual you have encountered before. From here on, the matter is under your association's jurisdiction. Tan Wen straightened, bowing her head slightly. Understood. 2 hours later, Fang Ji sat in his small rented home, chuckling with amusement. Ha, my first time raising a flower, and I do not even have a proper pot for it. Well, you chose this house yourself, so stop clinging to my hand. He eyed the small white blossom swaying gently in response. Possessing the desolation attribute, it was no ordinary plant, it would continue cultivating ceaselessly. Effectively becoming a powerful ally born from his own hand. Its unassuming appearance was another boon. Even if Lin Yi happened to see it, she would hardly suspect a thing. In battle, the plainest guise often made the best disguise. Rubbing the delicate petals between his fingers, Fang Ji mused aloud, in real combat, raw power is only part of the equation. What matters most is how many trump cards one holds. His train of thought was interrupted by the buzz of an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, he froze, surprised. Old Wang. The name brought back a flood of memories. Old Wang, full name Wang Liang, had been his desk mate from elementary through middle school, a childhood friend and neighbor. They would almost continued together into high school, until Wang Liang had slapped him on the back one day and declared he was enlisting in the army. 3 years had passed since then. Smiling, Fang Ji picked up. "Well, look who it is. Back already." "Yeah," Wang Liang's voice carried a grin of its own. "How about a drink? Let us meet at the old spot." "So sudden?" Fang Ji asked in surprise. On the other end, Wang Liang gave a sheepish chuckle. "Yeah, there is something important I have been dying to tell you. Just do not faint when you hear it." Then he abruptly hung up, leaving a thick, uneasy silence in Fang Ji's room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Liang was reporting in, his tone subdued. "Commander, I followed your orders. But I have to ask. If he is not the one we are looking for, can we at least ensure his safety?" The commander rapped her fingers sharply on the table. "Focus on your mission. Don't waste effort on what does not concern you. If he is not our target, then treat him as nothing more than your old friend. Offer him a few words of advice, nothing more." Fang Ji reunited with his old friend, and the two headed to a local tavern together, eating and drinking heartily. Though they kept raising their glasses with a toast, Fang Ji only took small sips while Wang Liang gulped his beer down without restraint. Fang Ji sighed inwardly, seeing Wang Liang like this. He could tell life in the military must have been rough. The once light-hearted, joking boy had matured a great deal. Slamming his empty glass onto the table with a sharp clack, Wang Liang leaned in, his expression carrying the weight of 3 years of service. "I have got a lot on my mind after all this time in the army. So, how have you been?" Fang Ji smiled faintly. "Not bad. I managed to get into college, which is not too shabby." Wang Liang nodded slowly, as if that answer was enough for him to understand how his friend was doing. Fang Ji swirled his own glass, but his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. Back then, he never got the chance to see Wang Liang again once the chaos erupted, let alone hear any news about him. As a soldier, Wang Liang had likely fallen at some unknown moment. In some nameless battle. This time, could Fang Ji change that fate for his friend? As he pondered, Wang Liang suddenly hesitated before asking, "What I really want to know is, have you noticed anything strange lately? Like, I do not know, zombies, monsters, stuff straight out of a movie." Fang Ji's mind sharpened instantly. It made sense the military must already know about the resurgence of spiritual energy. But was Wang Liang probing him? He feigned confusion, raising a brow. "Huh, what are you even talking about?" Wang Liang covered his face, visibly torn. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally decided to share. "If nothing's happened, then good. But listen, I came here to tell you something, not to comfort you, but to warn you. In the near future, maybe a few months, maybe a year, the things we value right now, education, wealth, they will all be worthless scraps. Everything will be reset." Fang Ji stayed quiet, listening intently, but inside he grew wary. No ordinary soldier would dare to reveal something like this. They would all be sworn to secrecy, bound by military agreements. That meant Fang Ji had already been marked as suspicious and was under surveillance. Wang Liang, being his childhood friend, had been sent to test him. And yet, despite the risk of breaching military discipline, his friend had still chosen to warn him. That thought stirred a quiet warmth in Fang Ji's chest. Right then, Wang Liang's phone buzzed sharply. He answered, and Fang Ji overheard urgent orders being barked from the other end. Within 10 minutes, Wang Liang was to return to his unit at a designated target site. His expression hardened as he acknowledged the command. Pocketing the phone, Wang Liang shot up from his seat and said hurriedly, "Brother, sorry, I have got an urgent mission. Head home without me, I can't see you off." But Fang Ji, who had been playing dumb the whole time, suddenly spoke calmly, "Is this about the resurgence of spiritual energy? Let me come with you." Wang Liang spun around, eyes wide in disbelief. He had not expected Fang Ji to say that. Patting him on the shoulder, Fang Ji added, "Take me with you. Be honest, meeting me today was an order from your superiors, was not it?" Wang Liang faltered. "How did you?" Fang Ji reassured him with a steady look. "Relax. I do not know exactly what your superiors told you, But I do know this: you would never harm me. Besides, there is something you did not say. You are curious about what the army's role really is in all this, right? If the Spiritual Energy Association handles the mutated beasts, then what exactly is the military in charge of? I want to find out, too. The two quickly moved out together, heading toward the military encampment stationed near Forbidden Zone 19. The moment Fang Ji set foot in the area, he could not help but marvel inwardly. The concentration of spiritual energy here was overwhelming, even higher than in contaminated zones. The camp itself was heavily guarded. Wang Liang had to formally report his return, and after Fang Ji's identity was checked, a voice from within gave permission for him to enter. As soon as they reached the target site, the ground shook with a deafening explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring their vision. Up ahead, an entire unit of soldiers was channeling spiritual energy, binding a massive, ferocious mutated beast in an attempt to bring it down. The mutated beast, something that looked like a twisted, monstrous dog, was far from easy to handle. Even though several soldiers had restrained its movements, it still managed to open its jaws wide and unleash streams of fire, scorching anyone too close. Fang Ji's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the scene. So this thing is undergoing attribute fusion. The one who answered was not Wang Liang, but a stern-looking female officer, Kei Lan, a 3-star Ghost Realm officer. That is right. This beast has both dark and fire attributes. It is in the middle of fusing them, which makes it violent and completely out of control. Several soldiers are already seriously wounded. She then turned sharply toward Wang Liang. He immediately placed a hand on his chest, ready to face questioning. You dared to bring an outsider into a restricted zone without clearance. Wang Liang hesitated, but Kei Lan did not wait for an answer. She cut him off briskly. Forget it. Situation's critical. We are one man short. Get in formation. Yes, madam, Wang Liang responded, quickly falling into position. Kei Lan's sharp gaze flickered over Fang Ji. So this is Fang Ji. At first glance, he did not look special at all. The spiritual energy around him was only faintly active. Could he not be the one? But now is not the time to dwell on it. She gave him a cold, clipped warning. If you are Wang Liang's friend, I won't say more. This is a restricted zone. Life or death, you are on your own. And anything you see here stays secret. Fang Ji nodded calmly. Understood. With that, Kei Lan dismissed him from her mind and began barking tactical orders. She called out names, and each soldier, without needing further instruction, sprang into position and unleashed bursts of spiritual energy at the mutated hound. Kei Lan herself was not idle either. She raised a special issue rifle and fired. Boom! The gun erupted like lightning, the shot piercing through the beast's chest and making it roar in pain. But instead of weakening, the attack sent it into a frenzy. Dark energy surged violently within its body, feeding its madness. Someone noticed the shift and shouted in alarm. Its mutation level just increased again. The beast raised its claws, swiping with deadly force. The long-haired soldier, Li Yu, froze in front of it, too slow to react. Her comrades screamed, Li Yu, watch out. Just as the claws descended, a crackling bolt of lightning shot across and struck the beast's face, staggering it for an instant. Kei Lan fired again, her tone steel-hard. Don't let your guard down. Keep your distance. Take it out before it completes its evolution. Yes, madam, her team echoed back. From the rear, Fang Ji observed quietly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Well-trained, disciplined, coordinated, and utterly reliable. Each soldier might not be extraordinary alone, but together, they generate a strength far beyond their individual limits. Suddenly, something caught his eye. His expression darkened, and he shouted with urgency, fall back, you are no match for it. Even as his words rang out, boom! Lightning tore down from the sky. The mutated hound's body swelled, its form erupting with force. Rocks flew, and the ground quaked violently. It had completed its evolution. Kei Lan immediately raised her voice, issuing a red alert. Mutation escalation confirmed. No retreat, hold the line. Yes, madam, the soldiers chorused, even as the beast grew to several times its size. Its body now radiated a suffocating aura of death, fire, and darkness. A soldier reported grimly, target has fully fused dark and fire attributes. Complete mutation confirmed. From above, The beast's blood-red eyes locked on the nearest soldier, Wang Liang. Frozen in fear, Wang Liang swallowed hard. Wang Liang, Kai Lan shouted in alarm. Fang Ji's teeth clenched, a storm of lightning flashing in his eyes. Damn it! The beast's claw came crashing down. Wang Liang managed to dodge at the last second, but the impact sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Kai Lan's voice rang with resolve. Update combat assessment, mutated hound, restricted zone 19 threat level upgraded from C to B. Adjust battle plan accordingly. Wang Liang's battered body crashed back toward Fang Ji. He caught his friend and asked quickly, "Are you okay?" Wang Liang's hand trembled. Veins darkened with writhing traces of corrupted energy creeping up his arm. He forced a pained smile. "No, I am fine. I just overcharged the collar restraining it and took the backlash." Even injured, he tried to reassure Fang Ji. "Don't worry. All of us here in Zone 19. We will hold the line." Watching his friend bleed and yet still fulfill his duty as a soldier for his country, Fang Ji's face grew grim. Meanwhile, Kai Lan slammed her rifle's butt against the ground with a resounding thud. Her voice boomed, unyielding. "Everyone, no matter the cost, whether by tactics or by life itself, stand your ground. We will not allow a Class B mutation to escape this zone." Her words had barely left her lips when a figure in black surged past her, charging straight at the beast. Kai Lan's eyes widened. "What do you think you are doing?" Fang Ji did not answer. He was not a soldier, he did not have to follow her orders. His arm crackled with raw lightning as he raised it high, preparing to strike the monstrous hound. Lightning roared violently as Fang Ji surged forward like a thunderbolt. He sneered at the monstrous hound, mocking it with cold disdain. "Arrogant mutt, are not you?" The beast raised its blood-red claws and swung them down with murderous force. If those razor-sharp talons landed, nothing would remain of a human body. But with blinding speed, Fang Ji leapt upward, slipping past the deadly strike. His hand crackled with lightning as he aimed straight for the beast's head. "Then let the god of thunder judge you." He drove his fist down mercilessly, smashing into the monster's skull. The impact was devastating. The colossal hound was hurled to the ground with earth-shattering force. The ground split apart, rocks blasted into the air, and the shockwave rattled everything in its path. Soldiers on the ground staggered, struggling to withstand the aftershock. Zhang Mi stared in disbelief. "I am not seeing things, am I? That is a Class B beast." Even Commander Kai Lan could not handle one alone. Wang Liang's jaw dropped as he turned to Kai Lan. "Commander, could it be my brother here? Is he really?" Kai Lan's scarred face was solemn as she studied the scene. "Yes, we are not mistaken." Her sharp eyes locked onto Fang Ji, his arm wreathed in lightning, standing tall after slamming the beast into the earth. Her voice carried the weight of certainty. "He really is the tyrant." But one mighty strike was not enough to finish the hound. Fang Ji's eyes glinted with ruthless light. "Still alive, huh? Then I will just have to end this." "Commander, Wang, everyone fall back," he shouted. Kai Lan instantly signaled her squad to retreat. Yet in her chest, curiosity burned. Just how far can he go? A Class B beast normally requires a full formation and lives sacrificed. Can one man really stand against it? What kind of power is this? Her brows furrowed, the scar on her face twisting even more fiercely. It has to be lightning taken to its absolute extreme. At that moment, Fang Ji raised his arm high, lightning exploding skyward like a beacon that split the heavens. Kai Lan's heart clenched. Even in the Sha Kingdom, he would rank among the peak experts. And if the spiritual energy fully recovers someday. Her thoughts cut off as Fang Ji acted. His body became a living lightning rod, calling the storm. Kai Lan's eyes widened. How far will his evolution go? Black clouds rolled across the sky. Bolts of azure lightning tore through the heavens, splitting the air with deafening cracks. Fang Ji strode forward with steady steps, then lowered his hand. A colossal pillar of lightning, thick as an ancient tree, slammed into the weakened hound writhing on the ground. Every soldier watching had the same thought, unspoken yet unanimous, worthy of the titled tyrant. Fang Ji, meanwhile, did not even glance at the fallen beast. He turned coldly, expression unshaken. Li Yu rubbed her neck, trembling. "God, just watching made my spine freeze and my head ring." Zhang Mi's voice quavered. Why does lightning feel even more terrifying than darkness? I can endure corrosion, but to be struck like that, I could not take it. The battle over, Fang Ji walked toward his friend. Old Wang, it is done. Overjoyed, Wang Liang rushed forward to meet him. You scared the hell out of me, he laughed nervously, then smacked Fang Ji lightly on the head. Never thought my brother would turn out this badass. Seeing his old friend act like before made Fang Ji burst out laughing. Ha, so I beat the hound, and you beat me. Way to repay kindness with a grudge. Wang Liang laughed too, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, honestly, I suspected you might be a pioneer. Orders are orders, and I dragged you into this. Fang Ji's eyes softened. Blaming yourself, what is that supposed to mean? 3 years apart, and you think I do not know you anymore. I get you better than anyone. At that moment, Kei Lan approached, halting their exchange. She extended her hand formally. Fang Ji, thank you for your assistance. He smiled warmly, taking her hand. Helping his friend had been his true reason, but he had his own motives as well. Think nothing of it. Let us just say I was saving my buddy. Earlier, the crisis left no room for introductions. Now, Kei Lan placed her hand over her chest in a crisp military salute. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kei Lan, officer in charge of guarding Restricted Zone 019. You have saved this zone. I will need your contact information to file an honest report. That won't be an issue, will it? Fang Ji did not refuse. He smiled lightly. Not at all. Wang Liang sneaked a glance at his commander, suppressing a laugh. What kind of experience is this watching my superior salute my best friend? But before he could enjoy it further, Kei Lan's voice grew serious again. Fang Ji, your strength surpasses that of many pioneers the military has tried to recruit. That is why I want to extend you an invitation to join the Xia Kingdom Army. But, as an officer assigned to guard a restricted zone, I fear I do not have the qualifications to invite you properly. What shocked her most was not just his power, but his level. His cultivation was clearly only at Ghost Realm 3-star. Yet his strength rivaled surpassed that of spirit creation sovereigns. Fang Ji blinked, surprised by her blunt admission. Commander K, are you saying you do not think you have the right to invite me? She nodded firmly. That is right. There is nothing shameful about admitting the truth. To be clear, our mission today, following orders from higher-ups, was to investigate you. We had no intention of dragging you into this risk. But after this, I am certain they will come to invite you personally. Fang Ji finally understood and spoke calmly. It is not like that. In truth, I respect all of you. Not everyone has the courage to put their life on the line to protect others. Until today, I would never witnessed soldiers fighting with my own eyes. What you said earlier, it moved me a little. Being acknowledged by someone so strong stirred something in Kei Lan as well. She gave a polite nod. Thank you. Fang Ji then voiced his intentions for cooperation. If trouble arises in the future, you can call on me for help, just as you have stood up for ordinary people in times of peace. Of course, there is one condition: you must not interfere with my personal cultivation, and you must not place restrictions on me. His request caught Kei Lan off guard. She did not respond right away, no doubt intending to report it to her superiors to see how the army would handle it. Having accomplished what he came for, Fang Ji excused himself. I will take my leave now. Kei Lan nodded. Very well. Wang Liang and I still need to deal with the corpse of the mutated hound. I will send someone to escort you back. Hands shoved in his pockets, Fang Ji walked away, his mind heavy with thoughts. At last, he had grasped the military's true role. They were stationed in areas dense with spiritual energy. Both to train in rich environments that sharpened combat strength and to form a buffer between ordinary people and the dangerous anomalies lurking beyond. After he had gone, Kei Lan muttered quietly behind him, Wang Liang, your friend. He is far beyond what words like, not simple, can describe. Today he only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Even that much left us struggling to keep pace. For a pioneer to reach this level so quickly, he must possess an unparalleled mix of enlightenment and knowledge. Fortune, courage, ability you can't lack even one. Wang Liang puffed out his chest, pride swelling. Commander, if that is the case, could not we increase the terms of recruitment? If you do not feel fit to extend the invitation, then let me let his best friend do it. Seeing him grow cocky, Kei Lan promptly shoved his head down. Cut it out, brat. Get back to cleaning up the field with me. Your strength is not anywhere near your captain's yet. Yes, madam, Wang Liang muttered, forced to obey. That night, golden light flickered through the window of Fang Ji's old apartment. Though his identity had been exposed, the only power he had revealed so far was his lightning affinity. Sitting cross-legged, he cultivated, reflecting on the day's events. Judging from their attitude, perhaps this was not a bad thing. At the very least, he would confirm that the lightning attribute was not only extremely rare, possibly one of a kind, but also a natural counter to the dark attribute, something the military desperately wanted. Exhaling slowly, he concluded that to draw him in, they had not threatened or suppressed him. Instead, they offered him a voice in the matter. The fastest path to growing stronger, and access to the most advanced information. He also understood more clearly the division of roles between the military and the spiritual Qi association. The military were the night watchmen, the sword in the dark, the solid shield of the nation. The association, meanwhile, patched the gaps, cleaning up the anomalies that slipped into cities and keeping civilian life as stable as possible. The government protected ordinary people with restricted zones while simultaneously signaling that the recovery of spiritual energy was imminent. It was a way to buy time, to prevent civilians from being annihilated and scattered into ruin right at the start. Inside his room, spiritual energy swirled around Fang Ji, gathering into a sphere at his dantian. The golden sun breathing method circulated endlessly, drawing in the surrounding energy. He could not help but marvel. As expected of a restricted zone rich with spiritual energy. When I cultivated the desolate attribute before, I did not even see signs of advancing. But just a short while here has already filled me to the brim. Golden radiance wrapped around his body, shining brighter by the moment. When Fang Ji opened his eyes, the gleam within them was the omen of an imminent breakthrough. Outside, the city bustled with life. Yi had just returned from grocery shopping, walking leisurely back to the apartment building. I wonder if my cousin's home yet. If he is, maybe he can try my cooking and see if I have improved. But then a golden surge of spiritual energy shot into the night sky. The radiant light pierced the darkness, making Yi stop dead in her tracks, eyes wide with shock. In her beautiful eyes, the golden glow reflected the shape of a massive axe, the manifestation of someone breaking through to the ghost realm. Yet the violent energy pouring from that direction made even someone as far away as Yi feel fear. Her breath caught. No, something's wrong. This aura, it is terrifying. Black clouds swallowed the sky, spiritual power raining down from above, thunder roaring like war drums. Yi's face went pale as the realization struck her. Could it be? Someone is about to break through to the spirit creation realm. Just as if to confirm Yi's suspicion, the golden phantom palace in the sky rumbled violently. Her expression shifted as realization struck soon. It would no longer be a phantom palace. The overwhelming force shattered it apart, the fragments swirling and condensing until they formed a radiant golden hand. The girl's heart pounded. The creation realm, a cultivator that powerful. Right beside me, Yi froze where she stood, stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. Meanwhile, inside what looked like a military control room, alarms blared on the giant screens. Red alerts flashed across the monitors. Warning. Warning. Anomalous value at 99. Anomalous value at 99. Spiritual field fluctuations detected 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Han Li stiffened, his face grim, and barked out commands. What the hell's going on? Emergency protocol. Deploy all units to the target zone, now. Qing Wen, pale and shaken, muttered, an anomaly this strong. How could we have missed it? That kind of reading could wipe out an entire city. In the War Council chamber, a 3-dimensional map projected above the table. Waves of spiritual light shimmered over it, flooding the city in a glow so bright it looked like a second sun. The officers burst into an uproar. Is this a new creation realm cultivator emerging, or are we about to face a disaster of catastrophic scale? Han Li immediately grabbed the comm unit. Relay to Central Command, we need backup, in addition to large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Dispatch every piece of cutting-edge gear and resource available. Right now. But before he could finish, a soldier rushed in. Major Han, the alarm's been lifted, it is not an anomaly. A cultivator has just ascended. The news sent a wave of shock through the military. Back at Fang Ji's side, after the breakthrough, he exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. He had officially stepped into the one-star creation realm. Scratching the back of his head, he muttered, that was it. Just like that, aside from his body feeling lighter, he did not notice much else. Then his phone buzzed. A message lit up the screen. It was from Wang Liang, whose chat handle was Goodman of Langshan. He had forwarded a piece of viral news. Bro. Check this out. Huge fire breaks out at Chingcheng University's stadium. This is blowing up everywhere. Attached was an insider note. The authorities had confirmed an anomaly had surfaced in the contaminated zone. Even more alarming, this was the second time. G typed back, you mean that high-temperature anomaly near the North Gate before? Now it is turned into a burning stadium. Goodman of Langshan replied, so you have heard about it. Word is, a cultivator tried purifying the contaminated zone at Chingcheng University, but for some reason the anomaly resurfaced. Hey, do not tell anyone I told you this, Liang added. G sent back, got it. I will let your superiors hear it from me. Then came another warning from Liang. By the way, I have gotta say this, your strength is too overwhelming. Even my boss says you are beyond control. I can't shield you forever. Be careful out there, alright? Reading this, G fell silent. He held his phone, lost in thought. Liang was right. This was exactly why he kept the military and the Spiritual Energy Association at arm's length. Being too showy did not necessarily bring benefits. That was why he had kept his Yang Flame attribute and the Crimson Fireblade hidden. After some thought, he replied, don't worry. I will be careful. Besides, I have still got some cards up my sleeve. Just then, Y pushed open the door and walked in. I am back. She carried a bundle of food and held it out to him. Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought dinner. Without looking up from his phone, G answered absently, Just put it down. I will eat later. Y shook her head with a sigh. Watching her cousin glued to his phone, skipping meals, she thought helplessly, my cousin has upright morals, no bad habits. But he is so damn lazy. He just lies around at home like a corpse. Won't even bother going to college. All day it is just that phone. Sure, whether he goes to college or not does not really matter anymore. But still. She slipped into her room, mulling over her own life as a cultivator, always busy, always chasing after heaven's opportunities. Forced to hide her true nature from ordinary people. And yet her cousin lived so casually, free from all that. Lying down on the bed, exhaustion settling in. Her mind wandered back to that terrifying expert earlier, an awe-inspiring creation realm powerhouse emerging right in their very area. Such news would spread like wildfire among cultivators. Whatever. When the time comes, I will protect my cousin. Consider it paying him back for letting me stay here. Outside, Fang Ji scrolled through updates about the Chingcheng University fire. Last time, it was just extreme heat. This time, it had turned into a full-blown inferno. Another Yang-type anomaly. The photos showed how quickly the flames had erupted, burning ferociously until trees and flower beds around the stadium were reduced to ash. The entire site was now sealed off. Online forums lit up with chatter about the fire. Holy crap, that blaze is huge. Did someone fry the dorm circuits trying to cook hot pot? Jesus, that is terrifying. Am I seeing this right? Even the special forces showed up to put it out, since when is that under their jurisdiction? Man, only at Qingbai, a random fire breaks out and the special forces rush in like it is the emperor himself. Fang Ji frowned, not yet able to make sense of the situation. The clip was too short, cutting off abruptly, which made it look even more serious than the incident at the North Gate. If this was another Yang-type anomaly, he needed to see for himself. That meant getting in touch with her K-Lan, Wang Liang's superior. The next day at Chingcheng University, reporters swarmed the campus gate. Though blocked by soldiers, they shouted questions at anyone in uniform. Is it true the fire can't be extinguished? Were there any injuries? How can something this big happen and the university still has not said a word about student safety or flammable materials on campus? Their voices overlapped until two figures approached side by side. At once, the soldiers at the gate straightened and respectfully opened the way. The journalists bristled. Who the hell are they to just walk in? The newcomers were, of course, Fang Ji and K-Lan. Even as they stepped inside, the clamor from outside carried after them. We are blocked, but they walk right through. At the stadium, Kaylan's eyes widened at the charred ruins. This level of destruction. Ji studied the wreckage. Is this what they call heavenly fire? She nodded. Yeah, that is the official name. Reminds me of a forest fire once, no warning, it just erupted. Could not be put out. The only option was to let it burn itself out. Fitting, is not it? But wandering around aimlessly here is not the best idea. She turned toward him. I am heading to the president's office. Want to wait here or come with me? I will stay, he said, intent on checking the scene. All right, be careful. See you soon. With that, Kaylan left. Ji descended the steps and approached the military cordon. Ducking under the tape, he crouched to study the ashes at the edge of the stadium. The ground was scorched black but cool to the touch. No trace of heavenly fire's spiritual residue remained. Nothing he could gather. Guess I underestimated how complicated this really is. Lost in thought, he nearly missed the voice calling out behind him. He turned and froze. Standing there was his ex-girlfriend, Su Qingli. Her eyes widened in shock. It is really you, what are you doing here? The bespectacled girl beside her gasped. This is the ex you told me about, the guy who only got into some no-name community college. Qingli's response was soft. Yeah. The friend smirked, clapping her on the shoulder before addressing Ji with mocking familiarity. Listen, buddy, I get it, you still can't let go of Qingli. But honestly, the gap between you two is crystal clear. Do yourself a favor and move on. Ji blinked, baffled. Me, hung up on her. Students had begun gathering near the stadium to gawk. Someone recognized Qingli. Wait, is not that Su Qingli? Who is that guy with her? No idea, another answered. Probably just some poor sap chasing after our campus goddess. Others frowned. Never seen him before, must not be from our school. A few muttered complaints. What is security even doing? I thought the place was under lockdown. How'd some random outsider sneak in? God, I hate people trying to take advantage like this. The bespectacled girl stepped closer, eyes cold. Qingli's our school's beauty queen now. You would better think this through. Do you realize how many guys here are better than you and actually chasing her, you do not stand a chance. Leave. This is not your place. Oh, and another thing, this campus is sealed off. How did you get in? If you do not explain, I will report you to campus security. Through it all, Qingli stayed silent, cheeks pink with a strange mixture of annoyance and unease. Didn't he say he would never regret breaking up? So why is he here, saying one thing but feeling another? Typical. Then Kaylan returned. Fang Ji, are these your friends? He glanced once at Qingli, then replied evenly, just a classmate from high school. Doesn't really count as a friend. Oh, I see, Kaylan said, her tone indifferent. Her aura was anything but a soldier by rank. She carried herself with the sharpness of someone used to command. The scar crossing her face only added to the sense of danger. Just one look was enough to make Qingli and her bespectacled friend falter, an involuntary chill running down their spines. Who is this woman, and how does she know Fang Ji? Ignoring the students, Kaylan lowered her voice. I spoke with the university president. The heavenly fire incident is worse than we thought. Too complicated to explain here. He is taking us to the point where it first ignited. You are here as a special military consultant, so you are coming too. That won't be a problem, right? Ji nodded. No problem. Right then, the university president arrived, guards clearing the path before him. Students scattered in shock. The president. He came leaning on a cane, his presence dignified and commanding. Qingli stared. He is always too busy to appear, some say even the vice presidents struggled to get an audience. And now he is here for them. Her bespectacled friend smirked. The president himself, maybe he is here to arrest these two trespassers. But when the president reached them, he smiled warmly, shaking Ji's hand. Ah, you must be the consultant recommended by Commander K. I have been troubled by the anomalies on campus. Afraid for our students' safety. Having you here is a blessing. He bowed deeply. Please, I entrust the stadium matter to you. Ji awkwardly helped him back up, while Qingli stood frozen. Her powerful, untouchable ex whom she had dumped without a second thought was now being treated with reverence by the very president of her university. After a formal handshake sealing their agreement, the guards formed a ring, driving the students back. Step aside, no unauthorized personnel beyond this point. Some students still muttered in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Did the president just bow to that kid? As the crowd dispersed, Qingli stood rooted in place, buffeted by the comments around her. He must be someone important. No wonder he got in. Look at that presence, that treatment. Earlier someone said he was chasing after Su Qingli, as if. Even if she wanted to chase him, she might not qualify. Didn't you notice, he did not even spare her a glance. From start to finish, he did not give a damn. And there she remained, silent, motionless, her face pale as their words echoed in her ears. The north gate of Qingcheng University lay near the mountains, surrounded by lush greenery. The president led Fang Ji in, while Kei Lan and a group of soldiers entered from another side. As they walked, the president narrated the events. After the Kim Yong incident at the north gate dissipated, I thought the situation was nearly resolved. But a few nights ago, Stadium 1 suddenly caught fire. Even the fire trucks could not put it out. Fortunately, it happened at night with no students around, and we managed to seal off the scene. His face showed lingering fear as he continued. Then, Stadium 2 and Stadium 3 also ignited abruptly. One fire, we could explain, but consecutive anomalies seeing flames descend from the sky. And the Zich flame hovering in midair with no reason, it is something I have never witnessed. He stopped in front of a partially destroyed stadium. Luckily, the fires in the back stadiums had been extinguished, leaving only this one. Following the president's gaze, Fang Ji looked up, silently taking in the pungent smell of burnt wood and scorched earth. They were now standing before a basketball hoop. The flames around it were still fierce. Fang Ji asked, "Is this hoop the origin point of the fire?" "Yes," the president replied, "this is the only fire we could not extinguish." Kei Lan's device flickered, displaying the number 11. Fang Ji glanced at it, curious. "What is that?" She answered, "It is a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. Anything over 10 must trigger a lockdown to protect ordinary people. A high anomaly reading for them is basically a natural disaster they can't escape. But see, the number is climbing constantly, it is already at 60 after just a short while." The device emitted continuous beeping warnings. Kei Lan's expression stiffened. "This is serious. The threshold is dangerously high. If we do nothing, it is not just Qingcheng University that will be affected, the entire city could be at risk. We must immediately deploy 3 3-star Demon Guard officers and 7 2-star officers to contain this anomaly, using the purest spiritual energy and the most stable formations possible." The president's eyes widened. He saw Fang Ji ignore the hazardous perimeter and leap past the barrier toward the fire. "Consultant Fang just entered the heavenly fire," he shouted. At that moment, the fire reacted as if alive, erupting into a blazing sphere aimed directly at Ji. The explosion's roar sent the anomaly reading spiking to 110. And the beeping became an unbearable alarm. The heat waves whipped Kei Lan's hair, and she realized with horror that the situation had escalated. 110 was enough to classify this as an S-level anomaly. The perimeter barrier before her seemed consumed by the fire, taking the form of a fierce dragon guarding its territory. Her heart raced. He actually dared to walk in alone. Even the strongest warriors of the restricted zone would understand her concern. But Fang Ji strode confidently into the inferno, ignoring the crackling flames around him. Around his body, his Yang attribute radiated, forming a thin protective barrier. Previously, Yang energy had helped him in the lightning battle. Now it would shield him from the heavenly fire. Yet while protecting himself, he could not touch the fire's core, nor activate the system's technique compiling abilities. Fang Ji moved closer to the basketball hoop, where the fire had manifested as a dragon. He told himself he needed to approach as near as possible to the fire's core. Before he could dwell on this, the fire dragon lunged at him, jaws wide. He extended his hand calmly, expression cold and unflinching. As the heavenly fire approached, he suddenly dispelled his Kim Yang protective layer to make direct contact with it. The explosion roared. Heat waves surged, and he had to lower his center of gravity to avoid being thrown back. Despite his formidable power, direct contact with the fire's essence without the protective Kim Yang barrier remained a formidable challenge. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the system to respond. True to Fang Ji's expectations, the system appeared, detecting the intense fluctuations of the heavenly fire attribute. A wide grin spread across his face. "Ha, No wonder it is called heavenly fire, stronger even than the wild death force, but I will absorb you regardless. The system immediately ran at full capacity, announcing that it was performing maximum computation. It began compiling the technique, and within moments, the compilation was complete. Fang Ji's smile deepened as he read the notification. You have acquired the Heavenly Fire Attribute Technique 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire. I destroy your karma, sealing all your advantages. At that moment, the heavenly fire coiled around his body, shooting skyward as if intending to incinerate him on the spot. A new system notification appeared. The technique required no learning, it was automatically unlocked, extracting the heavenly fire attribute. Simultaneously, 9 fire dragons descended from the sky. Fang Ji closed his eyes as crimson patterns appeared across his face. The system confirmed that the heavenly fire attribute had been successfully received. The pattern spread across his cheeks, forehead, and eyes, each symbol representing a dragon. Once all 9 were visible, Fang Ji opened his eyes, now glowing a divine red. He clasped his hands in front of him and shouted, 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. Immediately, 9 black and red chains clinked and slid slowly from his back. The 9 dragons, which had originally lunged at him, were immediately restrained by the thick chains. They thrashed, but could not escape. The chains interwove, merging the 9 dragons into a single entity, tightening the seal even further. Kei Lan recognized this as a sealing aura. She recalled seeing elite army cultivators seal areas in restricted zones. While their technique differed from Fang Ji's, the aura was remarkably similar. Fang Ji extended his hand, retracting the chains into a swirling loop. The intense aura of the heavenly fire was drawn into the chains, forming a compact fire sphere wrapped in black links. The fire roared in defiance, but the more it struggled, the tighter the chains held it. Finally, the seal was complete. A single fire sphere remained in Fang Ji's hand. He placed it back into the territory it had chosen, but it could no longer wreak havoc as before. The fire sphere now hung like a basketball caged within a hoop. Fang Ji turned to the president and said, I have temporarily sealed the heavenly fire here. For now, do not lift the lockdown on this stadium. No repairs are necessary, and no one should be allowed near it. This way, the fire won't spread further. The president's relief was palpable. Rest assured, the stadium will remain sealed. After all, the university has more than just this one stadium. Kei Lan pursed her lips, watching Fang Ji single-handedly seal the heavenly fire and neutralize the threat to Qingcheng University. Her thoughts unreadable. Fang Ji chatted lightly with the president of Qingcheng, noting that the university had 7 or 8 stadiums. The president laughed warmly. Consultant Fang, you are truly remarkable. If there is anything you need. Before he could finish, Kei Lan stepped forward. President, I have a few matters to discuss with Consultant Fang. The president, perceptive, stepped aside gracefully. No problem, please go ahead. Fang Ji looked at her curiously. What is it? Kei Lan got straight to the point. Fang Ji, you have been hiding your abilities. He smiled faintly, replying casually. Nothing unusual. The heavenly fire had been formidable and difficult to handle. Kei Lan's expression hardened. Don't play dumb. I mean your innate talent and cultivation level. You know what I am referring to. Seeing him smile without answering, she could only sigh. Well, it is normal for a cultivator to keep secrets, especially one as strong as you, she said. I may not have the right to demand anything of you, but I hope you will heed what I am about to say. She continued, her voice firm. In these times of great upheaval, Haxia needs top-tier talent like you. When spiritual energy fully recovers, your power will be equivalent to a modern nuclear threat. As a result, whether it is the military's restricted zones or the Spirit Energy Association, all will compete to recruit you. It is even possible that high-level foreign forces will approach you with generous offers. At this point, she shrugged slightly. Of course, I am not denying I have my own calculations. If you join the military, it would be like adding an ally to our restricted zone. So, I suggest you start thinking about it now, rather than waiting until the last minute to decide. Knowing she had his best interests in mind, Fang Ji shared a question that had been lingering in his mind. I am curious about something. Why is it that neither you nor Wang Liang wanted to invite me into your restricted zones? You even seemed to think I was not worthy. Kei Lan hesitated for a moment. Well, of course, it is because those legendary level military zones. Their strength is a bit abnormal. I thought you might be more interested in them. Fang Ji's lips curved into a small, intrigued smile. High level, huh? She nodded. Exactly, though I have not met them much. I have heard they have been extremely busy lately. Fang Ji silently confirmed the information. The strongest forces of Haxia had been so occupied recently that even officers in other military zones were aware of the rumors. Kei Lan then turned, leading him away. Enough talking. Let us go. The president invited us to eat at the Chingcheng University cafeteria. As Fang Ji followed her, he mulled over the situation. It seemed that even the strongest military forces were facing considerable challenges. He speculated that this indicated the presence of extremely terrifying anomalies, with powers far surpassing the capabilities of current cultivators. According to Kei Lan, some of these cultivators had likely already reached the creation spirit realm like him or even exceeded it. Fang Ji frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of unease. As the restoration of spiritual energy drew nearer, he realized his preparations were still insufficient. Leaving the stadium, his mind buzzed with calculations. How could he make the most of the heavenly fire attribute he had just acquired? Heavenly fire. It did not follow rules, burning indiscriminately wherever it spread, leaving nothing behind, like an endless, untamed flame. It was perfect for dealing with anomalies capable of unlimited reproduction. With that thought, a spark of inspiration suddenly lit up in his mind. Got it. He decided that this attribute was far from random, it could perfectly complement his red fire blade technique. Fang Ji made his way toward the back mountain. Huh? He stopped short in front of a large sign blocking the path. The mountain itself showed no signs of abnormal activity. Yet it had been sealed off. Still, military news couldn't have spread this quickly. The only ones who would know about his training and experiments in this spot would be the Spirit Energy Association. That thought immediately made him recall Su Qingyun. Could it be that this land was gifted to him specifically for his experiments? If so, refusing would be pointless. He stepped forward, but after only a few paces a foul stench hit his nose, causing his brows to knit together. Wait, were these filthy creatures sneaking in here as well? The aura was the same as the one he'd encountered at the factory, though weaker. Up in the branches behind him, a monkey swung lazily, watching. Fang Ji's hand brushed against the blade at his side. So it already possessed intelligence, weighing his strength before deciding whether to attack? If that was the case, then it was about to learn a hard lesson. A mechanical voice rang out in his head. Heavenfire, also known as celestial flame, carries a radiant, purifying attribute that specializes in annihilating corruption. Would you like to fuse Heavenfire with your blade? Yes. Instantly, flames roared to life along the blade. The Heavenfire surged, eternal and unyielding. Fang Ji narrowed his eyes. Anticipation building. If I merge this immortal flame with my Crimson Flame Blade technique, just what kind of power will it unleash? Let's test it out on you. With that, he swung his weapon, unleashing two fiery phantoms in the shape of dragons. The monkey froze, terrified, then shrieked and bolted, fleeing for its life. A satisfied smile tugged at Fang Ji's lips. Excellent. The intensity of this flame was easily double, perhaps even triple, that of his original technique. More importantly, its energy had no backlash on his body. Running a hand along the flat of the blade, he felt its cool surface beneath the lingering glow. Now, let's see where that filthy thing runs. Not far away, a young woman was live streaming from the mountain. Guys, I swear I'm not a scammer. Do you know what it's like to be insanely lucky from birth? Even though this is my first stream, the content just finds me. The comments scrolled wildly. User 123,456. Fishing for views again? Urban legend spicy. Yawn. Stop bragging. If you've got guts, head to the north gate of Chingcheng University and stream that insane heat signature. I'll even throw in a super gift. Other stuff is boring. Do something real. Exposure 5000. Top tier scam. Using 2G in 2025. Huh? Right now the hottest topic is the Heavenfire at Chingcheng Stadium. All the videos got taken down, definitely not fake. Looked terrifying as hell. If this streamer captures it live, I'll do a handstand and eat crap. Just then, the same monkey lunged at her, knocking her flat on the ground. Her phone slipped from the selfie stick. the screen cracking as it fell. But it continued recording, now showing her being strangled by the beast. The chat exploded with confusion. Urban legend spicy. What the hell's going on? Streamer, you haunted or something? Exposure 5000. Damn. This act came out of nowhere. Nice fake effects though. But there was nothing fake about her panic. The girl clawed at the monkey's grip, sobbing in despair as her breath was cut off. At that very moment, the two fire dragon phantoms streaked through the air, slamming down. The beast shrieked and released her, fleeing once more. Viewers watching the feed erupted. Holy crap, what was that? Fire dragons? That effect is insane. The clip spread like wildfire across the internet, and the viewer count skyrocketed to over 13.54 million. Through blurred vision, the girl caught sight of a figure standing amidst the flames. Seizing her phone, she shouted breathlessly into the stream. "Ha, I got it on camera. There's someone inside the fire. A celestial being, a real immortal came to save me." Within minutes, the video was everywhere. A single slash, wreathed in divine fire, splitting the heavens. An immortal descends to save mortals. The heaven fire is nothing before him. A mysterious man wielding flames like a sovereign, raising an entire forest of fire with one strike. Views surged past 13.596.254, propelling it to the top of the trending charts. Somewhere else, a girl's best friend nudged her excitedly. "Quinn Lee, come watch this. An immortal descended to save someone. It proves cultivators are real. Heavenfire really exists." Suo Quinn Lee merely gave a dismissive HMPH. "What? Don't fall for that. Everything online is staged with effects." But the moment her eyes landed on the mysterious figure standing tall in the flames, she froze, a flicker of disbelief betraying her calm. Her friend grinned triumphantly. "See? I told you it's real. Didn't I? What do you say now?" "Huh? Quinn Lee? Quinn Lee?" Suo Quinn Lee bit her lip, insisting to herself that the video was absolutely fake, just CGI tricks and editing. "No way, it can't be him. It's just someone with a similar build. If it really were him, he would have been burned to ashes already." A dark thought flashed across her mind. And if it were true, would he take the chance to seek revenge on me? TCH. No, I'll never bow my head. At the same time, an elegant woman of 81 was replaying the video for Lin Yi. "Doesn't this figure look familiar? He looks an awful lot like the cultivator who saved us from those vines." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "I think so too. And I recently learned that a great powerhouse broke through to the spirit creation realm, and he lives right near me. Could they actually be the same person?" Elsewhere, Zhang Xiaona's group was buzzing over the same video. "Old Li, look at that. Doesn't he look just like Fang? He seems a lot stronger now, too." Someone gasped. "Good lord, that blade swing is identical. We really latched onto a big thigh back then." Meanwhile, at the Spirit Energy Association, a tense meeting was underway. The city's crisis loomed closer, while their own cultivators clearly lacked the strength to hold it back. One of the officers muttered, "I heard the military already had an in-depth exchange with Fang Ji." "Little Su?" Su Qingyun interrupted sharply. "I believe you'll help us." Over at a separate military council. However, Kolam sighed in disbelief. In just this short time, he's already advanced to the spirit creation realm. What kind of monster is this? Even aberrations tremble before him. And seriously, how many high-grade attributes does he have? Han Li folded his arms, answering flatly, "At least 3, maybe more. With potential like that, our authority looks like nothing but a circus act. Recruiting him is our only option." Kolam frowned. "Are you saying the higher-ups have decided to act themselves?" Han Li gave a curt nod. "They have, but it seems they still aren't ready to lower themselves and personally approach Fang Ji. After all, every top-tier cultivator we've seen before emerged from within the military. They want to know what Fang still lacks. Whatever it is, newly researched weapons and equipment, training sites, resources, they're prepared to hand it all to him. Also, the livestream footage and uploaded videos must be contained immediately." Su Qingyun thought privately. The entire spirit energy world of Shaw is watching him now. Kolam, for his part, couldn't hide a trace of excitement. This kid, he really makes you wonder what he'll pull off next. Elsewhere, inside a hospital room, A young girl sitting by her master's bed whispered softly. Teacher, it feels like Shaw has a new ray of hope. With someone this powerful appearing, your chances of waking up have increased, even if just a little. The following day, Fang Ji rose and chewed on a piece of bread for breakfast. Rumors had run wild the day before. Who would have thought a random streamer would sneak up the back mountain just to chase clout? Some people really would risk anything for fame. But now, every trace of that video had been scrubbed from the internet. The livestream room was locked. 2. No doubt the military or the Spirit Energy Association had stepped in. Then he noticed something odd. Lin Yi's door was still open. Wait a second, she hadn't come home last night. And she hadn't even sent him a single message. His expression darkened. Something's not right. That girl isn't usually this unreliable. He quickly dialed her number. But all he got was an automated tone. The subscriber you have dialed is currently out of service. Unease twisted in his chest. This is bad. I have to find her. Rewind 30 minutes earlier. Deep within the forest. 81. How long have we been trapped here? Lin Yi asked in a low voice. Can you estimate? The beautiful 81-year-old woman gave a faint, bitter smile. About 10 hours. I think. Maybe more. I've lost track. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. At first, I thought it was just a regular shadow ghost. As she spoke, pain flared in her injured waist, forcing a stifled groan from her lips. Enough. Stop apologizing, Lin Yi said firmly. This is on me. I'm not strong enough yet. Remember, stay alert. She held back, conserving her strength, but inside she prayed desperately. If only I had power like that great cultivator. And just as that thought crossed her mind, a hulking monster emerged from the shadows behind them, claws raised and slashing down. The aberrant beast lunged at Yi in 81, claws slashing through the air. Yi spun on instinct, channeling spiritual force into her palm and blasting its head clean off. But the mangled corpse staggered upright again. Both women froze. This is one of those people who got trapped here and died, is not it? Yi whispered. No, 81 said grimly. Now it has become a walking corpse. It is toying with us, trying to assimilate us. Their expressions darkened as the truth sank in. None of their attacks had any effect on the black skeletal barrier surrounding it. Worse, their spiritual power was draining rapidly, and they could not even sense where the beast truly lurked. It is waiting, Yi muttered, her senses on edge. Waiting for us to run out of energy so it can turn us into its playthings. 81 stiffened as a massive eye suddenly materialized before them. Then it split into dozens more. She cursed and struck at it. Die, you damned thing. Yi's heart pounded. It is getting impatient. Stay sharp. But behind her, another glowing eye flared open, casting her into an illusion. Her surroundings dissolved into suffocating darkness. Am I going to die here? Yi thought numbly. I can't hear 81 anymore. No, this is not real. We have been swallowed by the shadows. As her consciousness faded, regret weighed on her chest. I am sorry. I should not have acted on my own. I was overconfident, thinking the two of us could handle this. But the path of cultivation has always been riddled with danger. I knew one day I might disappear in some forgotten place. I just wonder what the world will look like then. What role will the hidden pioneers play? Tears blurred her vision. Maybe I will never witness the grandeur of the world once the spirit revival fully arrives. Then thunder split the sky. Lightning crashed down so suddenly it stole Yi's breath. A familiar figure appeared, grabbing her arm firmly. You are lucky I made it in time, Fang Ji said, his voice steady. Her heart jolted. Cousin Fang. He stepped past her, blade already raised. Arcs of lightning roared outward, tearing the darkness apart. 81's eyes widened in disbelief. He saved us. This can't be real. Wasn't he just an ordinary man? Yi shouted in panic. Cousin, behind you, to your right. Another beast lunged, but Fang Ji did not flinch. Gripping his sword, he murmured, perfect. Let us see how heavenly fire performs against a dark attribute aberration. He swung in a blazing arc. The creature ignited instantly, its form consumed in wild, undying flames. Yi rushed to prop 81 up as she groggily opened her eyes. Are we dead? The old woman stared in horror at the sea of fire surrounding them. Good heavens, what infernal blaze is this? Did we descend into hell with the beast? Yi squeezed her hand. No, look closer, we are alive. Alive? 81 blinked, still dazed. Wait, who is that man? Fang Ji sheathed his sword, his voice calm. It is finished. Ha, and I have not even eaten breakfast yet. 81 and Yi both widened their eyes, recognition dawning. They stumbled closer. It was you, was not it? 81 gasped. Back in Yonghuo town, at the dead vine grove, you were the one who saved us. Fang Ji scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Ah, am I really that easy to recognize? He had not even covered his face, yet he still asked as if surprised. Yi jumped in. Wait a minute, you are saying the great cultivator with pure yang power who saved us before? That was my cousin. 81 nearly collapsed from shock. What? That mighty expert was your cousin, but you said he was just an ordinary man. Fang Ji rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. This was, after all, the benefactor who had split apart the vines with a single strike, breaking through the defenses of a 3-star nether ghost and drawing the attention of false saints. Yi's thoughts swirled. So cousin really is a great cultivator with high-level yang attributes. But, just now, he clearly used lightning of the purest form to tear away the dark mist. That lightning, combined with those flames. It is far beyond me. A prodigy with 2 high-tier attributes, lightning and pure yang. That is not just talent, that is monstrous. Her eyes widened further. Wait, could the mighty cultivator who recently broke through to the spirit creation realm in our very own district actually be my cousin? Fang Ji finally broke the silence. Alright, it is me. But I have got a question for the two of you. That dark attribute aberration, you both know it is not something you can handle like a regular monster. Right, so why were there only the two of you here? Where are the rest of your team? 81 recalled the other two. Ah, well. One of them fell seriously ill about 5 years ago. She used to take missions without telling her family. But now she's confined, so of course she can't make it. It seems my uncle also has many difficult missions to handle. And we don't always travel with others. Alright, Fang Ji reflected. This time, I underestimated the enemy, thinking that because I had broken through the 3-star nether ghost realm, it would be fine. Looking back, each of these teammates had their own ideas. Seems like this team wouldn't have lasted long anyway. So let's go. I won't abandon my comrades. At that moment, 81, who had once been resentful of her teammates, now stepped up to protect their honor in front of outsiders. She was a loyal person. My cousin is always clever. And I fear she has a similar instinct. Fang Ji thought. Yi, he continued, I think because your friends know my identity, I can trust the two of you. Kai Bang, let's form a team. But don't tell anyone about this. He added. Yi was surprised. And 81 agreed cheerfully. Is this really feasible? Yi asked. Yes, I'm very discreet. Fang Ji replied. Oh, I truly benefit from Yi's help. Yi felt touched, thinking, indeed, my cousin is a powerful pioneer. He should have realized long ago that I am a pioneer and protected me silently. On this lonely path of cultivation, having a trustworthy relative who is willing to assist and accompany you without hesitation is incredibly valuable. What a blessing. Yi smiled brightly in agreement. All right, thank you, cousin. I'll stick 2 more eggs for your dinner tonight. Yi glanced at her phone. Elder Jia Lam had issued a new mission. Jia Lam announced a mission from the Dark Zone, instructing them to collect items related to the dark attribute. Think carefully before signing up, she said. Fang Ji looked at the phone and asked, a dark attribute? Do you know about the extremely dark zone level 3? Yes, came the reply. The extremely dark zone lies at the border of the dark attribute region and is strictly prohibited by the Ha Kingdom. Because the internal dark attributes are extremely powerful, pioneers taking missions usually avoid it and take detours. Moreover, most of the anomalies we encounter in the city nowadays originate from there. Authorities haven't fully explored the restricted area, but it's said that a serious accident once occurred there. I understand. Fang Ji nodded. Then we had to give it a try. Why not ask her about the specific mission? Did she answer? Yi asked. No, Jia Lam is very mysterious. She never speaks more than a few words. Fang Ji recalled the Spirit Force Association and the military. Because the Dark Zone lies within a strictly protected restricted area, many lives had already been lost there. This Jia Lam might assign Dark Zone-related missions only to advanced pioneers. Perhaps she is ruthless and opposes the authorities. Perhaps her identity is unusual. Or maybe she was once a high-ranking official in the military or the association. I prefer the latter. Elder Ja Lam, I want to sign up. What exactly do we need to do? Ja Lam replied that the mission involves collecting unwithering flowers. She emphasized that the rewards for this mission are richer than ever. But all the dangers in the dark zone carry the dark attribute. And the risks are higher than anything they had encountered before. Then let's sign up and participate. Yi and 81 were both taken aback. Good heavens, what's up with Ja Lam? She's answering so carefully. Yi thought. Ja Lam, this mission might involve S-rank anomalies and a very high mortality rate. Think carefully before proceeding. If there's a strong and reliable pioneer team, it's still not too late to sign up. One girl is leading, with some military personnel following behind. Ja Lam added. She said, it depends on whether that person is willing. Fang Ji frowned. Huh? If there's a strong and reliable pioneer, isn't this too direct? It was almost as if she was saying, I know you. I know pioneers like you would care. Do you dare to go? Cousin, she seems to be pointing at you in the dark forest ahead. Fang Ji had made up his mind. Not long after Ja Lam's message, another announcement appeared. This mission may involve S-class anomalies with an extremely high mortality rate. Think carefully before signing up. If you have a strong and trustworthy pioneer team, it is not too late to register. Yi, using her id Yi Feng Haku, replied, Sister Ja Lam, our team has 3 people. In the hospital corridor, Ja Lam's assistant followed a few steps behind, hesitating. Sister Lam, that small team of theirs. Ja Lam seemed to know what she was about to say. Without turning around, she continued walking forward, holding a bouquet of flowers. It is fine. If he is a pioneer worthy of Ha Nation's trust, he will come. The assistant still looked uneasy. But if he does not, would not that mean the entire operation? Ja Lam was not someone who liked forcing others. Her tone remained calm. If he does not come, then fate simply has not arrived. Seeing that her assistant had misunderstood the purpose of this mission, she asked, do the two of you also think this withered flower retrieval mission was designed to send powerful pioneers to their deaths? The assistant faltered. Sister Lam, we just thought. Ja Lam stepped into a hospital ward, placed the bouquet gently on the table, and spoke softly, as if to herself but also to them. The withered flower mission is a 9 deaths 1 life mission, but its true purpose is completely different from what it seems. She paused, then added, this is a necessary path for Ha Nation to accumulate power. Only by collecting these withered flowers can we save more pioneers, the very core forces that will support Ha Nation's future. Meanwhile, on a subway train, Yi sat next to an attractive middle-aged woman, both watching the news on their phones. Fang Ji stood by a pillar, a long blade at his hip. Not far away, a little boy tugged his mother's sleeve and whispered, Mom, look, that guy's carrying a sword. The woman chuckled, patting her son's head. That is just cosplay, sweetie. I used to play with stuff like that back in the day. Back in the hospital, Ja Lam and her 2 assistants stood solemnly beside a hospital bed. Lying there was an old man, her mentor, once one of Ha Nation's foremost combat forces, now in a state between life and death. Ja Lam gently clasped his frail hand, her voice trembling as she whispered, partly to herself and partly as a command to her assistants behind her. No matter what, we must gather more withered flowers. On the bed lay an elderly man with silver hair, his body veined with dark crimson lines like spiderwebs. His eyes were shut tight. Ja Lam steeled herself. As the only pioneer of Ha Nation to reach the diamond tier, I must use the withered flowers to heal him, to awaken him. Ever since the return of spiritual energy, a diamond tier powerhouse was worth no less than a nuclear weapon. They were the cornerstone of Ha Nation's strength, the last deterrent that allowed them to negotiate with other countries before and after the resurgence. That is why, she said firmly, even if it costs a few Ja Lams, a few military units, or even more pioneers, it is worth it. One of her assistants could not agree and gently protested, the mission is important, but so is your health, Sister Lam. That remark seemed to strike a nerve. Ja Lam's face darkened. She pressed her lips together, murmuring, my health is important. Then, in the next instant, her composure shattered. Yes, it is important because this life of mine was bought back by my comrades, she shouted. Her outburst startled the assistants. Realizing she would lost control, Jia Lam's expression softened. The throbbing pain in her head returned, and sorrow filled her violet eyes. Leaning weakly against the bedside, she held her temples and sighed, "Sorry. I should not have yelled at you." Her assistant quickly apologized. "No, Sister Lam, it is my fault. Has your headache come back again?" Familiar faces flickered through Jia Lam's mind. She shook her head faintly. "It is fine. It is not time for the medicine yet. I just remembered some old things." The memories that surfaced were dark and blood-stained. She saw the torn bodies of soldiers scattered across the ground, heard a hoarse command echoing through the chaos, "Sword Division. Retreat immediately." Everywhere was death. Among the fallen were her comrades. A severely wounded soldier named Le Tamshen, missing an arm, dragged himself to her side, gasping, "The abyssal zone. It is truly a hellish place." "Xiao Lam," he said weakly, "the withered flower mission, we can only entrust it to you now. Do it for the Master, for Ha Nation, for all of us." At that time, Jia Lam had cried and screamed, "No, I am not going, Captain." But the captain did not allow her to refuse. Using the last of his strength, he poured all his remaining spiritual power into her body. "Take our attributes. I hope you can use them. You must survive, no matter what." Back in reality, Jia Lam stared down at her hands with a heavy heart and muttered, "They have passed their spiritual energy to me. But they do not realize that if the withered flowers are contaminated with blood or not fully harvested, they won't work." The scene shifted to a remote, desolate area. After walking for what felt like forever, Fang Ji's group covered an enormous distance, so far that even the attractive young woman complained, "How many more kilometers do we have to go?" Suddenly, she came up with an idea. "Hey, Great One, Yi, you two are so strong, can't you just fly a bit?" Yi dashed her hopes immediately. Spiritual energy is not sufficient for humans to fly at will. Even pioneers can't do that. Fang Ji did not join the discussion. He narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, silent. They had arrived at a place where energy barriers flickered in the air. Ahead stood barricades and some defensive weaponry. Curiously, Fang Ji scanned the area. The extreme dark zone, he thought, frowning instinctively. The area was permeated with dark attributes. Despite the layers of obstacles, he could still sense a stifling, uncomfortable aura. The attractive young woman shivered and hugged herself. Even brushing against the air, the oppressive energy was revolting, far worse than anything they would encountered before. Wei also felt the pressure but steadied herself, thinking, "We have come this far already, so we can't back down now." From a distance, Fang Ji noticed a gathering of pioneers. "Yes," Wei nodded thoughtfully. She analyzed the situation. "There are more pioneers than I expected. It is not just the rewards that attract them. Both you and the other woman, 81, have experienced firsthand how difficult it is to handle dark attribute anomalies, gloomy, deadly, and hostile to humans." She sighed, a hint of worry in her chest. But now, violent incidents caused by dark attribute anomalies were occurring in the city repeatedly. Fang Ji's expression grew serious. No mistake, he had faced two dark attribute anomalies directly. One was a mutated rabbit. Officially a wild rabbit, but it looked more like a giant rodent than anything natural. The second was a massive python that had been lying in wait at the factory and bamboo grove. These creatures were smarter than the first mutated rabbit. They coordinated traps and ambushes, nearly wiping out the entire Spirit Association strike team. Fang Ji furrowed his brow. Most importantly, as Yi had said, these anomalies were cunning. They seemed to intentionally avoid the city's border defenses. As he observed the energy barrier of the restricted zone, he could not help but wonder whether the defenses here were any better than elsewhere. He also thought about the disasters that could occur. Although he did not know exactly how, the anomalies were appearing with increasing frequency in the city now, to the point of being uncontrollable. Finally, he led the two of them into the gathering area. Within the pre-barrier concentration zone, pioneers congregated, chatting amongst themselves. Among them was Tan Win. While talking, she suddenly noticed a figure approaching. Her eyes widened. "Oh no. Him." He came too, and he brought two girls with him. Realizing she would spoken a bit too loudly, She immediately turned her head and covered her mouth. The green-haired girl walking beside her noticed their captain behaving strangely and called out, "Bot, bot." Tan Win did not respond. She closed her eyes and began muttering a prayer, Amitabha Buddha. Great compassion Buddha. Please, do not let him notice me. Do not let him see me. But surely her prayers had not reached the western heaven in time, because Fang Ji had already recognized her. Oh, that is Captain Tu, right, he thought. She had been spotted and could not pretend otherwise. Embarrassed, she gave a hesitant greeting. It is you came to the extreme dark zone too, that is. Good news. In truth, she had already received the military dossier on Fang Ji, which was why she felt so flustered over their earlier interactions. The attractive young woman leaned forward, curious. Great One, is not this girl Wise sister-in-law? Wise's eyes widened in surprise. Huh. Tan Win, Fang Ji's cousin, blushed, worried he might anger Fang Ji, and quickly denied it loudly. Oh no, what a big misunderstanding. Fang Ji stepped forward, smiling, and introduced himself. Of course not. She is just a helper for me, Captain Tu of the Spirit Association. The misunderstanding was resolved in an instant, but this new identity left Tan Win even more speechless. Why does this identity sound so off-putting, she thought. While they were still exchanging words, someone approached from behind, stomping heavily on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Humph, these kids are too reckless, a voice barked sharply. The figure was an older-looking man, carrying a rifle on his shoulder and a sword slung across his back. He assumed his seniority gave him the right to scold. These pioneers nowadays. The younger ones have no manners. They do not greet their elders, and if they fight and make noise without respect, let us see if they can even survive in the extreme dark zone. The comment was clearly aimed at Fang Ji. The attractive young woman, now fully transformed into Fang Ji's devoted fan, blood boiling, snorted and pulled on her gloves. Do not blame me for being hot-headed. Do you even know who these people are? Fang Ji shook his head. Do not reveal their identities. She obeyed and quickly switched to a more provocative tone. Old man, you would better worry about yourself. Who knows who is going to get scared to death later? Before the man could respond, the sound of approaching vehicles interrupted him. He squinted and glanced toward the noise. A military vehicle slowly rolled into the area. He gave the young woman a mocking smile. Oh, the vehicle's here, well then, let us just wait and see. The vehicle stopped, and the door opened. A slender yet powerful figure stepped out before the assembled pioneers. It was Jia Lam, the one who had issued the mission summoning the pioneers. The crowd murmured in excitement. That is her, Jia Lam. She descended from the vehicle, followed by orderly soldiers. Everyone could not help but whisper and stare. Standing aside to make way for Jia Lam, the attractive young woman's curiosity was piqued. What exactly is her identity, with such an imposing aura? Fang Ji guessed she must be the one opening the path for them. Jia Lam turned her head slightly, casting a brief glance at him before approaching the glowing blue energy barrier. She took out a small stone, likely the key to unlocking the barrier adorned with strange engravings. She infused it with spiritual energy, causing the surface to glow blue. With a few resounding rumbles, the barrier began to open, revealing a path. Inside, darkness stretched endlessly. A heavy, oppressive aura mixed with the scent of blood poured outward, accompanied by booming echoes. Jia Lam shouted, "You have arrived." She swung open the massive gate, granting access to the path beyond. The barrier had been opened, and a dark, ominous circle slowly shifted behind Jia Lam. She announced that they could enter. I will give everyone a reminder, Fang Ji said. The rotten flowers must be collected whole and intact. They cannot be contaminated with human blood. The other pioneers, including Fang Ji, listened silently as he explained the task. If the flowers collected do not meet the requirements, no rewards will be given. If there are no questions, you may begin. A man in red armor led his group forward. Irritated, he cursed loudly, "Damn it, we do not even get to go ourselves, yet they push us in to die. And there is no guarantee of any compensation afterward." A young teammate, afraid of trouble, tried to reason with him. "Old Deng, ease up a bit. If we die, they will just report us as missing. Do you really think the government will randomly give your family a huge payout? That would be like admitting they caused our deaths. Old Deng, the middle-aged man, fell silent and continued forward. Walking behind, Tan Wen shared her impressions of Old Deng and the other pioneers with Fang Ji. That middle-aged man is probably a one-star spirit creation stage, like you. Among those who remain silent, there are likely a few strong ones too, but they are concealing their aura, making it hard to judge. The rest were 2- and 3-star Demon Realm pioneers with solid cultivation foundations. Each team's overall strength was roughly equivalent. Fang Ji nodded. For such a difficult mission, I did not expect so many elite pioneer teams to be gathered here. He felt a twinge of doubt. Was not the man from earlier also a one-star spirit creation stage? Yet his aura did not seem very strong. Outside, the assistant held a report board, ready to give the latest numbers. Jia Lam, the personnel count is complete. For the Extreme Dark Zone event, 37 2-star Demon Realm Pioneers, 12 3-star Demon Realm Pioneers, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Stage. The difficulty of the aberrations in this mission ranges from B to S, Jia Lam nodded. Alright, everyone, proceed to the monitoring devices. I have prepared everything, so do not worry. Inside the Extreme Dark Zone lay a deadly, desolate wasteland. The vegetation was withered, and the air was thick with a foul, oppressive stench. To avoid being corroded by the darkness, everyone relied on protective spiritual energy. Fang Ji led the way, followed by Tan Wen's 3-person team, and finally Y and the 81-year-old young woman. Seeing their teammates lagging far behind, Fang Ji called out, "Stick close. The darkness here obscures vision. If we do not stay near each other, it is easy to get lost and disoriented." The young woman, the weakest member of the team, quickly felt the effects of the cold and the dark energy. She sat down. "Sorry. I really can't help but feel nauseous." Tan Wen stepped up to comfort her. "It is okay. This is just the stench of decay and brain matter mixed together. You are not the only one feeling sick, this is normal." She pointed ahead at another group also retching violently. "See, even the others at the same cultivation stage are struggling." Y moved forward to support the young woman. Tan Wen explained, "The dark attribute has a natural suppressive effect on pioneers. You can think of it as a kind of contamination. Plus, the aberrations in the Extreme Dark Zone are highly active." Fang Ji listened silently as she outlined some known information about the aberrations. B-grade aberrations, comparable to Demon Realm stage pioneers, can control their attack range. A-grade aberrations, comparable to Spirit Creation stage, are more powerful. Violent spiritual energy often concentrates in places like the Extreme Dark Zone. S-grade aberrations, comparable to or exceeding the Diamond Realm stage, are almost always catastrophic level threats. It is important to note that dark attribute aberrations in this zone are even more enhanced. A B-grade aberration here would at least be upgraded by 1 level. Y was surprised. "There is even such a thing, I have never heard of it before." "Captain 2, are you okay?" the young woman asked, concerned for them. "Yeah. You are not contaminated." Actually, Captain Tan Wen had already broken through to 3-star Demon Realm stage. She laughed lightly, making an excuse. "Ha ha, you are overthinking it. My teammates and I often deal with aberrations like this, so we are not afraid of the stench. Besides, I have been pushing myself recently, upgrading from a mutated water attribute to ice." The frail young woman spoke up, sharing, "Since we are at the same level, Captain 2. I do not know if you feel the same as I do, but as soon as we entered the black bone area, my spiritual energy dropped drastically. It is even worse than during the last mission." Tan Wen still looked fairly composed. "Yes. Many experts have fallen here before, including military elites above the 1-star spirit creation stage, so we need to be extra cautious." Y shivered at the words. "Oh man. Let us move quickly, this mission is important." She glanced around and added, "The figures ahead are out of sight. We should stay closer together. I will speak less to conserve energy. Everyone focus your spiritual energy, do not let the black bones take advantage." Fang Ji had been silent until now, listening. He thought to himself that once inside, his body did not feel particularly uncomfortable. Apparently, both his yang attribute and the enhanced lightning attribute could counteract the effects of the dark energy, or perhaps after breaking through to the spirit creation stage, his spiritual energy had simply grown stronger. Elsewhere, Old Deng swung his sword, severing the head of an aberration. He laughed triumphantly. Ha, the aberrations of the extreme dark zone are nothing. Come on, men, the rotten flowers must be collected by us. Let these young ones see what real strength looks like. His followers cheered him on, and one of them even returned briefly to Fang Ji's group, praising his elder. After advancing further, Wei began to cough. The young woman, worried, looked over at her. Fang Ji turned to them and said, "She is still young. You can't just ignore her, she is family, after all." He stepped beside Wei, patting her back twice, and transmitted protective yang energy into her body. Wei stared at her cousin in surprise as warmth suddenly spread through her. The repulsive stench and biting cold that had invaded her body vanished, replaced by a sensation like basking in winter sunlight. This was the power of the spirit creation stage. She marveled, feeling the warmth of the yang attribute. No wonder it is such a rare advanced attribute. Since breaking through to 3-star demon realm stage, she had begun to sense her own attribute more deeply. Her plant-based attribute was adept at absorbing spiritual energy from natural vegetation, and Captain Tu's mutation from water to ice was also extremely rare. Fang Ji noticed she was mistaken and corrected her. It is not the fire attribute, it is yang. I did not explain clearly before. I handled the Northern Gate incident and the exercise yard of Qingcheng University. These two aberrations are not the same. Yang and heavenly fire have subtle differences. Tan Wen realized the truth belatedly. He just admitted it, so now he has 3 rare advanced attributes. Fang Ji closed his eyes, thinking, actually, there is also the wilderness attribute, but you never reveal all your cards at once. He nodded nonchalantly at Tan Wen's words. Meanwhile, the 81-year-old young woman shivered violently from the cold, teeth chattering. Her speech came out in halting fragments. I have not broken through to 3-star demon realm yet. I do not fully sense attributes yet, but following the metal attribute path, cousin. I promise I won't pester you outside. Your yang attribute. Could it warm me a little? Fang Ji could not help but chuckle at her words. He patted her back. Alright, I will warm you up for the day. Surprised by the sudden pat, she jumped slightly. The 2 girls in Tan Wen's team watched this interaction curiously. What are you guys patting each other for? They asked. The young woman was being warmed by the yang attribute, and it was clearly working. She let out a long breath. So warm. Fang Ji glanced at Tan Wen's team and suggested, Captain Tu, does your team want to try it? Tan Wen smiled. It does not feel bad at all. The blonde girl perked up with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? The red-haired girl turned her back. Ready. Cousin, please put the 3 of us in position. Fang Ji patted Tan Wen, the red-haired girl, and the blonde girl on their backs one after another. Each of them received the warm protective yang attribute energy, and all 3 could not help laughing with joy. But just as they were finishing, heavy, thudding footsteps of an aberration approached. Fang Ji's alert instincts kicked in, warning the team to be on guard. Tan Wen immediately released some sort of spiritual energy, but it seemed to miss its mark. Instead, it rebounded toward the frail young woman. She jumped aside just in time, as a massive, jet-black aberration appeared in front of her. Someone shouted, Miss 81, right in front of you. Panic set in. Tan Wen quickly assessed the level of the aberration and yelled, watch out, it is an A-grade aberration. The young woman froze as the aberration lunged at her. Tan Wen summoned a shard of razor-sharp ice and charged, shouting, leave it to me, but when the ice shard struck, it vanished like an illusion, merging seamlessly into the black bones. Tan Wen gritted her teeth. The difficulty here is insane. Wei, from behind, rushed forward to help. It disappeared. Fang Ji scanned the surroundings and noticed undead creatures approaching. They were neither fully human nor fully demon, growling as they closed in, while black bones started accumulating at their feet. He warned the team, watch your step, and seeing the group cornered, he did not overthink it. He stepped forward a few paces, drew his sword, and moved aside. The blazing yang attribute transformed his red eyes into twin blazing flames. He swung his sword, unleashing heavenly fire. 2 roaring dragons of fire surged forward. Boom! The flames erupted, incinerating the aberrations surrounding them. The crackling fire mixed with the stench, accompanied by pitiful cries, "Hot! Hot! Do not burn me." Just one swing had cleared the threat. Fang Ji rested the sword on his shoulder, turning back to smile at the team. "We are safe for now. That wave of aberrations is gone. Do not be fooled by their many eyes, they were just two." He stroked his chin, wondering how these creatures had evolved to imitate human speech. Tan Win, knowledgeable, explained, "They probably learned from consuming too many humans." Even the weakest of these aberrations had been nurtured by the extreme dark zone into grade threats. They were not spirit creation stage, so a head-on confrontation was impossible. Not far from the flames, a figure lurked, observing but doing nothing. That was Jia Lam, masked and monitoring from a distance, taking down two grade illusion beasts with a single strike. Even she would have needed several rounds to dispatch them. After dealing with the aberrations, Wei urged caution. "If Captain Tu is right, we need to stay united. Otherwise, these aberrations could disguise themselves and blend in, striking when we let our guard down." Fang Ji looked at the frail young woman trembling on the ground and said softly, "Miss 81, get up." She had collapsed from fear, still breathing heavily. The oppressive aura was terrifying, stronger than the Miao demon or Quang Ti, and even a touch could incinerate her. "Is this the pressure of their level? It feels like I can't breathe." Suddenly, a roaring sound came from nearby. Fang Ji scanned around, noticing something. Wei's keen ears perked up. "Hey, does anyone else hear that? Is it the sound of waves?" No sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath them trembled, as if struck by an earthquake. The group staggered. Quickly, the sound of approaching footsteps reached them. Someone was running this way. Gunfire rang out as a spirit practitioner tried to cover their retreat. "Run, do not fight anymore, this thing's abnormal," shouts echoed all around. "Help, it is a demon." Fang Ji's expression darkened. He felt the pressure instantly. Ahead, the roaring waves resembled a tsunami, and countless mutated creatures surged forward. Spirit practitioners scattered chaotically, faces pale with terror. The first to run was Old Dang. Someone shouted, This is what even legendary armies suffer heavy losses against, an abyssal dark tide." The abyssal dark tide surged forward like a black tsunami, swallowing any spirit practitioners who could not flee in time. Screams and cries for help echoed everywhere. "Help, save me." Seeing this, Old Deng's heroic blood boiled. He refused to run. He planted his feet, activated his protective spiritual energy, and shouted, "What the hell is this abyssal dark tide? Just because the government troops can't defeat it does not mean I can't. Damn it, this is just another thing in my arsenal." With that, he charged straight into the raging wave. Such courage was admirable, but Old Deng had severely underestimated the force of the abyssal dark tide. In moments, his body was engulfed by the black flood. As he sank into the shadowy waters, he realized too late that there were no ordinary fish inside, only horrors far worse. Damn it. No, not fish. Aberrations. But Old Deng's realization came too late. Hidden within the dark tide, aberrations lunged, biting and devouring him. He groaned in terror. These were not just a grade, they were S-grade. No, do not let them catch me. Do not. Yet not everyone could escape. Not only Old Deng, but countless other spirit practitioners were dragged into the abyssal dark tide. Their desperate screams echoed ceaselessly. From a temporarily safe vantage point, Wei spoke softly. "The aura of the dark attribute is overwhelming. Are they already lost? Can we even get out of here?" Fang Ji's voice remained calm, perhaps because he had no time to fear. He turned to Tan Win. "Captain Tu, what exactly is the abyssal dark tide?" Her expression grew serious. "It is the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute. It devours all decay, and the aberrations within are no exception. But this plan. It clearly avoided the tide's peak." Wei shivered in horror. "Wait. Did everyone ahead really die? Is this the abyssal dark tide? I only read about it on forums. They say it can destroy an entire city. Cousin. Should we retreat now? Is it too late?" Fang Ji, however, had already activated the lightning attribute in his hands. Combining it with his yang attribute, he formed a spherical shield. "Do not panic," he instructed. "The spiritual shield counteracts the dark attribute. When necessary, everyone can combine their energies to maintain the shield, protecting you from the impact of the abyssal dark tide. Tan Wen realized his intent and tried to reason with him. What are you planning? The abyssal dark tide is a condensed manifestation of the dark attribute. Our current power can't stop it. Even that spirit creation level uncle was immediately swallowed a moment ago. Fang Ji drew his sword, one side glowing with yang energy, the other crackling with lightning attribute power. The spiritual energy surged explosively. Condensed, I will destroy it. He stepped out of the shield and surged toward the abyssal dark tide. Cousin, why? Cried out in alarm. Tan Wen's face registered disbelief. Did I hear that right? Is he going to destroy the abyssal dark tide? They were not far from the dark sea. In moments, Fang Ji's figure, encased in the yang attribute, plunged into the tide. Boom! The waves crashed over him, but the yang energy countered the dark attribute, allowing him relative freedom to move. He pressed deeper into the abyssal waters. At a certain depth, he caught sight of glowing, greedy red eyes. A smile crossed his face just as he expected. To these creatures, Fang Ji was a fat, untouchable prey. They swarmed to encircle him, yet he calmly analyzed the situation. These aberrations were not merely grade creatures manipulated and evolved by the dark attribute. They were better described as a synthesized, upgraded version, a composite of enhanced iterations. Fang Ji's eyes swept over the dark attribute aberrations, now upgraded from B grade to A grade, and from A grade to S grade. Considering the sheer scale of this abyssal dark tide, calling their strength SSS grade was not an exaggeration. No wonder it could so effortlessly swallow spirit practitioners at the creation spirit level, already the elite of humanity. He channeled his lightning attribute spiritual energy through his hands, electric sparks dancing along his arms. Then, moving with lightning speed, Fang Ji launched a flurry of punches, his form a blur as he struck through the dark attribute aberrations. Yet the number of aberrations hidden within the abyssal dark tide was enormous. Seeing their companions destroyed, they surged forward, intent on capturing him. Fang Ji widened the distance, then his eyes glowed with a brilliant golden yang light. Spinning on his heel, he launched an attack at the aberrations in pursuit. A single slash, combining fire and yang attributes, annihilated a massive aberration. The power of a creation spirit, augmented by a weapon, made this feat possible. Previously, Fang Ji had been forced to contend with a giant snake in a B-grade night bamboo aberration. Now, he could dispatch these A-grade composite aberrations with ease. After a moment of combat, his gaze caught sight of something unsettling. One aberration was gnawing on old Deng's head. The man who had scolded him and his teammates earlier looked familiar. Is that the same guy from before? Fang Ji asked aloud. Is he still alive? Perhaps due to his high cultivation level, old Deng had managed to resist long enough that the aberration could not completely devour him. He groaned faintly. Fang Ji noted, silently impressed, that his spiritual energy had not been entirely consumed by the dark attribute. Though his foundational creation spirit energy was not as solid as Fang Ji's, old Deng was a true creation spirit practitioner, so a glimmer of hope remained. If he could be saved, Fang Ji could not simply ignore him. Raising his hand, Fang Ji activated the lightning attribute, Divine Thunder. Perfected. Lightning surged like colossal pillars from the sky, the deafening roar cracking through the abyssal dark tide as the aberrations gnawing on old Deng were obliterated. Old Deng was saved, but it seemed his combat capabilities had been utterly sapped. His body, heavily contaminated by the dark attribute, collapsed to the ground. Fang Ji assessed him with a glance. He could be saved, but the odds were not high. At that moment, the dark shadows reanimated, their forms converging on the young man standing resolutely in the heart of the abyssal dark tide. Roars and growls pierced the air. Fang Ji clicked his tongue softly. Infinite regeneration, is this a trait of S-grade aberrations? A smirk crossed his face as he looked at the massive, aggressive aberration before him. I have a way to deal with this. Let us try it. Acting on impulse, he extended his hand to deactivate his protective spiritual energy. He wanted to see if the system could manipulate this dark attribute. The system immediately responded, detecting extremely strong dark attribute. However, the next notification left him slightly annoyed. Special attribute detected, temporarily unable to manipulate. Fang Ji struggled to resist the dark attribute without his protective spiritual energy. Relying solely on his lightning attribute to counter it was taxing. Even at creation spirit level, he could not manipulate the dark attribute. As expected, the dark attribute was far more complex than other attributes. Realizing this approach would not work, he needed another strategy. Reactivating his yang protective energy, a faint smile spread across his lips. The aberrations, seeing him standing still and immovable, roared and lunged forward with even greater ferocity. Fang Ji calculated carefully. If he could not completely destroy them, he could not directly absorb them either. He would have to find an alternative method. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and Fang Ji felt a twinge of regret. Too bad he had not brought along the little white flower, otherwise, he could have used wild force to contend with this dark attribute. Then, an idea sparked, and his eyes gleamed with fiery determination. Of course, was not the solution already here? Outside, within the protective shield he had created, the group stood frozen in place. The alluring young lady asked, "Captain Tuo, have you ever encountered something like this before?" Tan Wen shook her head. "I have little experience. Never seen anything like this." They watched the abyssal dark tide surge monstrously in the distance. "Cadet, calm down." Fang Ji noticed their shield tremble slightly, and Wai Wai's body shivered in unease. The protective barrier, it felt strange. Facing the Devil clan before, he had not felt this anxious. Yet in this bizarre environment, he had been inside the dark tide for a long time. What if something happened? Tan Wen grasped Wai's hand and gently patted it, trying to reassure her. The spiritual shield was still active. It only flickered briefly. "We can reinforce it with combined spiritual energy," she reasoned. Furthermore, with his strength, if anything went wrong, there'd be no saving anyone, only a mass casualty. She understood her situation and analyzed it clearly, a creation spirit wielding multiple abnormal attributes. She even suspected that his true power had reached 3-star creation spirit level. There was no way a mere 3-star spirit practitioner like them could attempt a rescue. That made sense. Wai and the alluring lady had no counter-arguments. Wai even chuckled, amused. "Captain Tuo, you are hilarious." Tan Wen scratched her head sheepishly. "Really, my teammates also say that." Feeling better now. As they laughed, a blinding golden light suddenly shot up behind them, more dazzling than the sun of truth itself. A thunderous explosion made everyone jump. The land shook under the sheer force of this surge of spiritual energy. The image of several writhing fire dragons appeared. This was Fang Ji's newest technique, the 9-dragon celestial fire seal. Suspended in the sky, the dragons' heads twisted and coiled, and he shouted loudly. Unlike the awe on everyone else's faces, the alluring lady cried out joyfully, "Why, your cousin?" Why, startled, whispered, "This move. It is incredible." Incredible indeed, it was impossible not to be impressed. 9 fiery dragons coiled around, biting and devouring the abyssal dark tide. The explosions continued to resound in their ears. Far off, Elder Lam observed, astonished. Celestial fire attribute. A sealing technique. By now, the 9 dragons had coiled tightly, compressing the dark tide within. Fang Ji gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy to shrink the sealing sphere further. He even incorporated his lightning attribute to strengthen the suppression of the dark attribute, forcing it to contract further within the seal. Standing below, he looked like someone bearing a small planet, spiritual energy pouring ceaselessly. The 9 dragons' execution command activated. He hurled the sealing sphere to the ground. Celestial fire and crackling lightning attributes shattered the earth, sending shards of rock flying. Yet Fang Ji paid little attention. He extended his hand, trying to compress the seal as tightly as possible. The spinning celestial fire energy twisted like powerful binding ribbons, tightening the circle to prevent the abyssal dark tide from escaping. Gradually, as it shrank to a certain size, the sealing was complete, radiating a ring of celestial fire spiritual energy around it, like a lock securing the dark tide inside. After dealing with the abyssal dark tide, Fang Ji dragged Elder Dang out and dropped him onto the ground. They were safe for the moment. What an unexpected gain, they had picked up someone alive. How should they handle this? Wai hurried over to Fang Ji's side, beaming with relief. "Your cousin is fine." "That is such a relief." Looking down at Elder Dang, unconscious and sprawled on the ground, Tan Wen said, "Leave him to my team members." Even though he was a veteran, Fang Ji's stern expression gave her pause. She wondered why he did not look pleased. He had just successfully sealed a high-level dark attribute, after all. Secretly, she admired him. He had actually gone in to eliminate the abyssal dark tide and succeeded. Truly impressive. Fang Ji turned away briefly and explained, "This is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is far too abundant. We need to move quickly." While the seal still held, they had to seize the opportunity to collect the rotten flowers. Tan Wen nodded and signaled to her 2 team members. "Understood. We will take him back to the Spirit Energy Association for treatment." Someone asked, "What about the people ahead? None of them made it out." Fang Ji shook his head. Looking at the corner of his coat and the skeletal remains, it seemed that except for this one person, everyone else had been consumed by the dark attribute, regardless of their cultivation level. The alluring young lady sighed. "They were alive just moments ago. And now they are gone. I suppose it is lucky I did not see them die firsthand." Fang Ji instructed YY and the alluring young lady to move ahead with Tan Wen, while he provided rearguard coverage. None of the girls objected. They agreed this was the safest approach. Standing on a rock ledge overlooking the inky black pool, Fang Ji activated the system, initiating a scan of the violent dark attribute waves. The pitch-black tide coiled and surged, as if trying to reach out to him. Simultaneously, the system confirmed a successful scan. Next, it began activating the central matrix, generating columns of dark attribute energy that rose to surround Fang Ji. He did not resist, allowing the system to operate unhindered. Countless strands of dark attribute energy flowed into his body. Moments later, Fang Ji opened his eyes, which now glowed with the characteristic ominous purple of the dark attribute. The system also notified him, "Compilation successful. You have acquired the dark attribute cultivation technique, Infinite Shadow Realm. Its effect, condensed fog space lockdown. Within this space, spiritual energy is eroded by the dark attribute, severely weakening any existing spiritual energy." Fang Ji held a small black orb in his hand, curious about its properties. The Shadow Realm was a specialized domain. He absorbed the energy in his hands, carefully analyzing the characteristics of this new cultivation technique. It meant that whenever he activated Infinite Shadow Realm against an opponent, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute could steadily deplete their spiritual energy. Coupled with his other attribute techniques, the weakening effect would compound. Even if a monstrous abnormality, more fearsome than the abyssal dark tide, appeared, he could level up and destroy it. A commotion rose behind them, and the mist ahead stirred. Tan Wen could not help but glance back. "Elder, do you feel as if this fog?" Her sentence cut off abruptly as her eyes widened in shock. Fang Ji hovered in the air, dark attribute mist swirling from all directions and converging around him. Tan Wen could not help but marvel inwardly. How can his spiritual energy suddenly break through again? Just a moment ago, nothing seemed to have changed at all. But then she realized something was off. No, could it be that he absorbed the power of the abyssal dark tide, the same force the government had rated as S-class? The thought was absurd. During periods of spiritual energy restoration, every Xian Hang practitioner knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying of all. It was a power concentrated from the deepest negative emotions of living beings and latent malice. For that reason, absorbing the dark attribute was strictly forbidden by the government. In the past, the authorities had tried to study ways to purify and refine the dark attribute, but the cost had been tragic. Because of this, abnormal entities carrying the dark attribute were categorized separately. Although their ranks ranged from D to S, even a D-rank entity could make a novice Xian Hang practitioner at the Kuyu realm suffer unimaginably. And the abyssal dark tide was an S-rank abnormality. Forget a single realm builder, 10 realm builders could be devoured at will. Before the dark attribute was strictly prohibited, some Xian Hang practitioners had attempted to absorb it. However, a 3-star Kuyu realm practitioner who tried to take even a fragment of a C-rank dark attribute entity went insane. Their skin rotted, their mind fractured, and to this day remained confined in a mental hospital. At this moment, Fang Ji had completed absorbing the spiritual energy of the dark attribute. He exhaled, his gaze falling casually to a hidden corner. Come out. You have been observing us for far too long. Ji Lam lowered her face mask and approached calmly. If I am not mistaken, the abyssal dark tide was sealed by you alone, she stated. Seeing her arrive, Tan Wen panicked. Ji Lam, but she did not react aggressively, she only stared at Fang Ji, her curiosity fixed. And what were you doing just now, absorbing the dark attribute? Fang Ji did not hide anything. There was nothing to conceal. Tan Wen thought in surprise, he is admitting it. Without any extra movements, Ji Lam reached into her coat pocket and drew a pistol, aiming it at Fang Ji. She said nothing. He did not move. The air instantly chilled. The alluring young lady immediately asked, Ji Lam, what are you doing? Wai anxiously glanced at the two, tense in the silent standoff. Tan Wen ignored the danger and stepped in front of Fang Ji, her voice cutting through the tension. If I remember correctly, Fang Ji is the top target your military wanted to recruit, right? In the past, whenever the Spirit Energy Association tried to recruit someone, you always stole them first. What is your intention here? Fang Ji appreciated Tan Wen's bravery, but he did not want her harmed. He gently pushed her aside and calmly spoke, strange. Was not our mission to find the rotten flowers? You are clearly in a hurry to complete it, yet now it seems you are not pleased that we are still alive. Ji Lam silently assessed him, but her stance remained cold, her gun still aimed. The alluring young lady stepped forward. Ji Lam, we have always trusted you, but when you arrived just now, why did not you act? If it were not for Elder Fang Ji, we would have been wiped out. I am fine, but Wai is still just a child, and yet you just stood there. Now you come to challenge him. Ji Lam smiled faintly, putting her pistol back in her coat. Just joking. It seems your teammates like you very much. Congratulations on passing the trial. The alluring young lady flushed with embarrassment, denying it. Like me, who is liking who? Tan Wen chimed in playfully. Exactly. Fang Ji looked coldly at Ji Lam. So your purpose in coming here was to test me. She nodded slightly, revealing her intention. Something like that. Because of your talent and strength, I did not want to rely on those cold, lifeless documents. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you truly are. Then, Ji Lam's eyes turned sharp as she looked toward the alluring young lady, and her gaze seemed to answer the unspoken question of why she had not acted before. The words and the intensity in her eyes made the young lady feel a twinge of unease. Ji Lam turned her body, radiating a fierce aura that pressed down on her. Because Xian Hang practitioners could only follow the rules of their own kind in the world of spiritual energy restoration, we are all the same. Life and death, fortune and misfortune, it changes in an instant for a Xian Hang practitioner. She felt a trace of envy, but the others were fortunate. They had someone reliable, strong enough to protect those who had not yet realized the danger. Until now, no abnormalities had dared attack them, because Fang Ji's sealing of the abyssal dark tide had already instilled fear in them. Fang Ji listened quietly as she spoke. The abyssal dark tide is just as pragmatic. It bullies the weak, it fears the strong. Ji Lam then gestured for everyone to follow. Let me lead you to the rotten flower. I know this place better than anyone. Fang Ji drifted in thought. There was something about her. A sense that her mind did not quite work like everyone else's, as if she understood his thoughts in ways few could. Tan Wen whispered, her team faced the dark tide before, but in the end, only she survived. Watching her solitary, cold figure, he understood. That was it, her survival had depended on absolute obedience, detachment from emotion, and strict adherence to duty and rules. At the same time, some belief, some inner drive, had kept her going. But seeing Fang Ji seal the abyssal dark tide had broken that restraint. Fang Ji smiled, filled with understanding. All right, Miss 81, little 2, let us give this wounded patient a little consideration, he said. Miss 81 looked puzzled. Wounded? Fang Ji nodded and explained, yes. Her spiritual energy shield has serious flaws. At a minimum, she possesses the power of a 2-star realm builder, but her shield is effectively 2 ranks weaker. Unlike the others, I can see the intensity of Ji Lam's shield. It shows her internal injuries are far from minor. Hearing this, Ji Lam, who had been walking at the front, paused and looked back. Thank you, but my injuries are nothing, she said calmly. After walking further, the group reached the pitch-dark area known as the Bonefield Graveyard. The place was littered with scattered white bones, giving off a chilling aura. Ji Lam led everyone deeper, and the group remained silent on the way. As they passed the graveyard, Fang Ji caught sight of a few objects along the path, human skeletons, some wearing military hats. He silently deduced that not far from here, on a small mound, a flower must be shining. Ji Lam finally introduced them. This is the graveyard. Look there, that flower has taken many lives. That is the rotten flower. She fell silent afterward, as the place only evoked painful memories for her. Slowly, she stepped forward, and around the rotten flower, dark shapes hovered protectively, like guardians around a princess. Ji Lam extended her hand, her expression turning slightly terrifying, as though she had lost control of herself. Finally, we meet again. Fang Ji, standing behind, was more alert than anyone else. He sensed something was wrong. Not right. Instantly, he condensed a sphere of fire in his hand. The blazing sphere of fire shot toward Ji Lam. Startled, she snapped back to full awareness. She was incredibly strong. This was an extremely rare yang attribute. She spun around and smashed the fireball to pieces. Ji Lam looked at Fang Ji with mild irritation, the one who had just acted to alert her to the situation. She turned her gaze back, only to notice that the shadows of her former teammates, visible only to her, had vanished. She silently chastised herself. Had her preparations still not been thorough enough? Wai stepped forward anxiously, asking, "Sister Ji Lam, are you okay?" Tan Wen also spoke up. She has been heavily affected by the abyssal dark attribute. Maybe we should stay here together for a bit. Ji Lam remained silent, saying nothing, but she also did not step forward. Fang Ji moved ahead on his own. Watching his back, Tan Wen spoke to Ji Lam, "Let him collect the rotten flower. That should be fine." Wherever he stepped, the black mist of the abyssal dark attribute seemed to wither and fade. Before long, Fang Ji had approached the rotten flower. But at that moment, a loud rumble came from beneath the ground. Something was trying to rise up. A half-wraith fox emerged, burrowing up from the earth, and it lunged ferociously at Fang Ji. Its jaws opened wide, lined with sharp teeth, filled with the tortured souls it had devoured. Screams and wails rang in his ears. Hungry. Hungry. So hungry. Fang Ji glanced at it coldly, summoning the lightning attribute. Divine thunder. He swung his hand, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that suppressed and wounded the fox spirit. It howled in pain. Yet the lightning had its limits. The half-wraith fox still struggled and resisted. Fang Ji could not help but wonder silently, how many abnormal creatures had this fox devoured to mutate into this form? Another star-level beast. A twinge of concern ran through him. He decided to deal with it quickly, harvest the rotten flower, and then retreat. The temporal seal on the abyssal dark tide was fading. Fang Ji extended his hand and activated the new technique he had just learned. Still not dead, then let us see what you can handle. A black-purple barrier spread out, deploying the boundless dark realm. Within seconds, the barrier formed around the fox spirit and Fang Ji. Inside the boundless dark realm, countless strands of black energy surged forth, restraining the fox spirit and limiting its power. Its strength dwindled rapidly. The creature shivered, bewildered, unsure of what was happening. The system sent a notification to Fang Ji, affected by the unique abyssal dark attribute within the boundless dark realm. The star-level half-wraith fox had been reduced to rank B. Watching the fox spirit collapse before him, Fang Ji grabbed his sword, marveling, 2 ranks down already. It seemed the cultivation foundation of even star-level abnormalities in this pitch-dark land was not as solid as one might think. The sword in his hand blazed with intense yang fire, swirling fiercely within the boundless dark realm. He swung his sword horizontally, and the fire dragon formation roared, swallowing the fox spirit completely. It was over. Outside, Tan Wen watched the black barrier obscuring Fang Ji's figure and asked curiously, "What is that, this black aura? Is it the abyssal dark attribute? But it does not feel exactly like it." Wai nodded. "Yes. I do not sense that piercing, chilling pressure." Ji Lam, knowing more than they did, stepped forward to explain, "This is Fang Ji's own domain. He has mastered the abyssal dark attribute and has taught himself how to create his own personal realm. There was too much amazement for one day. She unconsciously thought that creating a realm with spiritual energy alone was an incredibly difficult feat. Previously, only one person could create a spatial domain using spiritual attributes, her master. Besides him, at most 3 people worldwide possessed this ability. The identities of the other 2 were unclear, but they were known to exist overseas. At that time, anticipating that the capital would soon face the catastrophe of annihilation, her master had deployed a domain to try and contain it, but the result was. Jia Lam did not think twice, because at that moment, Tan Wen's voice rang out in excitement. There is movement, it is happening, right there. Jia Lam was surprised. So fast, Fang Ji smiled innocently, reassuring everyone. Alright, this graveyard should be fine now. With that, he stepped toward the Wat Shidao. The petals swayed gently in the wind, waiting for the destined hand to pluck them. Fang Ji was extremely careful, lifting the flower delicately and taking the entire root along with it. Once he held the Wat Shidao in his hand, he exhaled quietly, a sense of relief washing over him. That should be fine now, right? Jia Lam watched from outside, her tension coiled tightly, like a taut string. This was what she had been searching for all this time. Holding the Wat Shidao, she could hardly believe it and asked again, "This is the Wat Shidao, just this small?" Fang Ji understood her sentiment and nodded. "Yes, mission accomplished. We need to leave immediately. The dark tide is not like ordinary dark anomalies, it can break through seals at any time and cause trouble." He glanced at the unconscious Lao Dang being dragged along by 2 people. "And we still have one more person slowing us down." Jia Lam's rare, genuine smile appeared. "Alright, thank you. Without you stepping in, this mission could not have succeeded, and thanks to everyone else, let us head out." As before, Y and Lady 81 went ahead, Tan Wen's team followed in the middle, Fang Ji walked behind, and Jia Lam stayed by his side. Fang Ji genuinely appreciated her. She revealed her thoughts. The sole diamond tier elder of Ha Nation, Lao Wu, was now in critical condition. The Wat Shidao was the only medicinal herb that could save his life, and Fang Ji had just saved him. Hearing this, Fang Ji seemed thoughtful. The diamond tier group pressed on steadily, and the black mist began to dissipate. When they glimpsed light at the end of the path, Lady 81 cried out in joy, "Finally, finally, we can see the light, we survived." Y also brightened. "Yes, finally daylight outside. The soldiers and the Spirit Association members are eagerly waiting." The Wat Shidao had truly been harvested. Sister Lam said she got the Wat Shidao. "We could not even believe it," they murmured. "Right, who actually picked it?" Stepping outside under the watchful eyes of many, Lady 81 felt slightly embarrassed. Oh, so many people waiting. Y paid little attention to the gazes on them, noticing something else instead. In front of them was a military vehicle marked with the words Spirit Division. Y exclaimed, "This is a vehicle from the Spirit Division. The Spirit Division is renowned across Ha Nation, everyone knows. Everyone has heard of it. Absolute power, huh?" Lady 81 was stunned. "So Jia Lam is a senior officer of the Spirit Division. Oh my, and I argued with her just now. The Spirit Division was the top division among Ha Nation's 10 major military districts, even during peaceful times. They were an elite force famous nationwide, gathering outstanding talent in both strength and intellect. After the Spirit Energy revival, their advantage became even more pronounced. Not only were their resources abundant, but the sanctuaries they guarded were rare, valuable training grounds. The Wat Shidao was specially preserved and handed to Han Li. He received the herb with a grateful smile, a rare lightness crossing his usually tense expression. Han Li raised his hand to his chest and shouted, "Salute!" The surrounding soldiers saluted in return, showing Fang Ji the utmost respect and military courtesy. "Hand the Wat Shidao over to the soldiers for safekeeping." Han Li saluted Jia Lam. "I will immediately deliver the Wat Shidao to the hospital." "Do not worry," she nodded. "Alright, I will come afterward." Soon after, the military vehicle roared to life and drove off. The immediate priority now was to save Elder Wu. Once the vehicle had gone a safe distance, Fang Ji finally asked, "Are you part of the Spirit Division?" Jia Lam smiled in response. "Yes. With your power and the way you handled things, word of your actions has already spread throughout our division." Before long, you will become famous." Fang Ji did not show any particular excitement at this. He simply listened as Zhao Lam continued. "However, I must admit, your strength alone is enough to crush even the most elite squads of our division. Moreover, your potential is immense. Even now, we have yet to see your limits." She extended an invitation. "If you are interested, would you consider joining us? You would have access to the best cultivation resources available. Oh, and regarding this mission, you and your team, along with the Spirit Artifact Association squad, will receive double the reward." Fang Ji responded politely, "Thank you for the reward. While I know you are among the strongest forces in Ha Nation, I have my own cultivation methods and pace. So joining probably is not the right choice for me." Zhao Lam respected his decision. She spoke kindly but with a note of caution. "Currently, you are entering a period of great transformation in your cultivation. What our nation values most or fears most is anomalies with dark attributes. The number of these anomalies is growing rapidly, and in the future, the situation will only become more severe. Their influence spreads like malignant tumors, and at any moment, they can cause catastrophic consequences. That is why we must devote all our strength to establishing restricted zones to contain them. The Spirit Artifact Association is also enforcing strict defenses everywhere." She paused briefly, sensing he might misinterpret her words, and added, "I am telling you this not to coerce or preach morality, but because I feel an outstanding cultivator like you is now qualified to understand these matters." Fang Ji understood her meaning and smiled, a hint of promise in his expression. "Understood. If I encounter any anomalies in the future, even if they are strangers, I won't just stand by and watch. You can count on that." Zhao Lam gave a faint, genuine smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you." To show her sincerity, she handed Fang Ji a token. "Keep this for now." It was a black token, adorned with a dragon, with the words Spirit Division engraved upon it. Zhao Lam explained its purpose. "With this token, you can freely enter any restricted zone for cultivation. The main gates of the Spirit Division will always be open to you. One more thing, would you like to visit Elder Wu?" Visit Elder Wu. At Zhao Lam's enthusiastic invitation, Fang Ji paused for a moment to confirm her meaning. "You mean that Diamond Realm Elder?" She nodded. "Yes, he is my mentor. I thought it would be good for the two of you to meet. I wonder if you would be willing. This is just my personal thought, I want to be friends with you." Fang Ji did not answer immediately. He slipped the token into his pocket and then extended his hand. "All right, more friends, more fun. I will go with you. Let us consider this a gift for a new friend." Before Zhao Lam could respond, she was suddenly enveloped by Fang Ji's lightning attribute. She froze in shock. "What?" Fang Ji explained, "I thought I could purge the residual dark attribute toxins left in your body." Lightning crackled around Zhao Lam like a net trapping fish. She could feel the foreign attribute, but it did not harm her, on the contrary, it was almost astonishing. Lightning's energy could even heal. Now, her entire body felt numb, but the previous cold aches had turned into warmth. The discomfort had vanished. The blackened swelling and corrosion on her wounds were repairing themselves, and her damaged internal organs seemed to regain their former strength. Her blood vessels were being purified, cleansed from within, bringing back a long-lost sense of ease. Every trace of toxin in Zhao Lam's body had been annihilated by Fang Ji's rare lightning attribute. It was unbelievable, she felt reborn. Seeing the remarkable improvement in her complexion, Fang Ji asked, "How do you feel now?" Zhao Lam examined herself carefully and smiled. "Very good. The remnants of the dark attribute in my body have been completely removed, or rather, shattered." At the same time, Elder Dang was being loaded onto an ambulance. The doctor checked him and shook his head. "A first-order spirit realm cultivator injured this badly. Is it even possible to save him?" Tan Wen looked around in surprise. She walked over to Zhao Lam and Fang Ji. "You two are not leaving yet, wait, I see Zhao Lam's injuries." She did not hide her astonishment. "Yes," Zhao Lam confirmed. "The pure advanced lightning attribute completely erased the remnants of the dark attribute in my body." Tan Wen's eyes lit up like lanterns. "This is the tyrant's lightning attribute, it can kill enemies above and save lives below." Seeing her greed-filled gaze, Fang Ji instinctively stepped back a few paces and raised his hands to shield her. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Tan Wen did not answer. She waved at the doctors instead. "Come here quickly." Then she turned back, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Fang Ji. "Ah, I want to ask, can we cooperate with you?" Fang Ji did not quite understand her meaning. "What do you mean?" Tan Wen explained briefly. By combining his lightning attribute with medical equipment, they could potentially save many more cultivators infected by dark attributes. Without hesitation, she bent at a 90-degree angle to show her sincerity. "It is thanks to you, please demonstrate it once more." Generously, Fang Ji unleashed the lightning attribute in his hands. He did not aim at anyone in particular, letting it dance freely in the air. "Is this enough?" The doctor adjusted his glasses seriously, staring intently at the lightning that surged around him. It seemed to work. Such a pure advanced lightning attribute could indeed counter the dark attribute. Jia Lam shared useful information with Tan Wen. Just now, Fang Ji directly channeled his power to eliminate the dark attribute from my body. So we only need him to work with the injured cultivators, right? I remember we have one first-order spirit realm cultivator still in a coma. Tan Wen shook her head vigorously. "Ah no, not everyone at the first-order spirit realm can withstand that level of spiritual force." The doctor chimed in. "Exactly. Elder Jia Lam's injuries, while serious, are relatively mild by comparison. To heal the cultivator injured earlier required lightning power many times stronger than what we used on him. And even then, saving his life alone was a significant success. Full recovery, that would be impossible." Fang Ji immediately understood their intention. "I see. It is like blood transfusion, right? So how do I transfer spiritual power to you? Do you store it for later use?" A doctor politely guided him. "Please, come this way." Inside the ambulance, there were devices for extracting and storing energy. The doctor gave precise instructions. Fang Ji placed his hands as indicated and released his spiritual energy. It worked perfectly. Outside, Wei watched her cousin and Jia Lam, marveling to herself. She had not expected Jia Lam to be a high-ranking officer of the Spirit Division, and yet her cousin could compel the illustrious Spirit Division to offer him special treatment and privileges. Jia Lam, usually so cold, had actively sought friendship with him. Just now, Wei had seen Jia Lam even hand her token over to him. While her cousin's actions left her deep in thought, Fang Ji noticed Wei standing quietly in the corner and asked, "Wei, how are you two doing?" "We have adjusted everything properly, cousin," she replied. She continued, "Next, 81 and I want to do more training and take on some tasks ourselves. We can't always rely on you, or else we won't make any real progress." She resolved internally that she could no longer let herself involve everyone. She needed to catch up to her cousin quickly. Once the energy transfer was complete, Fang Ji withdrew his hands. He did not stop her, only advising, "Be careful." He smiled, thinking quietly that this little one had truly grown up. With everything settled, Tan Wen prepared to leave. She waved to everyone. "We will be going ahead. If fate allows, we will meet again during another mission." Fang Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Jia Lam will head a different way. Let us go visit Elder Go." The ambulance rolled forward, gradually leaving the restricted zone. Inside, angry and unwilling voices could be heard. Cold and imperious one moment, commanding not to be approached the next. The source of discontent was Tan Wen herself, grumbling in frustration. "Now, it is perfect. The Spirit Division has snatched him away. All my efforts to build relationships are wasted." Her teammates laughed heartily to calm her down. Stay calm. Really, you are just frustrated. The structure of the Spirit Association is chaotic. In both headquarters and branches, many administrators are more ostentatious than senior military officers. The top elite teams are scattered like grains of sand. Not to mention whether they are willing to humble themselves to build good relations with Fang Ji. Some of the arrogant ones not causing trouble is already lucky enough. The scene shifted to the Spirit Division, at the highest class medical ward of the mountain-backed medical base. Fang Ji looked at the frail, lifeless old man lying on the bed and asked in disbelief, "Is this Elder Go?" Jia Lam nodded. "Yes, strange is not it? A top-tier Diamond Realm cultivator reduced to a frail old man on a sickbed." She explained that his condition had been even worse before. He had looked like a walking corpse. Even after administering the 7 foul flower. He had not regained consciousness. Fang Ji's curiosity deepened. What exactly had happened to him? Jia Lam recounted the events. When the dark attribute calamity descended on the capital, with bizarre celestial phenomena tearing the sky to prevent the dark attribute from affecting the city, the master had attempted to seal the rift alone. Prior to that, all of them had used special methods to transmit spiritual energy to him, which he nearly exhausted in supplementing his own reserves. They assessed the calamity as exceeding S rank. Even the black tide they had encountered was terrifying as an S rank, but the destructive power of this disaster far surpassed the black tide many times over. Jia Lam spoke solemnly. If it had descended fully, it could have destroyed an entire capital city, and even the surrounding cities would have perished as collateral damage. The capital is strategically critical. If destroyed, the entire nation would fall into chaos. The master had to forcibly seal the S-rank calamity with his domain, but the enormous disaster was far more terrifying than we anticipated, much stronger than all our combined power. She was struck by the backlash of the dark attribute. If he were not a Diamond Realm cultivator, at that very moment he would have disintegrated into mist, even becoming nourishment for the dark attribute itself. After hearing the full story, Fang Ji felt a deep respect for Elder Go. To have prevented an entire city from being destroyed. He was truly an extraordinary immortal practitioner. Fang Ji felt immense gratitude toward the heroes of his previous life. Back then, it had been thanks to many immortal practitioners standing in the way that he had survived as the last human. Perhaps, at that very moment in his past life, Elder Go had already sacrificed himself. Fang Ji, a man of action, extended his hand toward Elder Go. Jia Lam, witnessing his sudden movement, gasped in alarm. "What are you planning to do to my master?" she exclaimed. Fang Ji released his lightning attribute to course through Elder Ngio's body. Only then did he remember he needed to reassure her. "Do not worry," he said calmly. "Although the 7-foul flower has already taken effect, I want to see if I can purge some of the stubborn dark attribute lingering in his body. That way, he will awaken faster." Jia Lam, instinctively, let out a disbelieving cry. "What? But this is an S-rank calamity." Then she remembered that not long ago, it had been Fang Ji who harvested the 7-foul flower and brought it back. She calmed herself and said, "All right. Go ahead, then." The azure lightning crackled and sparked through the ward, enveloping Elder Ngio's body. Watching her master undergo this special treatment at Fang Ji's hands, Jia Lam clutched a thread of hope. At the same time, she reminded herself silently, this might be a miracle, but be careful, this dark attribute is even more terrifying than the black tide. Even with the 7-foul flower, his recovery might not be this fast. Fang Ji nodded coldly, focusing all his attention on the lightning attribute in his hands. "I know. I can feel how strong the dark attribute is here. Even weakened by the purifying power of the 7-foul flower, it still exerts a terrifying oppressive force." As he finished speaking, black bones suddenly erupted from Elder Ngio's body. Jia Lam recoiled in shock, a chill running down her spine. The black bones began to converge around Fang Ji. She shouted a warning, "Fang Ji, focus your mind, it is starting to affect you." Immediately, Fang Ji closed his eyes, surrounding his body with the warm yang-infused spiritual energy of his aura. When he opened his eyes again, they glowed with a ring of golden spiritual power. But the ward had vanished. In its place was a black cloud shaped like an eye, and Fang Ji was standing alone in the middle of an empty street. "Is this pulling my consciousness into the past?" he thought. A crimson, eye-shaped cloud hovered high above, gazing down at Fang Ji. A deep, gloomy voice rumbled through the air, "Who are you?" He was taken aback. He could not tell if what stood before him was a secret realm parallel to the real world or merely an illusion. Could it be that just by touching the dark attribute within Elder Ngio's body, his spirit had been tainted and dragged into this hallucination? Whatever it was, nothing could shake Fang Ji's resolve to eliminate it. "Who I am does not matter," he replied coldly. "I am only here to destroy you." The moment he finished speaking, his hand flared with lightning. So this anomaly is not invincible after all, he thought. But the red eye clearly was not one to take offense lightly. Having an intruder step into its domain and not punish them, impossible. It summoned a surge of pitch-black energy and launched an attack. Fang Ji did not flinch. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, quickly activating the golden yang breathing technique to protect himself. In a flash, he darted forward, narrowly dodging a deadly strike from the red eye. Then he studied the dark streak of energy that had tried to hit him lightning. Except this lightning was black, sinister, and every bit as powerful as the divine thunder he once absorbed atop Mount Yu Huang. A buzzing sound filled his ears. It was the frantic beating of countless wings. From within the darkness, swarms of insect-like anomalies poured out, all emanating the dark attribute. The grotesque sight made Fang Ji's skin crawl. Even if this was only an illusion, each creature was as strong as the anomalies from the black tide, and there were thousands upon thousands of them, surging toward him like a living storm. Remaining calm, Fang Ji shifted to the blazing yang attribute. He summoned the blade he always carried with him. As the swarm merged into the shape of a monstrous, grinning face, he said evenly, "Then I will just have to exterminate every last one of you." Gripping the blade tightly, Fang Ji charged forward, eyes sharp, cutting down every anomaly in his path. When he swung, a golden arc of light split the air, cleaving through the horde. Explosions thundered one after another as the insects scattered, only to regroup once more into the form of the red eye. Through that single strike, Fang Ji had already gauged their strength. These were S-rank anomalies gathered together. But whether because this was an illusion or due to the lingering effects of the seven-foul flower, their power had weakened considerably. The moment Fang Ji's feet touched the ground, he instantly sprang back up, narrowly dodging another strike from the red eye. Leaping onto a water tower within the city, he sought higher ground to close the distance between himself and the anomaly. Studying it closely, he muttered under his breath, almost a rank, "So this is the kind of natural disaster Elder Go faced, something capable of annihilating an entire city." He shook his head slightly. "No. It is probably even worse than that." With that, Fang Ji decided to unleash his newly learned domain, the Boundless Dark Realm. A black sphere flickered into existence in his palm, pulsing with the dark attribute. The surrounding swarm of insects was immediately sucked into it, as if the sphere itself were devouring them whole. The red-eyed trembled in panic, its voice shaking as it demanded, You are not human, are you?" Fang Ji merely smiled. He neither confirmed nor denied it, just let out a quiet "oh," before commanding his domain to expand. With a sharp shout, his pupils gleamed beneath a veil of spiritual energy as the boundless dark realm grew wider and wider, its gravitational pull intensifying. The red eye screamed in defiance as it was dragged toward the vortex. "We will return soon enough," it roared, but before it could finish, the anomaly was swallowed whole, leaving nothing behind. Fang Ji stood there, thoughtful. That thing must have been the lingering will of a dark-type anomaly, he mused. But it said we. Could it mean there are other disasters waiting to descend? Behind him, more insect-like abominations tried to ambush him, but Fang Ji sensed them instantly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. A surge of lightning burst forth, obliterating them before they could even get close. Then reality snapped back. Fang Ji's eyes shot open. His hand lifted high as a dark, writhing mass was drawn out from Elder Ngio's body. Jia Lam was stunned by the sight. The black substance was trapped within a cage of crackling lightning, unable to escape, writhing violently under the suppression. Not willing to risk giving it another chance, Fang Ji invoked the 9-dragon heavenly flame seal. Chains of celestial fire manifested from the air itself, binding the dark attribute and locking it away completely. Only when the sealing was finished did Jia Lam finally find her voice. That is the remnant of the dark attribute inside Elder Go, is not it?" she asked in disbelief. Fang Ji nodded. The dark attribute within Senior Go must have been the lingering remnant of that calamity-level anomaly. The seal in his hand had condensed into a small gem, etched with heavenly flame sigils, gleaming like a dragon pearl. He explained calmly, "It still holds a considerable amount of dark power, but after being weakened by the 7-rot blossom and partially sealed by Elder Go himself, its influence is no longer as strong." He let out a quiet sigh. Elder Go truly lives up to his title as the #1 cultivator of Ha Nation. To think he used his own body as the vessel to suppress dark energy. Anyone else would have died countless times over. Seeing that the crimson veins marring her master's face were fading, Zhao Lan's voice softened with gratitude. You really saved his life. But Fang Ji shook his head. I can't take all the credit. Without the 7 rot blossom earlier, I could not have purified the stubborn dark attribute within him. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement. The 7 rot blossom may have preserved his life, but your power gave him the chance to fully recover. Fang Ji glanced at the sealed gem in his hand. Channeling his lightning attribute, he clenched his fist, crushing the seal entirely. When he opened his hand, only a fine black dust remained, drifting to the floor. Now it is done, he said, his voice steady. It is completely powerless. Zhao Lan sat down on the edge of the bed, gently pulling the blanket back over Elder Go. Fang Ji added quietly, but there is something else I need to tell you. Just now, inside that spiritual illusion, the remnant will of the calamity told me it would return. We need to stay vigilant. When that day comes, we can't let an old man who just recovered be the one to fight again. Zhao Lan's expression darkened, her voice firm. I know. I have heard the rumors. Rumors? Fang Ji raised an eyebrow. She explained, according to what I have been told, the military and the monitoring division of the Spirit Energy Association periodically compile data from all abnormal, spiritual fluctuations they have detected. Those records are tightly managed to prevent leaks. She paused before continuing in a low tone. But there is a rumor that based on that data, the projections show something grim if things continue as they are. Even with Han Nation's current reserve forces, we may not survive beyond the first year after Spirit Energy's restoration. She gave a faint, humorless smile. Of course, none of us wanted to believe it. Fang Ji's curiosity was piqued. Monitoring abnormal spirit energy fluctuations. That sounds quite credible. Zhao Lan nodded. Yeah. You really think that rumor might be true? He asked. She did not answer right away, but her silence spoke volumes. Fang Ji fell into deep thought. Could it be that? Because I have been reborn, the future has already changed. He remembered clearly he had lived until the 3rd year after spirit energy's restoration. In his previous life, even though by then, the entire Langsing continent had almost been wiped out. He gently placed a hand on Zhao Lan's shoulder. Do not think too much. Elder Go will wake up soon. She nodded faintly, and he gave her a reassuring smile. When the calamity descends again, I promise I will be there with you. That night, the full moon cast its pale light over the old apartment complex where Fang Ji lived. Sitting cross-legged in his living room, he meditated in silence, his mind a whirl of thoughts. After clashing twice with S-rank anomalies, he could feel that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd stage of spirit creation. The resurgence of spirit energy was approaching fast. Though he already possessed the dark attribute's power, it was still far from enough. Drawing his breath inward, he guided his chi back to his dantian, concluding his cultivation for the night. Even weakened through countless layers of suppression, the anomaly from that illusion still carried an undeniable pressure. Under the moonlight, his small white flower spirit glowed softly. Fang Ji turned to it, realizing he had neglected the little thing for some time. As he approached, Xiao Baihua lowered its head and brushed lightly against his finger. He chuckled. You little thing. Not taking you with me before was my mistake. But honestly, you are too inconvenient to carry around. Then, softening, he lifted the pot into his arms. Still, I do regret not giving you a chance to shine or evolve. How about a stroll under the moonlight, And just like that, beneath the silvery glow of the night, man and flower spirit made their way toward the back mountain. As they walked, Fang Ji muttered thoughtfully, the Spirit Energy Association's Botanical Research Institute really has some talent. Even though the recovery of spirit energy has only just begun, nature's self-correcting ability has become much stronger. In such a short time, the scorched vegetation has already regrown and they have even managed to replant entire sections of the forest. After venturing deep into the forest, Fang Ji carefully lifted little white flower out of its small pot. One of these days, he muttered, I will have to thank Xiao Tu and his team for this. Before setting it down, he repeatedly reminded the little plant, only absorb a little at a time, got it, do not go overboard. With that bottomless stomach of yours, even the entire forest on Land Star would not be enough to fill you. Little white flower seemed to understand, nodding vigorously. Seeing it behave so obediently, Fang Ji smiled and placed it on the ground. Its thin, delicate roots immediately dug into the soil, and in moments, the wilderness attribute began to spread outward, greedily drawing in the rich life force of the surrounding vegetation. Within seconds, the trees nearby lost their color and withered away. Fang Ji looked around at the dead trees and nodded in quiet assessment. That should be enough. Sitting down, he swiftly dug Little White Flower back up, catching it off guard. All right, let us change feeding spots. The plant trembled slightly in his hands, its petals glowing with vigor after its feast. Fang Ji gazed at it thoughtfully. Among all the flora-type evolutionary beings, or rather, plant-type species, I wonder where you would rank. A wilderness-type anomaly, at least in A class, I would say. After returning it to its small pot, he stood up and continued walking. The journey back was surprisingly smooth, enough for him to tease Little White Flower with a smirk. There used to be plenty of animals around this mountain, but I have not seen a single one tonight. They must all be scared off by that wild energy of yours. The words had barely left his mouth when a long, chilling howl echoed through the night. The sound of a wolf, deep, resonant, and close enough to make his heart jolt. Fang Ji stopped in his tracks, his expression tensing as he focused on the sound. A wolf, he murmured. The silver moon above had turned an ominous shade of red without him noticing. On the cliffs ahead, a pack of mutant wolves stood, their howls merging into a wild, guttural chorus that sent vibrations through the air. One by one, they lifted their blood-red eyes toward the forest below, their bodies trembling with feral hunger and primal rage. Fang Ji's breath caught. His mind sharpened in alarm. The pack. They are evolving.